Provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
This Black Friday is the best time to get the Toyota you've been wanting, but these deals will disappear soon. Right now, get low 1.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or score a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab. Or get low 0.99% financing plus up to $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tundra. Black Friday is almost over, so visit your Toyota dealership before these deals are gone. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 12/1/25.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
All right, folks, this is it. The weekend many of you have been waiting for. Black Friday. The lowest prices of the year on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony with deals up to $1,000 off. No need to buy a poorly rated unknown brand with prices like this. So what could be even better? How about video only's better than Black Friday deals? That's right, better than Black Friday. Before you buy, check out video only, or you'll be sorry.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local, trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
So please help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. To 95.7 The Game.
And hi again, everybody, and welcome in on this Friday morning, the day after Thanksgiving. Dan Devone alongside my man, Carter Chickering. Carter, Thanksgiving, how did it treat you? How are you this morning?
Danny, it's good to see you, my man. It's been too long. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Well, I got reads. Zach just gave me, seriously, like a little novel here, which I typically don't have on a Saturday morning. But it's Friday, so let's get this out of the way. Football Friday is presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. What's going on, man? How are things?
You back for Thanksgiving? Just back visiting?
Back for a little while. Yeah, back for another week. So enjoyed it. And Thanksgiving in my immediate family is a little bit different. There's no turkey. We got rid of the turkey a couple of years ago. We experiment from time to time, so we go straight up crab.
I was going to say, very San Francisco.
Yeah, very, very big on the crab. We've got the Hawaiian ties, and so crab sort of works with my family. But no stuffing. It's just crab, little pasta to represent the Italian side of Dan Devone. And then, just some other accoutrements. But it was good stuff. And you?
I'm good. I did it with my family in Bolinas last night, and then shot back to the city to be here with you this morning. So
Bolinas is where I believe they shot the birds. Shout out Alfred Hitchcock.
Very good, Danny. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's get into things and talk a little football. Before we get into the Niners, do you want to recap what happened yesterday and last night? We can start with that Detroit Lions loss, which is good news for that of the 49ers.
Yeah, every underdog won yesterday, Danny. I don't think a lot of people saw what happened yesterday, especially the midday game, obviously. Who saw the Chiefs losing when their backs are so against the wall? You just think that guy's going to pull a rabbit out of a hat every time. And they go down yesterday in Dallas. Unbelievable game.
Yeah, are you counting the Chiefs out? There are 500 teams.
So I think that their percentage to make the playoffs now is 46%. So no, I'm definitely not counting them out now.
No, maybe they don't win the division for the first time in 9 years, but you got to put them in that wild card hunt. And as long as until you throw dirt on the grave of one Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey and Reed and company, and they got a pulse, listen, don't do it.
Until it's over, it's not over with them. Yeah, I think the division is gone, though. I think Denver's pretty solidified in that spot. I don't think that they're going to be able to pull it out that way. But even if they get in the wild card, I think they're going to be the betting favorite to take the AFC probably.
Well, think about this. If they don't make the playoffs, this will obviously be the earliest exit since Patrick Mahomes has come into the NFL. You know that every year he's been in the NFL, the earliest exit that he has had from the playoffs are AFC Championship overtime losses.
That is insane.
It's not a wild card. It's not a playoff. It's not a second round semifinal. It's AFC Championship overtime, and the loss to New England, and the loss, of course, then to Buffalo, or Cincinnati.
The Bengals.
Yeah, lost to Cincinnati. So this is virgin territory, virgin waters for that of Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. But I think it's also interesting to note, to sort of bring it back home, to that of the San Francisco 49ers and Dallas Cowboys, man. Are you looking over your shoulder at these guys?
I'm not. I'm not too worried about the Cowboys. I think the 49ers are in a position where you just take care of your own business and you don't worry about what's going on outside, and you're going to be okay. I think you'll get in. Obviously, the division makes it hard. You have two just juggernauts in your division, and I don't think anyone would have guessed it, but I think we kind of should have seen it coming, that the NFC West would be one of the strongest divisions in football. We knew the Rams would be really good. Yeah. I think there was a lot of question marks surrounding the Seahawks and Sam Darnold. What's he going to look like up there with a defensive head coach? And he's been great. Obviously he's been great. And Jackson Smith and Jigba is just, he's making DK Metcalf look like he, wasn't a good receiver at all. That's how great this kid's been. So, and they have a heck of a defense. So, I think that the 49ers, obviously, you're looking at the wild card. You're looking at that last spot right now. And I think they'll get in. I do, Danny. I think that they'll get in by the skin of their teeth somehow, and I think that the schedule's been really favorable to help them get in.
Yeah, there's a lot of holes when you look at the NFC. There isn't there isn't an iteration of last year's Philadelphia Eagles. There isn't like that one team and everybody is sort of like, okay, how are we going to knock them off? However, over the last couple of weeks, I would say maybe that narrative has altered a bit with the emergence of the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, I think there's no maybe forefront runner who you're like, this is the absolute guy, yada, yada. But I would say there's a few teams I wouldn't want to play, maybe if I'm the 49ers, and the Eagles and Rams are two of them. Now, if you had to pick between the two, I want to play the Rams 20 out of 20 over the Eagles because
really?
Absolutely, and it's not close. And the reason being is you see the Rams twice a year. You're obviously familiar with McVay, and Kyle somehow seems to be able to figure out McVay. I think going into Philadelphia sounds just like a nightmare situation for the 49ers.
I know going into Philadelphia is daunting. It's Philly at the end of the day. I get it. But there are more holes on that Philly team, I think, this year, clearly than there was a year ago. And I think clearly more so than that of the Los Angeles Rams. Because it's all about where you're at right now. And listen, the Rams sputtered a bit early on. Philadelphia was very good. Green Bay was very good early on. But now it's about who's putting it into that extra gear right now. And the Los Angeles Rams are headed in one direction. And I'm just seeing warts on Philadelphia. Well, they're still good. But Hurts all of a sudden is like, what's going on here? The running game, Saquon Barkley isn't the Saquon Barkley of a year ago.
Yeah, A.J. Brown, that situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I know, listen, Philadelphia should scare the hell out of everybody, especially when you got to go there. But if you give me, whether it's the Rams, especially after what it is I saw the Rams do to the 49ers, and Stafford looks like this year's MVP. No doubt. I don't know how you stop him and Puka Nacua. That's just weird.
Well, I know that wide receiver duo, can we just say, is maybe one of the best wide receiver duos we've ever seen. I mean, they have two wide receiver ones basically on the team. It's nuts.
Devontae Adams, I mean, it's been a seamless transition for him. The Rams are not a team that I would want to see if I'm the 49ers. I think Philadelphia has holes, the big bad East, and then the Green Bay Packers, who were scaring the crap out of everybody. We've seen that their offense is pedestrian at times.
Yeah, I have problems with them. I think that they and the 49ers are almost exactly opposites in the fact that the 49ers beat bad teams. It doesn't feel like the Packers put away bad teams or teams they should beat. And I think when you're going into the playoffs, that's a quality you need to have. You cannot be, choking or having any sort of distress against a team that's inferior to you in the playoffs. It just can't happen. Otherwise, you're going to lose in the playoffs.
But getting back to Dallas for a moment, because I'm like everybody else, man. I love to pile on Jerry Jones. And I've just maintained until that man is no longer on planet Earth, Dallas Cowboy fans, you got no shot. That guy will continue to shoot you in the foot. And it's always what seems as though you're taking a step forward, you're actually taking 3 steps in the wrong direction.
So were you against the Micah Parsons thing? You thought that was stupid?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, man.
Looks good now.
Yeah, you got to that old SOB may have pulled one off here because, I mean, the part and using the draft capital to get Quentin Williams.
Yeah. But on the other side of that coin, Parsons is now the first player in NFL history to have 12 sacks every year of his career for the first 5 years. First player ever. And that happened this year. That happened last night.
Yeah, but I think it's certainly worked out for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And who would have thought? And Dak Prescott, I mean, again, that's another guy. I like everybody, not everybody else. Shouldn't speak for everybody. I'm sure you Cowboy fans exist in the Bay Area.
Guru. Shout out.
Is he?
Yeah, Cowboy fan.
Oh, man.
I know. Tough.
Jesus. I got to take the life-size poster in my bedroom down, man. He's gone from the mantelpiece.
He's not a Dak guy. I think a lot of Cowboy fans aren't.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
But that team, it's been since 94, since they been to a Super Bowl. And listen, Jerry Jones, the one thing about Jerry Jones is that he makes money. Win, lose, or draw. We've been talking about a team that hasn't been relevant in postseason football in decades. Yet, here we are. We're talking about them in San Francisco. ESPN loves those guys. Every network show, whatever it is that the Dallas Cowboys are doing, you would think that they are like that of the Kansas City Chiefs or the Philadelphia Eagles that we're playing in Super Bowls every other year.
Yeah.
But that's Jerry Jones, and that's marketing 101.
Yeah, I think they expected yesterday's game to be the highest watched game in Thanksgiving history or something.
I was trying to figure that out.
I think Chiefs on the verge of collapse. People are interested in, obviously, but then you got the Cowboys on the other side. I just think it was a marriage made in heaven.
I guess. I mean, yeah, I was like, wow. I know it's an interesting game, but to shatter records?
Well, I also think you have the highest powered offense then going up against the Chiefs, who everyone just has faith will keep up no matter how they look, So
Thanksgiving has changed for me in my lifetime, and you're obviously younger than me, but I mean, Thanksgiving was you would watch it because it was football.
Right.
But there was never any level of interest. It's like Dallas, for the most part, was not good. Detroit, throughout my entire life, sucked.
Throughout my life, too,
It's like, well, I'm watching because what else am I going to do, right? I got a beer in my hand, we're going to eat, and I'm on a couch with family. Let's turn on football. But it's never captured any interest in terms of playoff seedings or good teams. But that dynamic has certainly changed over the last couple of years.
Absolutely. I think yesterday was some of the best matchups we've seen in a while on Thanksgiving, too. I feel like just all three games being really good ones with Joe Burrow's return at night. I mean, that kid is really quite something. I didn't really get to watch that one, sadly, because the family, but I was keeping up with it. He's just incredible.
Man, Joe Burrow.
Huge win. I mean, huge win.
And the thing is, and we'll get into Cleveland, but Cincinnati and Cleveland, they're still in it. They still got shots.
Are they still in it?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, my
Cleveland's
gosh.
only 3 games. We'll get into the Browns, obviously, and talk Niners and Browns, and we'll get into Shedeur Sanders and everything Cleveland and Niners, the game coming up in about 48 hours from now. But the Browns are playing this game as though they have a legitimate shot at getting into the postseason. They're 3 games back of the top of the division.
I feel like they, as a team, have felt hope ever since they took Dylan Gabriel out, or since he was hurt, so to say. I think they experienced some energy, entering the building, and I think
stop it.
I just don't think that he was, he didn't motivate the guys around him. It seemed like, and I think the general public was onto it as like, I have no faith in this guy, and I don't know whether it's like this hatred toward left-handed quarterbacks or whatever it is. Obviously, Steve Young was left-handed, but yeah, I think that they have a new energy, and that doesn't surprise me. When you have the number 1 defense too, like some pressure's got to go on the offense. Like, let's get this going.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm hearing in the Bay Area way too much respect for Cleveland.
Really, Dan?
Like everywhere I go, it's a watch out for Cleveland. Cleveland. Are you kidding me? By the way, Zach Green, what's up, my man?
Not much, man.
Zach, I love it.
The 49ers haven't won in Cleveland since like 83, though.
Forever, 84.
I think they're 2-3 in the last 5 in Cleveland, which is not good considering how bad the Browns have been for so long.
Listen, it's the Browns. I get it. I know you don't play well in Cleveland, and we're going to get into this.
Yeah.
But it's the Browns. And I'll say it, the Browns suck. And so for you 49er fans that are buying into this, oh, but it's Cleveland. They're 3-8 for a reason. They're still Cleveland. Shedeur Sanders, I get it. He's re-energized that team. Shedeur Sanders might turn out to be a good quarterback. Right now, he's trash.
I agree.
Like, there's nothing to be worried about that offense. And while that defense is good and Myles Garrett is Myles Garrett, relax. Relax, people. This is not the 85 Bears. This isn't the 2000 Ravens. This team gives up a lot of points, and at the end of the day, I'll keep going back to this. It's Cleveland, all right? It's Cleveland, and they're 3-8. Yes, they're a good team. I didn't even go there.
You wouldn't give them a good team.
A good team, I mean, by definition, you got to be at least around 500, right?
I don't think they're a good team either. I think
Thank God. Right on.
They're a good trap game to beat the 49ers. I do think that.
Well, I wouldn't call it a trap because everybody's like, how many times is Purdy and all of these, anybody associated with the 49ers have to deal with questions. Oh, you haven't done well in Cleveland. You know, the Browns, Myles Garrett, man, look out for that. The best front four in all of football. They're not sneaking up on anybody. The 49ers are well aware of this team.
No doubt. And, I mean, Purdy was at the helm when P.J. Walker beat them. I think that was 2 years ago. But people forget that Trent Williams was out that game. I think that makes a big difference, obviously, especially against a D-line like this. And Debo went out on the first play in that game. Obviously, they won't have him, this weekend. But I just think that changes your offense, right? One of your dynamic playmakers goes out on the first play. You got to change the way you're going to do things for the rest of the game.
Not only in that game not only did they lose Debo, but there was a lot of sentiment that Brock Purdy didn't play well. And it wasn't necessarily one of his better games, but I do remember this, and you can look it up, Zach, if you want to back me up on this. I do remember clearly that there were drop passes.
Yeah.
And drop passes by Christian McCaffrey, which never happens. And I remember on a key play, and Brandon Ayuk dropped a wide open pass. Now, listen, I'm not blaming it on the, well, I am to a certain degree, but just like anything else, when you look at the statistics and then we just arrive at this Brock Purdy doesn't play in cold weather. First of all, got to get rid of that.
You don't buy into it.
Well, there's no such thing. The guy went to Iowa State at the end of the day.
Cold.
First of all, are you telling me that he's intimidated by the cold, or that he doesn't like the cold, or that he gets the shivers, or he's a little bit different than you and I in terms of his wiring? No, to me, when someone says an NFL quarterback doesn't play in cold weather, I break that down as you have small hands. That's the only way to look at this, is you have smaller hands, and he does.
Yeah.
Comparatively speaking to the rest of the quarterbacks in the NFL, his hands are a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
And that'll come up and bite you in the ass when you can't get that grip. That's what that means. But we always... See, how long have you been waiting for me to show up and just shine a light on everybody? I'm listening to all these experts saying he doesn't play well in cold weather. Well, take that a step further. What the hell does that mean?
I don't think it's really cold weather. I think it's rain and sleet. Like, I think the cold's not going to affect him. It's anything that's going to get in the way of him gripping the ball.
Exactly.
I'm with you. Yes, absolutely. He has trouble in it.
And you've got those, those picket hands, right? Those little hands. He's not that bad, but that's usually when a quarterback struggles in colder weather. It's because they have smaller hands, and
Absolutely.
he's on the smaller side. So the whole thing of cold, and I think that if I'm Brock Purdy, man, that's pissing me off. Like, no football player, certainly not a quarterback, wants to hear I don't play in cold weather. That's essentially saying within the terminology of NFL lingo, it's like you're kind of a wimp.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I think that you can't make excuses when you're making the kind of money he makes, right? It's time you step up and look, I don't care if it's rain, sleet, or whatever out. Like, you got to figure it out on Sunday. Like, this is a critical game for them. You have a 3-game stretch against quote-unquote bad teams, and I think this is the only one that potentially could give you a problem. Obviously, the week after the Titans, like, you're getting through the Titans. I'm breezing through that game. And then you have the Colts after that, which is, then you're getting into some hard games, So they have to win this game on Sunday. If you want to make the playoffs in a division like this, you got to win games like this. And they've shown all season they beat teams worse than them. So I think I'm in your boat, Dan. Like, they should win this game. Absolutely. But now I'm also in the boat of if they lose this game, I won't be surprised.
When you talk about cold weather, I remember Joe Montana when I was growing up. And there was all this talk for an NFC championship in the late 1980s. I believe it was 1988. And there was this talk, Joe, West Coast Joe, little California Joe Montana, and you pretty boy San Francisco 49ers, wine and cheese eating 49ers, you got to come to Chicago. And it's January, baby. And you got no shot. We're the Bears at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We're the land of Ditka and Singletary and all those boys. Like, really? You're going to come here? And Joe Montana heard that all week. You can't play well in the cold. And Joe Montana, in the opening series, he runs out on the field. You know what he's wearing? A short sleeve shirt, and that's it. No thermal, no glove, and he set the tone right then. Bring it on, baby.
I love
Let's
that.
go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
That.
And Joe Montana was one of his better played NFC Championship games, one of the best playoff games he's ever played. So I think as a football player, especially if you're a quarterback and you hear that, it's got to land a little differently. Like, are you seriously saying I can't play in cold weather? Miss me with that, man. Brock Purdy's got to personalize that.
Oh yeah, I'm with you, Dan. We do have some quarterbacks though that have proven beside Purdy they can't do this. Tua is one of them. The other one I was thinking is Jared Goff.
He grew up in Hawaii, man.
Yeah, I know. Jared Goff has been pretty rough in cold weather too. Marin boy. I mean, he's not used to playing in that. So.
Yeah, and I also think he suffers from the dome.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I think he's a dome. He's one of those dome quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, what was he? Was he Marin Catholic?
Marin Catholic.
Yeah, Marin Catholic. Man, he knows Cole. He's been out at he's got a Giant games. He knows what's up, man. He knows how to bundle up.
Giant games.
Yeah, because there's that famous video of him as a senior at Cal.
Right.
And he's in the bleachers and he gets this foul ball and he's holding it up and like, who the hell is that? And like, oh, it's Jared Goff of the Cal Golden Bears. Got a foul ball out there or got a home run ball. But so he knows. I guess there might be something to it, but I think he's more of a product of just simply playing in the dome and on the fast turf, and then you stick him outside. Same thing with Tua, and I don't mean to make excuses for him, but when you're playing out in South Florida, right, especially that time of the year, and it's 85 degrees, and then suddenly you got to go up north, and you're dealing with New England, and you're dealing with Buffalo, and you're dealing with those other teams out of the AFC East, and you're freezing your Okole off, which is the word for behind out in Hawaii, and which is where he's from. It's a different element. I just think for Brock Purdy, man, you got to step up, man.
100%. I was going to say that, that's great, and I get it for Tua and whatnot, but you're making the big bucks, dude. Let's go. You know, it's time to go. And I think same thing goes for Purdy. Expectations change once you get that contract. You know that, Dan. And we're seeing it right now with the fans. I mean, the amount of people that call this station clamoring for Mac Jones still, even after that Arizona game, we had people doing it. Obviously, after this week, we definitely had people doing it. I just think the expectation changes. Weather cannot be an excuse anymore. It's one thing when you're coming off from being the third string guy, stepping in like Purdy did 2 years ago. That's a different story. But once you get a contract that's $256 million, you better figure it out in cold weather.
So who's one of those guys? I didn't call into the station, but that's actually waving a flag for Mac Jones?
Give it to me.
You're looking at him.
Oh, my goodness.
I am not okay, here's the thing. Brock Purdy's a better quarterback. I'm just saying that the difference between the two is minimal.
Yeah.
And I will throughout the show, and if you want to hit us up, you Mac Jones supporters or you Mac Jones, those of you that feel as though that he should plant Brock, I'm here for you. I don't know how many hosts that have been in the driver's seat, Zach, are willing to take on Mac Jones callers and be in their corner. But you got one for the next 4 hours.
Not many. I think, I think you're by yourself on that one as far as people who sit in that chair.
It would be the first time.
Yeah. I don't think, I think we're all I'm with you at least on the difference is pretty minimal, right? From what we've seen. I do think, though, you saw Purdy step in after the injury in Arizona, and there was one big difference to me, which was on that touchdown pass to George Kittle. Beautiful. He saw it. He called an audible at the line. I'm not sure I trust Mac Jones to go up to the line and call an audible. I'm not sure I do.
Yeah, I would get that doesn't scare me because I think Mac Jones, the reason why he fits into this in this Niners system and why you see this relationship taking off with him and Kyle Shanahan, much like that of Sam Darnold, is that he's a cerebral quarterback, and he can read and go through his progressions. He can recognize. I don't know. I mean, that's what Brock Purdy did. That might have been one of one. But I do think that he has the capability of recognizing advantages and making sort of those adjustments. I think he goes through he has the right read. I think he's a smart quarterback. The disadvantage I think you have with Mac Jones as the quarterback as opposed to that of Brock Purdy, it's not necessarily that as much as it is that he doesn't have that ability to extend plays. I don't think he has the ability to, if everything breaks down, let me just use my physical ability and get something out of nothing. And Brock Purdy has, he's not fast. He's not going to get confused with Lamar Jackson, but he can pick you up some yardage when everything else breaks down.
Absolutely.
Mac Jones is, while he's not as slow as I think a lot of people think he is, but I think that's a clear advantage for Brock Purdy.
No, and I think it goes beyond just scrambling. I think there was a couple plays in the most recent game where Brock was being basically backpedaling from two defensive ends coming straight at him. Mac's just going to fold and go to the ground on that. You know what I mean? And Purdy turned it into 5-7 yard gains by just little dunk-offs basically over the top of the line. And those are the little plays people don't notice where there is a difference. And look, I'm not here going to be the one saying that, he's worth $53 million and Mac Jones is worth $8 million. That's not going to be me. But I just think that this notion people have that, you know what, screw Purdy, we're going Mac Jones. We're going to ride this for the next 2 years, and then we'll figure it out with our quarterback going forward. That's just not real.
Yeah.
And I think the other part of it not being real is even when Mac finishes that next year, right? People say, well, then we'll sign him for $20 million. Why would he sign for $20 million?
Exactly.
Like, it just, I would love to know. If anyone has an answer to that, please call in. Why would he sign for $20 million? If he played well enough to get a contract at all, it's not going to be $20 million, guys. It's going to be close to what Brock Purdy makes. I mean, so, you know, the Sam Darnold thing was great. The Baker Mayfield thing was great. I'm glad that they signed for 33. But if you look at their body of work prior, like, there's a reason they signed for 33. And I think that you're going to come up on a time with 2 years of Mac Jones where, like, people are going to forget about that, you know, the stuff prior to the 49ers. It's not going to matter then if he's in Kyle's system.
888-957-9570. That's 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about the 49ers, you want to talk about Mac Jones being the next quarterback for the 49ers and replacing Brock Purdy, well, you got somebody that's going to go to bat for you. And you might want to take advantage of it for the next couple of hours because I'm assuming that who sits in this chair typically? Spadone?
Spadone.
Yeah, Spadone is...
Steiny sits there.
Nobody's going Mac Jones.
Steiny doesn't have an opinion on it, of course.
Well, let me just clarify. While I recognize Brock Purdy might be slightly a better quarterback, and I'll break down, and I'll get into the minutiae as why I think that Mac Jones is a good quarterback and not that far behind Brock Purdy. But here's part of the reason why I feel as though I got to go to bat for Mac 10 is that when he was quarterback in the 49ers, that offensive line sucked.
It did.
Jake Brendel was bad.
It's gotten better. There's no doubt, Dan. I agree.
Pooney was hurt. Trent Williams was not Trent Williams. You're talking about, you know, Bartz was out, right? And you're looking at, McKivitz was McKivitz. He was good. That offensive line. He stood in there and took shots.
Yeah, I think Bartz went out, then Colby went in, the 7th rounder, and that looked brutal after a couple games. So they took him out, put Burford in that spot.
Burford was much better.
And it looked much better. So they went on from there. I think the end of Mac's kind of tenure as the starter, it got a lot better than it was at the beginning.
And he's throwing to Kendrick Bourne and Jordan Watkins.
That's his guy.
Well, it had to be his guy.
It is his guy.
But he had nobody.
Yeah.
Like, you stick him back there and, like, bro, just stem the tide until we get healthy and, you know, just put this thing together, win us some games until Brock Purdy's back and we get the cavalry back, and then you just go back to the sidelines. Somebody has got to sit in this chair and represent what it is that Mac Jones did with an awful offensive line. And I mean, he had no time to throw, and he was taking shots, and he stood in there, and he delivered a football. That first win against the Los Angeles Rams, I don't think Brock Purdy's getting you that victory. There's no way in hell Brock Purdy is getting you that win. At one point, I thought he was dead. I don't know how he got off the mat.
That was incredible. Yeah, I know what you mean. That was unbelievable. The toughness that guy showed, man. You got to go to bat for the guy, even if you're in Brock Purdy's corner, right? Like, you can't hate Mac Jones after what we've seen. It's incredible. I mean, and he's just a warrior. Like, you got to love him. It's just, do you want him to be the guy going forward?
And I think he just needs to get the respect of not throwing because there was no Kittle. There's no Pearsall. There's obviously no Brandon Ayuk. There's no Juwan Jennings. It literally was Watkins. It was Sky Moore. It was just like, these are your wide receivers, man. Go get us a game. All right? Keep us in the hunt. And that's exactly what he did. And now it's suddenly like, well, you know, Brock Purdy's such a better quarterback. I just want to see Brock Purdy do what it is that Mac Jones did in that offensive line. No wide receivers and no Kittle. And I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying let's recognize what it is that my man Mac Jones was able to do. And I'm just saying, like, I think that gets sort of swept under the proverbial carpet from time to time. Let's open up the phone lines officially. 888-957-9570. James gets us kicked off in San Mateo. James, what do you have?
How are you guys doing? I'm trying to give you an unbiased opinion on Purdy and Mac Jones. And this coming from a Seahawks fan. I've been a Seahawks fan from '83. So I'm not sitting here like being a homer or one or the other. Just when I watch Mac Jones play, he reminds me of a tougher, old-school kind of quarterback. He just reminds me of like a Joe Montana, Steve Young, where Purdy reminds me of like an Alex Smith, if that makes any sense. I think the only reason really the Niners put Purdy back, in his quarterback is, they didn't realize they had a diamond in the rough in Mac Jones. And when they realized it, they're like, oh, crap, we're going to look like idiots if we don't put Purdy back in. And it's not that they're idiots. It's just they didn't realize what they had. You know, I think Lorenzo Neal this week was talking about, well, look what Purdy's done, you know, the back-to-back championships and this, that, and the other. Well, so what? I mean, you can't live off what the guy's done in the past. I know you got to be kind of loyal to him, but, hey, look, Russell Wilson went to back-to-back Super Bowls. It doesn't mean you got to keep him when he starts, you know, his play starts going down.
Hey, James, before you go, let's talk a little Seahawks back in the day. Jim Zorn, give me your favorite Seahawk from back in the 1980s. Were you Efren Herrera, Steve Rabel? Give me a guy.
Zorn, the running back then was Kurt Warner.
Dornick, you remember Dan Dornick?
No, I don't. I came to this country in 1980, and I didn't know anything about American football.
Where are you from?
Here from Ireland. Ireland.
Okay, well, we can talk. Well, we're talking rugby for the next segment from 9 to 11. We're going to break down soccer, and you can call back.
My friends were telling me you got to like the Oakland Raiders or you got to like the Niners. I'm like, why? Why? And they're like, well, you live in the Bay Area now. That's not a good enough reason for me. So I originally started liking the Oilers and Earl Campbell running people over. And then I'm like, oh, look at these guys, Jim Zorn, Steve Largent, Kurt Warner, Kenny Easley. I was like, so I've been a fan of the Seahawks since '83.
All right, let me give you a quick question because we're up against it here. You're telling me that you would feel more confident with the Seahawks going against the Niners if Mac Jones was under center, or with Brock Purdy under center than Mac Jones?
I would, and that's why I was a Garoppolo fan as a Seahawks fan.
Interesting. All right, thank you.
I think he just unveiled his hand right there with the Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow, he feels strongly.
But here's the thing, Zach. I love it. We're off to a solid start. It's Mac Jones talk here today. Listen, if you think Mac Jones should be in there at quarterback, you got somebody here at 95.7 The Game. I'm not going to run you. I'm going to give you some time, man, because I'm right there with you. I mean, we're going to be logical about this, and that's why Carter is going to be like, Dan, check yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to question you.
You're going to check yourself, but I'm going to give you some Mac Jones love that you otherwise would not see at 95.7 The Game. We see you on the phone lines. Hang in there. We're just getting started on a Friday. It's Carter Chickering. It's Dan Avon. We'll be back right after this.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
The holiday rush starts here at your California Ford dealers. The Ford Black Friday Sell-a-thon is on. It's 4 days only of some of our best offers across the entire Ford lineup. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty. The Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. All-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And explore and escape the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These Black Friday Sell-a-thon savings are here for 4 days only. The clock's ticking, the lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the Sell-a-thon and the savings are over December 1st. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Upside down, you're turning it. You're giving up instinctively. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
We were hitting him yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Want to just shout out and pound the chest of what it is that you hit?
Yesterday, I shot a cool 85.
Yeah, that's nice, man.
Made some good putts.
That's the beauty of golfing out here on the West Coast, man.
There's a lot of good courses out here.
Well, and you can play, right? Like,
right.
You know, if you ever spend any time on the East Coast, I mean, the clubs are in the closet for, I'd say, 3/4 of the country until spring and the summer.
The shoes are in the closet for 3/4 of the year. You know, you have your bean boots on for 6 months on other parts of the country. Yeah, I went to college out in Massachusetts, and I think my junior year they had a historic 100-year snowfall, and I woke up one morning, there was literally 4 feet of snow outside, and as a California boy, I had no idea what to do.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's right. Remind people where it is that you went and played basketball.
Yeah, I went to Endicott College, which is in North Shore of Massachusetts, and it is freezing up there.
Yeah, it's a different world out there. And when you talk about, so this is part of the reason why we justify eating crab on Thanksgiving, because when you think about, that part of the world, Massachusetts or Plymouth Rock, the Mayflower,
right?
Like, you can't tell me that the original settlers and the Pilgrims, when they came over here and they met the indigenous people and they had this 3-day harvest and this big meal, that there wasn't any shellfish or crustaceans. You can't tell me that there wasn't any lobster on that damn table, right? Somebody had some blue crab rocking somewhere on that table.
Stuffing and lobster, maybe, Dan?
Like, who the hell's breaking out a dry-ass turkey? Like, no, come on, man. These are people that know what's up when it comes to good food.
Got to get some seasoning on it,
All right, let's get back into it. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers, who are favored by, I think the line was at 4.5, 5. Where's it at right now?
Yeah, I think it's been moving down, Dan, which is surprising. I think you're right. I think it's at 4.5.
As they do battle with
gotta know this, Carter.
The Cleveland Browns. The Browns, a team that comes in at 3-8, but for whatever reason, a lot of people in these parts, it's the Cleveland Browns. Despite a 3-8 record, and yes, Myles Garrett, who is knocking on the door of becoming the all-time sack leader for a season, catching Michael Strahan in his 22.5.
Yeah.
He needs 4.5 in, how many games does he got?
Well, this is week 13,
5
right?
games?
Yeah, so 5. He's going to get there. He's going to get there. And Jackson Smith-Njigba is looking at the all-time receiving record, too. I don't think he'll get there, but I think that Miles will.
Yeah, Jackson Smith-Njigba is already the all-time leading receiver for the Seattle Seahawks in this season.
I saw that.
He's he's got to be your offensive player of the year?
Oh, I don't think so. I think Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a season. Good call.
Yeah, I also just think that feels like a running back award more so than a wide receiver award.
All right, so we're talking about.
Actually, I went to the Rose Bowl in 21, New Year's Day, when JSN had 4 or 5 touchdowns, just put himself on the scene. I was like, holy cow, who is this guy?
Yeah, but did you foresee this, though? I know about what it is that he does, his exploits at the college level, but he's surprising, I think, a lot of people, and how good he is right now. I mean,
well, considering who he had next to him in college, I mean, it's the greatest. I think, people say Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson at LSU. I think you could easily make the argument that Ohio State's was even better with Olave, Garrett Wilson, and JSN. That's just unbelievable.
That's crazy. All right, we're talking about Purdy and Jones, 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy, obviously the starting quarterback. Listen, I recognize Purdy should be the starter. All I'm saying is that, first of all, recognize what it is that Mac Jones was able to do this year and the tools that he had to work with. And also, the difference between the two and the gap and the chasm between the two is a lot more narrow than I think a lot of people recognize. We open up the phone lines and go back to the conversation, and let's join Gene's hanging out in Oakland. Gene, what's on your mind? Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. So, Dan, I'm so happy to hear somebody that shares my same impressions on Brock versus Mac. In fact, I would go one step further and say, if you look at, what we've seen from Brock in the last year and what we've seen from Mac this year, I think by any metric, whether it's wins, losses, statistics, what they had to work with in each game, playing through pain, by any of those, Mac comes out ahead. I mean, clearly, he won me over on that first Rams game, which I think you correctly said. Brock doesn't win that game. I mean, I'm sorry. I certainly hope Brock returns to the form he had or something like what he had a couple of years ago. I was one of his earliest and strongest supporters, but I had a lot of questions coming out of last season, and they've only gotten, I've only added more questions now. So, but I keep hearing about, hey, Mac Jones, now's the time to trade him because you can get the most for him. What, second and third round draft picks, really? How well have we done in the past with those picks? Absolutely not. We need to keep him, and if it takes like $30 million, take that Ayuk money and keep him around because you need two quality quarterbacks to get to the playoffs and go further. Just look at Cincinnati and what they have gone through, and they've lost their opportunity at the playoffs because they didn't have a backup for Burrows. That's all I have to say. Keep Mac.
Gene, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think Brock Purdy played well last year?
I thought he played just okay, but the second half of the season in particular, I thought he regressed.
He wasn't great last year, right? Yeah. Is what you're saying. I mean, compared to 2023, obviously. But what would you say if I told you they have the exact same QBR? If Brock Purdy's QBR last year and Mac Jones' QBR this year, what would you say?
Well, I don't know. He doesn't. Well, how about their relative records? Okay, Purdy has a losing record and Mac has a winning one. So, I mean, there are other metrics to look at too than just QBR. And all told, I just look once again. I hope he returns to that form. I hope he gets the help he needs to do so. But keep Mac around. I think that's just critically important. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks, Gene.
Good job, Gene. Yeah, I think it's interesting when you just look at the body of work with Brock Purdy right now in the first 2 years where he was just so good. 23, he was off the charts.
Well, and Dan, I don't want to be that guy, but that 23 offense was the best offense I had seen in my lifetime. I mean, it really was. In points per game, they were at like 32 points per game. I mean, you're going to win a lot of games if you're scoring 32 points a game, And obviously,
Avengers, it was insane.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, everyone wants to get back to that. But you don't have the pieces around now. And yeah, you could say sure, the Avengers were what made Brock Purdy so good, right? But then you go back to last year, and what's been the biggest weapon on the team this year?
Christian.
He wasn't around last year.
Yeah.
So Brock didn't get that benefit of the doubt last year from the fans. If you were to take all of Christian McCaffrey's completions from Mac Jones away, I mean, that'd be like 50% of the completions. Yeah. I'm not trying to be hard on the guy. It's just like we have to call this the way it is.
McCaffrey leads the NFL in receptions.
Yeah. I mean, he's been their offense, really. I mean, so I just it's hard for me when people don't take these things into account, right? And I'm not some Brock stan that's going to stand up here and say, he's 100% better. It's not close. That's not true, right? Two things can be true at once. He makes probably too much money for what he is. But at the same time, people don't realize, when quarterbacks get signed, you usually are resetting the market every time, right? He signed for the 8th highest contract ever. So really, when you're looking at it, as far as the market goes, which matters, I'm sorry, people that don't think it does, it does. When you're taking a look at that, his contract was actually pretty fair, compared to what he showed. And people could say, 24 wasn't a great year, yada, yada. But, I mean, the team seemed to think he was fine. So, and when it comes to, having a backup quarterback, like Gene said, no, you got to trade him. Sorry. And just because they can't draft in the second and third, and they've shown you that, doesn't mean you continue to perpetuate a bad problem, right? You need to build a team through the draft. And it kind of goes to the Warriors. Everyone's clamoring, they need to get younger. They need to get younger. Do people just give out 27-year-olds nowadays? Good 27-year-olds? I'm just confused. So, not getting picks and not that's not the way to build a team, and having a backup quarterback, that's a luxury. That's something that, a juggernaut team would have, not a team that needs to build.
Well, you say that's not how you build a team. And we got Sean McVay online too, because the Los Angeles Rams would vehemently disagree with you because that's
they
the
built
one
through the
team.
draft.
Well, but they've mortgaged all those picks over the last how many years now?
Yeah, that got them the one Super Bowl, though. That's not how they were in a position at the time where they were touching on a Super Bowl, right? They mortgaged all the picks and they got it. This wasn't the year for the Niners to do that. this is not the year. That would have been in 2023 for them to do that. And now you're in a position like you got to build through the draft. That's what you got.
When you look at Brock Purdy right now, and I think one of the big knocks on him, and forget about he doesn't have Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey healthy, although he does now. How's he going to fare when he loses all of his bells and whistles? Just put that sort of age-old argument aside for a moment. He looks a little bit different in that when you looked at him in 2023, and just to use that as the benchmark, where he was so good and in that MVP conversation, the one thing that he did was that he threw with anticipation, right? And he was so accurate and he was so decisive. It's like, wow, how did this kid do this after just 1 year? He's so far ahead of the game. It's almost as if the first 2 years, because usually it's the other way around, right? Like usually you use those first 2 years and you gradually mature and get better. And now it looks as though he's regressed over the latter part in the last 2 years where suddenly there's indecision and he's not throwing with that sort of anticipation and that definitive, this is where I'm going with the football. There seems to be just that slight sense of hesitancy.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, but I would also push back on the notion that quarterbacks get better. I mean, we've seen a million quarterbacks now have sophomore slumps. CJ Stroud, I mean, Jaden Daniels. I just think that, like, this seems to be a reoccurring thing in the NFL. And Purdy clearly had one last year, compared to the year prior. And going off this last game, like, as you were saying, like, his thing is accuracy. Like, those 3 picks were so inaccurate. I mean, they just weren't close. And, one of them I thought was actually an okay decision. He probably could have scampered up the middle instead of throwing it to Pearsall there in the end zone. That probably would have been a better decision. But if he would have thrown the ball a little farther to the left, like, that would have been a touchdown. I think it was an awful throw. The 3 were, and the other 2 were just horrible decisions on top of awful throws. And this is stuff that Purdy's made his money on, right? Yeah. Like, it's not the size. So when you take away the decision-making and you take away kind of the accuracy, there's nothing left there, right? Like, that's it. At least Mac Jones has the stature then to fall back on and things of that nature, the arm strength and the sexy things people love. Yeah. Purdy doesn't have that.
And that's one of the reasons why I like big quarterbacks. And maybe when it comes to Brock Purdy, and I'm just being really base and honest here, I can't get over the fact that he's a smaller quarterback. I just personally, I want my quarterbacks to look like Tom Brady. Now, obviously, they're not going to be like Tom Brady, but I do believe that there's a reason why smaller quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls. There's been, 1, 2, Drew Brees and Russell Wilson.
Yep.
But I would say Drew Brees and Russell Wilson were, 2 Hall of Famers. And we talk about accuracy. Nobody was as accurate as Drew Brees, and nobody had the sort of arm strength back in the day like that of Drew Brees.
I was going to say both of them had insane arm strength for their size. Purdy does not have that arm strength.
Exactly.
There's no doubt.
And there's a reason why when you're a smaller quarterback, you have to throw with anticipation. You've got to be able to do these other things because you're at a disadvantage as far as the ball coming out of your hands. And it's one of the reasons why I do like Mac Jones. If you give me a quarterback at 6'4", as opposed to somebody who's 6 feet and change on a good day, it's just very different. If I get back into my 5-step drop, and go look at it on YouTube, just watch Mac Jones throwing on those seam routes. It's very different watching the ball come out of his hands, just the trajectory. He does not necessarily have to have that finesse, which Purdy is so good at. In terms of, I got to get it over the linebacker and put it in front of the safety, and I've got to have that right touch. Sometimes as a big quarterback, it's just grip it and rip it.
It makes it a way harder throw. I know what you mean. Yeah, he has to get it over the line and then project it over the linebackers, where Mac Jones is kind of already over them because of his size.
And the ball's getting batted down at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
Like, when you see Mac Jones and you see someone at 6'4" doing it, and they're accurate with the football, and they know where to go with the football, and they're decisive, and you're like, that's the guy I want to bet on. Like, I can get behind somebody. Brock Purdy can clearly do it. We've seen it, right? The body work speaks for itself, but he has to work a lot more hard at it. Like, I think there's the touch. There's got to be, he's got to extend plays, because by extending plays, you create vision, right? If you get a muddled or a muddy pocket, that means that there's guys in your face. And if you're 6 feet tall, you just simply can't see downfield. So by getting outside and extending a play, now I readjust my eyesight and now find my receivers. You don't necessarily have to do that. Listen, you can talk to offensive coordinators and they'll tell you that, yeah, I'd like to have my quarterback be able to be a run, throw threat like that of a Lamar Jackson. But if you give me one or the other, I'll take a quarterback that's going to stay in the pocket and go through his progressions. What's the knock on Caleb Williams right now?
I was just going to say this, Dan. Exactly. The guy doesn't even – it feels like he doesn't even pick his head up before he starts scrambling, right? And I think you're 100% on pars. Purdy sometimes will roll out of the pocket because it feels like he can't see over the line. And that's a problem. Yeah, that's absolutely a problem. You should just be taking, doing your regular drop back and then 2 steps forward to avoid the edge rushers and then make your pass, right? That's the prototypical quarterback I think most people want to see, right? Especially if you can't scramble. And Purdy, it's not like his strongest asset, scrambling Purdy. I mean, he can do it, but it's not like, oh my God, Lamar Jackson. Like, you don't feel that way. So, look, the problems people have with him, where I hold an issue, Dan, and, we never talk about this, but it's like, oh, his arm isn't big enough. He's got noodle arm. Okay, well, he averaged literally the most attempts past 10 yards of any quarterback in the NFL. He also had the best accuracy on passes over 15 yards. So who cares?
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
But that accuracy, I would argue, has come down considerably since 2023.
It has.
I believe it was something like over 10 yards. He was somewhere around the 80 percentile in 2023.
He was so far and above quarterbacks next to him. I mean, in long distance passing, basically statistics. The other one is like, well, he can't throw outside the hash marks. Did we see Mac Jones throw one pass outside the hash marks in 8 games? I can't recall one. Purdy steps in for his first game and throws one outside the hash marks to Kittle for a touchdown. And I'm not saying he does it often. He doesn't. He never does it. He's not great at it. That's a fact. But I also think that's part of the Kyle Shanahan offense, is like aiming for the center of the field, not aiming outside the hash mark.
It's all by design.
Yeah, and so it's like you're blaming the kid because he doesn't do this, but his head coach is telling him not to do it, it seems like. So
yeah, beyond the hash marks, that's just sort of the sexy sort of fans love to see a guy just get back and just be Josh Allen, and let me just see you throw the ball 60 yards in the air to a guy who's streaking down the far sidelines. All right, 888-957-9570. Mitch, of course, Mitch, you would find me on a Friday morning from New Jersey. Mitch, who follows me everywhere I go. Mitch, what's up, my man?
How's it going, Dan? Dan, Zach, happy holidays to you and your families.
You know Carter, by the way, Mitch?
Hey, Mitch.
How you doing, Carter? I think we spoke once before. I don't know if you're on the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You're moving up. I'm moving out. Well,
thanks, buddy.
Be nice to the people on the way up because you're going to see them on the way down. You got a long way to go. You got many years of working. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Mitch.
Retirement's not will crack up to be, especially with the medical coverage. Anyway, I say see if they can get a pick, like a third, fourth round pick for Mac Jones. You got to ride with Purdy. You gave him the money. He's pretty good. We're getting healthy. The defense is looking good too, and they're young. Get Bosa back next year. And there's one more thing. I think you were talking about sophomore slumps. Caleb Williams, I think he's going to beat the Eagles today. He's like 6'2", and he's a sophomore, and he's having an excellent year.
Good point, Mitch. That is a good point, actually.
I don't know if he's having an excellent year. He's having a better year.
Compared to last year.
Yeah.
But coaching matters. Like, coaching matters.
No doubt.
Like,
no doubt.
Eberflus was clearly incompetent.
Yeah, and you can see the Butch Johnson effect. Both on Detroit and Chicago.
I mean, Ben Johnson is he gets it. Clearly, he's turning the Bears around. I mean, come on, Dan. This is, a franchise that has struggled the majority of my life. Rex Grossman dragged them to the Super Bowl, so.
Good knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, the Chicago Bears are the big one against Philadelphia today. I just think the Bears are one of those teams. It's just, there's a few pretenders that are still out there that are still kicking and are still, sticking their chest out, but are going to get deflated pretty quick. I think Chicago's one of them.
Are you taking the Lions over the Bears in a head-to-head right now? If they had to play, and let's just for fun, they had to play on the wild card, you're taking the Lions over the Bears.
I would.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
Young team. Maybe in a year or two, I think that they could do some damage.
Oh, well, that's just it. You can see, and usually the pedigree in the NFL, it's like, this is what happens. You knock on the door, and then it takes a couple of years before you bust the thing down. You're getting there.
You get the coach, you get the quarterback. It's not the first year, right? It's the second or third year you start really. And I guess unless you're Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and they're filling in. The offensive line is much better, as you pointed out, and they're getting some players. And Chicago, I mean, listen, if you're a Bears fan, and there's a lot of them, there's finally an upside, right? There's finally a future, and that's all you've been really sort of hoping for. But I get it. You don't want to give up on this year. I think Indianapolis is another team that I think is going to go away pretty quick in the next month and a half.
I could see them definitely having a fumble in the playoffs and struggling, no doubt.
I just, when you look at the landscape, and that's an AFC team, but when you look at the landscape of the NFC, we talked about this, that there's not a Philadelphia of last year. There's just, it's just wide open, man.
Completely. Completely.
It is just so wide open. And the 49ers, look, I get it. The 49ers without Bosa and without Fred Warner, to be honest with you, I said, listen, you may win some games, you can get excited, but you're not going anywhere. You're not winning the Super Bowl. You're not making a run in NFC Championship without those two. But that defense has played much better.
Yeah.
But I do think it's going to come down to when you get to the postseason, especially on the defensive side of the ball, stars win you games.
Yeah.
And they're just void of that this year.
I also think the trenches, you got to win in the trenches late in the season, right? That's where you just dominate, and they have nothing really in the trenches. They're doing a good job right now, pass blocking, sure, but they're not dominating anything. The defensive line, if you watch that first play from scrimmage by the Carolina Panthers, I mean, they pushed our defensive line back 4 or 5 yards. I mean, really 4 or 5 yards. And Dowdle just had to stand behind his offensive lineman and walk almost. I mean, it's just that's not going to do anything in the postseason. You're just not going to be able to do anything in the postseason with that. Yeah, and I hope I'm wrong. But.
No, I think you're right. I think that's where they get exploited. The back four, as a matter of fact, is much better.
They've been great. Yeah,
I think when you think about the safeties and where they were at the beginning of the season with so many question marks and now I think that's probably maybe the backbone of this team.
Renardo Green, I still have serious questions on. I think he's been burned way too often, but I think they've done a good job considering what they've got.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. All right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get into the 49ers. I do want to talk a little bit more about, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go there and just throw red meat out there, but a little bit more about Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, and I do want to talk about the contract. And the contract that he signed last year. Could you have waited a year? I know you have some thoughts on that, so do I. Zach Green, good to see you, my man. Carter Chickering, Dan Devone here on 95.7 The Game. Back with more after this.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, Buckle up and drive safely.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family visits.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes. $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Black Friday weekend is here. Once a year, you get the lowest prices on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs at stupid prices. You don't have to buy a no-name doorbuster TV with poor picture when you can get a good one for a few dollars more. Where's the best place to shop for these top brands? At Video Only, the only place where you can get better than Black Friday deals on Samsung, LG, and Sony. Better than clubs, better than online. Before you buy, check out the deals at Video Only, because if you don't, you'll be sorry.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Rake in the savings this fall and get rewarded with Milgard Windows and Doors. For a limited time, receive up to $135 back per qualifying windows and patio doors when you buy from Dolan Lumber Windows and Doors. But hurry, this offer ends December 8th. Upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and patio doors designed for lasting comfort and style. Don't miss out. Visit DolanLumber.com or call 801-609-9275 today.
It's time to get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Frosty Fortunes drawings going on now until December 21st. Celebrate the holiday season with hourly cash prizes every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m. And don't miss the grand prize drawing at 7 p.m. where you could win up to $25,000 cash. Get away today and cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. Getting up and doing sports this early is obviously new to me. I don't know how you guys.
Yeah, you should. The 6 a.m. one is brutal, Dan. I was so happy to hear this was at 8 a.m. Good Lord.
Yeah, you're rolling out of bed at what time?
We have to be here at 4:30 to produce the morning roast. Yeah, so it's a brutal schedule. By Friday, you're just a dead person.
The house has got to be on fire for me to get out of that, up and out of bed at 4:30 in the morning. That's just not right. I remember when I was, at some point, you'll realize that stories always come back to me in my career. I'm all about glory days. But when I was sportscasting on television back in the day, I remember my agent called me and said, hey, man, there's somebody in a pretty sizable market that wants you to do a morning show, asking if you'd be interested in doing a morning show. And I listened, on my station that I was working at, like I if someone was to introduce me to the morning anchors, I would have no idea who they are. Like I never watched them because I would be doing the late news. I'd be doing your news at 10, 11 o'clock at night. I don't crash to come down from a show until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then I don't get up until 10, 9, whatever.
Totally.
So and they're by 9 o'clock, their show's already over. So I asked him, I said, well, what time is the show start? And he's like, yeah, well, it starts at 5. And I was like, yeah, man, I can't do that. I could not, when you get to an advanced age, after the age of 25 or 21, to retrain your body to get up that early, it's just
brutal. Yeah,
really, really hard to do. So,
well, we go to bed at 8:30.
Yeah, that's the other thing,
which stinks. And now, with these new, the Warriors games that are on NBC start at 8, so those nights are just oh God. I mean,
8 o'clock, man. It's just you're 2 cocktails deep at that point.
You're just getting started. You just got home. Yeah. So,
all right. So we wanted to get into a little bit more on Brock Purdy, as well as Mac Jones. But you and I just we were talking about this during the break, sort of tongue in cheek. But I'm like, yeah, let's take it to the airways and bring it out to the people and see whether they want to get in on the conversation. 888-957-9570. I've just always been a proponent, Big Chick, that the idea of paying quarterbacks sooner rather than later, why follow the trend? At some point, I guarantee you, there's going to be somebody, whether it's the next whomever, a quarterback that is, that's going to have a huge breakout rookie season. I'm trying to think of a young quarterback that's doing well this year in the NFL. There isn't any.
I can't.
Yeah.
I feel Drake May is doing well, but he's in his second year.
Yeah. So if there's a rookie quarterback, maybe there's somebody, Arch Manning next year, that doesn't look like that's going to happen, but somebody that's going to, who's your Heisman Trophy winner, by the way?
Oh, God. I don't even want to say it out loud, Dan, because it makes me so angry. I think it's Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, no, it's not.
Which pisses me off.
No, it's got to be Jeremiah Love with Notre Dame.
You think?
No.
Really?
You're asking an Indiana guy.
He didn't get enough carries at the beginning of the season to where it kind of slipped him back too much.
It's going to be Mendoza? He's going to go in the second round.
He's a quarterback. It's a quarterback award.
He'll
be low first round.
Yeah.
Wow. I think people want him. I think people really want him. I think you'll be surprised.
He's actually a good kid.
Is he? Do you know him?
Well, no, I've just seen him interviewed. He seems like a really sensible, just really big smile, infectious sort of personality.
Well, I'm obviously not a very big fan because he kind of left our Bears deserted.
Well, now it's just how do you keep Saga in town?
You don't.
He's walking, you think?
Oh, I mean, Dan, I don't think there's a shot, a snowball shot in hell he's coming back. No chance.
But this is what bothers me, Chick, is that you got all this Cal money, right? These boys are in Silicon Valley. These tech startups.
Well, I don't think they do have that money, Dan. And you'd think that their alumni base would have serious pockets, but it's just not coming out. Obviously, Stanford got that huge donation from one individual for $50 million just toward the football program. That makes a difference. But Cal hasn't gotten that yet. So, I mean, I was a guy who 3 years ago was saying they needed to fire Justin Wilcox, though. I was way ahead of that, and I was ridiculed at the station for it. But look, the guy was in there for 10 years, and they were 500 every year.
Every year.
You got to try to do better than that, right? Even if it means, a couple even really down years. You just have to try to be better than that.
Yeah, and he cuts his teeth on the defensive side of the ball, and that defense year in and year out, it's the same undersized linebackers and just their corners were good for whatever reason. They were putting guys in the NFL, but
there was only up to go, and they had to hire a defensive coach after Sonny Dykes. Do you remember that defense?
Yes.
58 points a game allowed. I mean, who's ever seen anything like that?
Well, what would be nice is that if you could have Sonny Dykes as your OC.
Exactly.
Yeah, he could put up some serious points.
Of course, he went to the college football final right after they fire him. Great.
All right, but I do want to get into the conversation about Brock Purdy, and we sort of went off track here because I was talking about young quarterbacks and why I would wait before I paid them. In other words, just to bring it back home, I'm not offering necessarily Brock Purdy that contract after what it is that I saw in 2024. And I know you feel as though that he's not going to play, if that's the case.
No way.
If he's not under contract. I think that might be applicable to some players, not Brock Purdy. Like, I can't see Brock Purdy sitting out an entire season.
You're one of the type that think he's this nice guy and it's going to be all good and he's just going to go. He seems like a good dude and he'll just do it. But I just think and everyone thinks that about Mac Jones. This goes back to our earlier point of, Mac will take $20 million next, when his contract's up. It's like, at the end of the day, these guys, their purpose is to make money.
Sure.
And if Brandon Ayuk had not done what he did, he would be in a hellstorm right now of, what am I going to do? I don't have any money now because I didn't negotiate my contract when I had that 1 year left. And now I've torn my ACL, right? And with the 49ers track record of being able to keep quarterbacks healthy, there's just no way he was going to stand behind that line. No way.
But how does it help you if you're Brock Purdy by sitting out an entire season?
I guess it doesn't help you necessarily. You're right. And it's not like people were clamoring to get him. But the 49ers were clamoring to get him. I mean, they clearly wanted his services. And if you're saying you're not going to get my services if you don't pay me, then it makes it pretty simple, I would think, for the Niners.
I think when you look at precedents here, Le'Veon Bell is the only guy that I can think of that sat out an entire season. What was that, 2018?
Yeah. And
sat out an entire year.
Didn't pay off.
No.
Yeah.
And so historically, that's why I think it works in your favor, especially if you're Brock Purdy. I don't think you're sitting out an entire season.
Do you think it would differ, though, from the quarterback position to the running back position?
Maybe.
I think it probably would.
And here's why when you talk about $20 million, and it's interesting you throw that number around when it comes to Mac Jones, because let's say, and I do believe that Brock Purdy plays football this year, and if you're the 49ers and you're Prog Marate or whomever, you're like, look, we can talk contract during the season. I don't mind doing that, but after last year, let's see what it is that you're doing this year, and if you look like the Brock Purdy that we're certainly familiar with, we'll take care of you. And then Brock Purdy obviously gets hurt. Mac Jones steps in. If you're having that conversation right now, I'm sorry if I'm Prog Marate, I go to Brock Purdy and his people, and I'm like, hey, listen, we're going to give you 20, 25 mil. We're not going 53 per. And this is just big business. And if he says, well, I'm going to walk, well, guess who will play for $20, $25 million? And his name's Mac Jones. So you didn't have that leverage of a Mac Jones a year ago. And I do believe that Mac Jones would take that in a heartbeat. He's like, you want to give me the 25 mil? I'll do it.
You believe that prior to this last contract, right? You're not saying that after this contract with the Niners, he would say yes to that.
No, absolutely not. I'm with you on
but they
that.
didn't have to pay him 20 to 25 mil. See what I'm saying? They could have just paid him $8 million. He was available. No one was fighting for him.
Yeah, but my point is that if Brock Purdy is going to, this is his walk year, if he's going to leave, we'll allocate that money to Mac Jones. And
Long
Mac Jones
term, you're saying.
Is
5 years.
Not coming in at 53 per.
Yeah, you're saying like a 5-year contract. Then.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
You're leveraging, obviously, off of Mac Jones. Yeah, an extended contract.
Yeah, you probably could have paid him $10 million.
Exactly.
50 million total or something. Yeah.
Well, the point being is that you're not giving Brock Purdy 53.
Right.
Like that, after what it is that I saw Brock Purdy do in your absence, now gives me a bargaining chip where I can go back to Brock Purdy and I can say, okay, listen, we'll give you 25 mil. And if you don't want the 25 mil, well, we can, we're going to go Mac Jones. He may not be as good as you, but Kyle Shanahan, I think, feels very strongly that he can win with that guy. I feel, and Mac Jones they're about the same age.
Yeah.
And Mac Jones is somebody that I do believe Kyle Shanahan's like, okay, I'm not – maybe I don't get the guy who's going to be able to extend plays and be able to run like that of a Brock Purdy, but that's okay because I was in on guys like Kirk Cousins and Matt Ryan. I cut my teeth with those sort of guys. There's a reason why I walked down and I called up Sam Darnold. There's a reason why I invited Mac Jones to camp. I like those kind of guys. I can win with that dude. And so I don't think the transition, if you had to pay Mac Jones long term, and Brock Purdy in his camp says, there's no way in hell. We want our $55 million. We're going elsewhere. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out.
Yeah, Dan, I think there's a couple things there. First, I think if he were to have played hardball, right, I think there would have been a bunch of teams lining up for Purdy, which is fine. I mean, let him walk. Sure, go for it. But I think that he would have gotten paid eventually.
So you really okay, I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
because it's one of those that I think that were there going to be a lot of teams lining up to pay him 50 feet? Really?
Yes, absolutely. There are so many bad teams. People forget. You think the Raiders wouldn't have been clamoring to hire Brock Purdy? The Jets? I mean, come on.
See, I think there's a lot of people that recognize he's a good quarterback, and you don't want to use the system word, but it is reverberating in the back of minds of people, especially when it comes to writing a big check. That guy works with Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. You come to the Raiders, we can't give you 53 per because that's just not going to work with us.
No, I get it. But at the end of the day, he was an MVP candidate, right? Like, I think that any of those dumb teams, which I'll call them, would clamor for that. Like the Titans. There's just a lot of teams that have been looking for a quarterback and wandering the desert for a long time. And because of that, I think that he would have gotten that eventually. I think he would have gotten paid eventually, right? I just think that clearly the 49ers wanted him. And I'm not sure whether it was Kyle or I'm not sure whether it was up top and Jed York and finally just putting his foot down basically on Kyle and saying, look, dude, this has been 10 years and you haven't figured out a quarterback yet. What coach is allowed to go 10 years and not figure out a quarterback? I don't think we've ever seen it, okay? And on top of that, you traded 2-3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. You botched that situation. Like, what choice did he have? He had to settle down, I think. I think they gave him an ultimatum. I really do. And, I think Kyle's hands were tied. I think you'd ask Kyle. I think he'd be cool flipping quarterbacks every 2 years, keeping the roster stacked and running his system, and that's the way it should go. But I think there could be a disconnect between what the front office wants and what Kyle is, thinks he can do really with an underpaid quarterback.
888-957-9570 off to San Jose. Let's join Austin. Austin, what's up, my man? How are you today?
What's up, my guy? How you doing, Carter? How you doing, Dan? Listen, just a couple perspectives. How you doing, guys? Listen, non-Niner fan perspective, I got my own issues in D.C. I'm a Commanders fan, Dan. I think you know that. But one quick comment. You guys mentioned something about Jaden. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You did say that Jaden had a sophomore slump. I don't know. I kind of heard that. The dude had some serious issues with injuries this year, and they didn't build the roster in D.C. around him. So that's another story for another day. But going back to Brock, I always wondered why, and maybe you guys can clear this up. Everybody said it's market-driven, and you got to pay him. I used to argue with Willard about that. I said, we don't have to pay him. I mean, they could have. To me, I didn't see who else was out there. And maybe you guys can tell me what other team was going to give Brock $53 million a year. That's what I've never been able to get anybody to tell me who was going to do it. It felt like the Niners were really competing with themselves. I think the biggest fan of Brock was the Niners. I don't think there was anybody else out there. Maybe he gets 40, but 53? No, I didn't see that. And listen, they could have got Darnold and a backup for the same price. I mean, what is Darnold playing for, like 30-something, I think? 35,
yeah, 33-ish.
That sounds a lot better than 53, and you could have signed a backup. Think about it. They could have had Darnold and Mac Jones. I mean, how good would that look? Would you take Darnold and Mac Jones at that price point versus Brock, and now you're talking about trading Mac Jones? I mean, listen, I'm not a Niner fan, but that would be a concern to me that where are you going here? So the other thing, coming from D.C. perspective again, when they were there, when they had Cousins, Dan, they gave him, I think they franchised him. Remember, the 35 at the time was big money. And everybody said, well, geez, they made a big mistake. As it turned out, they really didn't, because he wasn't committed to Washington the way that he should have been. That owner then, who the guy we don't want to mention, Snyder, but he was not committed to the player. So they signed him. They signed a couple. I think they signed a couple of franchises on him. So they paid like 70 maybe, but they didn't pay. They didn't have a commitment of $100 million or more. So you got to look at. I think why didn't they franchise him, Carter? Why didn't they just take the franchise?
Listen, Austin,
on Brock?
I would have been all for that. I just really don't think he would have played. I just don't. And
what were his options? What were his options?
Just to sit.
Carter? Do you really think?
Yeah, I really do. I really do. He's just collecting his check. I mean, and then he gets to go somewhere the year after. Like they saw him off a great year. People did, So you're seeing him off a great. Well, I guess they saw him off of 24, so it wasn't a great year. But they have 23 under his belt.
Well, the one last thing I would say, and I'll go, that his best option, though, was the Niners because Kyle's system fits Brock perfectly. I'm
Absolutely.
not sure. You take Brock out of San Francisco. I'm not saying he couldn't do it, but how good would Brock be in another system?
No.
I think that's the issue, guys.
I completely agree with you, Austin, on that. There's no doubt about that. This guy, it feels like, is molded to this system in the fact that he can throw good balls over the middle. We didn't see it last week, but he can, and he has a nice ball. It's just, can he see over the line and things like that, And I think people make more of the scampering thing than it really is. I really do with him. Like, yeah, he can run. It's just like if he's running, like you feel great when he gets you 5 or 6, right? It's not like you're like, go Brock, go. So I hear you, Austin, for sure. I just don't think the modern NFL is that way. You just can't tell people to do things. These players don't operate like this anymore.
I think he's custom made for the 49ers and nobody else. And that's why I don't know if there were a lot of people that were knocking on the door like, let's get in a bidding war for Brock Purdy.
Can we acknowledge, though, that there are a lot of dumb NFL teams? There's a lot of dumb NFL teams.
New York Jets.
Yes, exactly. The Raiders. There's a bunch of crappy franchises out there that, as I said, have been wandering the desert forever. We saw the Browns do it with Deshaun Watson. He has all these allegations. We don't care. We'll pay him the most money ever guaranteed to a player, and still to this day, it's the most money. And the contract was signed 4 years ago. Think about that. Maybe Dak has passed him now, but it's just there's desperate teams that make bad decisions out there. I think someone would have paid him. I really do.
Well, usually when you're making those bad decisions, you're usually allured by the sexy sort of strong arm, the dimensions. Again, getting back to a bigger quarterback. You get swayed by all that sort of stuff and not doing your real homework because you don't really know football and you don't know, system, whether he fits in theoretically to your system and sort of the things that the Kyle Shanahans, the Sean McVays, and the O'Connells of the world, they recognize, sort of the nuances of quarterbacks. Sometimes, the New York Jets, the Giants, some of these other bozos, they just get caught up in he's big and he can throw. That's why Brock Purdy's stature was I don't think all that stuff works against him in the open market. Now you got to look at him and say, okay, well, he's small. He doesn't have the strong arm. He's not necessarily that fast. He's not Lamar Jackson. So what is it that we're getting? Well, we're getting a guy that's really good in his system. He's a system quarterback, but we're the Jets. Our system sucks. We're the Raiders. Our system sucks. We're whomever. We're Tennessee. We have no system. So I don't know that there would have been that sort of let's make a mistake on Brock Purdy.
What do you mean by you don't think that there would have been a suitor that would have been willing to make a mistake on him? I don't know, Dan. I just think we've
usually
seen
those mistakes are reserved for the Deshaun Watsons or the guys that have the big arm that they make a mistake on because they saw only this sort of the height and the dimensions and the big arm and all these sort of things that led them to a bad decision because they didn't have the intelligence or the football IQ to recognize, all the downfall that eventually was Deshaun Watson.
I hear you. I think at the end of the day, though, these teams are clamoring for wins. And you're looking at a guy who just has won a ton in the NFL for the short period he's been here.
Yeah.
And I think, look, he's been a good leader for the team. I mean, they all seem to like him, too. So I just think that he has a lot of qualities teams would like. And, the stature's hard to get past, but you look at that game film from 23, I think, like, teams would be clamoring. I just do.
Well,
That's
again,
just
it wasn't
my opinion.
23, it was 24. That was the latest body of work. And my thing is about paying a quarterback. I'm just saying, why can't you wait?
Do you, though, buy into, like, look, Super Bowl hangover? Some people might say that, right? And I'm not saying, like, oh, this is an excuse for Purdy, yada, yada, yada. I'm just saying, like that takes a lot to get to the Super Bowl and then lose in overtime, right? And I think the team was injured, clearly, around him. His number one receiver goes out in week 7. Sure. Like, there's a lot of factors, I think. And no CMC. I just think there's a lot of factors. And it sounds like I'm caving up for the guy. Like, I just am a Niners fan. I just want to win. And I just think this quarterback talk in general, the controversy, is just distracting. Like,
okay,
I just think it's distracting.
I'll give you the hangover. How would you assess his play this year in 4 games?
Oh, it's been, at best, mediocre.
So then what's the excuse for this year?
Well, I mean, he's been hurt. I mean, it's an easy excuse this year. He's been hurt.
Well, see, I can't go there because these interceptions have been over the last 2 years. He threw picks towards the end of last season. He threw 2 picks against Seattle. That I don't know that it's necessarily the injury exclusively that's leading to the high number of interceptions. I think that this is sort of a trend that is something that we've witnessed over again. The compare and contrasting of Brock Purdy the first 2 years in the NFL as opposed to the last 2 years are clearly 2 different animals.
I'll give you why on the other side, why I think that's the case. But just before we do that, even I would just respond to that and say he had 133 quarterback rating against the Cardinals, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. So I think you're chasing that animal, and a lot of times you're getting the animal from Carolina, So
yeah, well, he threw some what could have been picks against the Arizona Cardinals.
Absolutely.
All right, it's time for the Ghost Report, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub right on Main Street in Redwood City. Which Niner player the Browns should be afraid of heading into this weekend's game? That was.
Well, who do you think it's going to be, Danny?
Oh.
Who do you got?
I'll go McCaffrey.
You think it's Christian McCaffrey this week? Because, I that was probably going to be my pick, but I'll pick someone else for you. I'll go Brock Purdy just for the fun of it this week. I think they've got to be scared of Brock Purdy. I think he's going to get the ball off quick. I think he's not going to hold it back there, and I think that'll be the ability that people see again, that he's good at doing, is executing an offense that Kyle puts in there. So I'll say Brock Purdy for fun.
One last nugget. Oh, that was the outro?
Yeah, that was the intro and the outro, yeah.
That was the Ghost Report, brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub, specializing in quality craft beers, cocktails, and great fresh food. Why am I thinking this bit has worked a lot better when it wasn't Zach and I were pulling the trigger?
Yeah, it's usually a little smoother, but that's okay, all right? It's day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday here.
Christian McCaffrey, just to get back to him, is why I think he's the Niner that the Browns should be most afraid of. This guy leads the NFL in receptions, and he also leads the league in not in yardage, but in carries.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what he's doing this year.
Carries and receptions. Like, you talk about a one-man show. That is remarkable.
Well, I want to get into some Christian McCaffrey on the other side, Dan. I've got definitely a question I want to ask you, so since I haven't seen you in so long.
All right, we'll talk a little Christian McCaffrey. I do want to get into the injury that is one Brock Purdy as the excuse as to why he's not been very effective in throwing the high number of interceptions that we've witnessed this season. We'll do that and much more. It's Carter Chickering and Dan Avone on the day after Thanksgiving here on 95.7 The Game.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The holiday rush starts here at your California Ford dealers. The Ford Black Friday Sell-a-thon is on. It's 4 days only of some of our best offers across the entire Ford lineup. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty. The Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. All-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And explore and escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These Black Friday Sell-a-thon savings are here for 4 days only. The clock's ticking, the lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the Sell-a-thon and the savings are over December 1st. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person, or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed. Visit a Verizon store today. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Yeah, it'll be cold regardless.
And once again, just to revisit this, I do not want to hear that Brock Purdy is not a cold weather quarterback. To me, that's just the translation there is in NFL talk, he has smaller hands and he can't grip a quarterback. I will grip a football. How else do you interpret you're not a cold weather quarterback?
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And honestly. I think it's a moniker that Brock Purdy wants to remove himself. He wants to separate himself from being a guy that apparently can't win in the cold. Like, who wants to be that guy?
So maybe he should have been your pick for the Ghost Report. You sound like you're really optimistic this week, and I'm actually
not. Ghost Report, just to be honest with you, I had to come up with somebody because I had no idea what the hell we were doing there. So, yeah.
I got the weather, by the way.
What is it?
Give it to us.
This is the latest report. Windy rain showers in the morning will change to snow showers in the afternoon.
Oh,
high of 39. Winds at 25 to 35 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation at 60%.
Maybe they should start Mac Jones, huh?
That's grisly. That is absolutely grisly. Another reason why I don't live in Cleveland. All that being said, Chick, just to get back to this, once again, my original point, I get it. It's Cleveland. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be cold. That doesn't bode well, not only for Brock Purdy, it doesn't bode well for the 49ers because they typically don't play in that weather. But they're going to be fine. It's the Cleveland Browns at the end of the day. And I know so many people are getting in the trees. Oh, Myles Garrett, that defensive front. It's also Shedeur Sanders, who might be a good quarterback at some point, and they are dumbing down this offense for him. Like, I'm sorry, but Robert Sala's just going to sit on those routes. Like, they literally have pared this down because Shedeur's obviously making just what his second NFL start, and so it's not very complex, and this is what you have to do when you have rookie quarterbacks. Saleh is just going to confuse the hell out of that guy. There's going to be turnovers. They're going to play this thing on Cleveland's side of the ball. The rain and all of this craziness and the defensive is not going to be a factor. And I think at the end of the day, you have to, yes, I get it. Myles Garrett is a good player, and they haven't fared well in Cleveland. But miss me with all of that because the Browns aren't good, and Shedeur Sanders and that offense is putrid. And the 49ers defense, it's all about where you're at right now. And the defense wasn't very good early on, but the defense has been much better. And there's a momentum, I think, that's building right now defensively where the 49ers are actually pretty good. And that's all you need for a Shedeur Sanders and a Cleveland Brown team that is so inept on that side of the ball.
You obviously sound very optimistic, and I'll give you some pessimism here. First of all, I think they beat the Raiders for that one game that Shedeur started. The Raiders at least have some defensive line. I mean, they have one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, at least. I think
Max Crosby.
I think that helps, especially with the new quarterback, and they still got it done. The 49ers don't have that. They don't have much press at all on their defensive line. They don't have much push, that is, on their defensive line. And we've seen it now over and over and over again. Yeah, the defense has been better. The secondary's been better. And the linebackers have been able to perform even through the injuries. Bethune goes out. I thought we weren't singing his praises enough for what he was doing, honestly. He was unbelievable.
He was a beast.
He had like 65 tackles in 3 games or something. I mean, it's insane. He had some ridiculous number. It might have been 4 games. But now you have Curtis and Robinson in. I haven't heard anything on Bethune. Zach, if you can let me know if Bethune's playing this week or not, I'd be interested. But Curtis Robinson, he did a good job last week. So we'll just have to see. But I have skepticism whether this offensive line can continue what it's been doing this weekend. I think that this is we're talking about a guy who's going for the record of the most sacks ever.
No, he's good. There's no doubt about that. But I'm a firm believer that offensive lines, they're a lot like Las Vegas showgirls. Like, you got to be in sync. It's like chorus line. It takes a while for everybody to get on the same page. You know what I mean? It's just like, and they all have to work off of each other. It's this weird sort of relationship. And more often than not, good offensive lines always take a while before everybody's now, okay, we're all on the same page. We're all moving at the same time. We're connected by that string. We're all on the same string. So when you think about that offensive line, Brendel was just bad. I can't make excuses for him early on in the season. I don't think he was hurt. Pooney was hurt. We went through the offensive line, and they just weren't good. Trent Williams was just not Trent Williams. Now he's being rated as one of the top 3.
He's been great.
tackles.
Yeah, he's been great. And Pooney and he really had a rough start to the season in general, I think. And then, obviously, we talked about Ben Barch earlier. He goes out. You're kind of like Band-Aiding that position, really, going forward, the left guard position. And Burford stepped in and been really a nice surprise. But I never understood why he never got a shot, it felt like, when people went out at, just plug him in anywhere but center, I always felt like, because his sheer size over any of their other offensive linemen is just so much bigger. And I think you're seeing that come into effect now. It's hard to get through he and Trent Williams standing next to each other. That's a tall task for anybody.
Yeah, so when I look at that offensive line now, as opposed to when they were protecting my man Mac Jones, which wasn't happening. Poor Mac Jones, man. It's just offensive line sucks. You got no wide receivers. Oh, and George Kittle's out. But go beat the Rams on the road, buddy. And he did, while picking his ass off the floor out there in L.A. after every single play. But the offensive line right now is as good as the 49ers have been all year long. And I'd take it a step further. You might see this same offensive line start next season. Like, I think that this is, I think, sort of your foundational pieces going forward. And so I guess my point is that, yeah, that defensive front for that of the Cleveland Browns is real, and Myles Garrett is good. And if it was Myles Garrett against the 49ers in weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5, I would say, uh-oh. Not now. I'm a little bit more secure.
Wow.
Well, not Myles Garrett, but I think you have a much better chance of where they're at right now as opposed to, say, a month ago.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that your notion of Purdy's feet is going to come to light this weekend. I think he's going to have to use his feet this weekend. If he's holding the ball any longer than 2.5 seconds this weekend, they're going to be in trouble. I'm telling you right now, Kyle's going to be running an offense that's based on slant routes, little outs from McCaffrey. There's not going to be anything downfield this game. And, I mean, on top of having Myles Garrett, they have Denzel Ward on the other side, too. He's a fantastic corner. So the game plan's got to be 10 yards is really what you're looking at, the sweet spot. It's not going to be 15 or 20-plus yard plays. I can tell you that right now.
But it is, again, the Cleveland Browns at the end of the day. And they just it's a 3-8 football team, and it's Cleveland, who have just not been good for so very long. And I just think that they're getting way too much respect this week. I know, it's Cleveland. You haven't played well, but you could have won that game if it wasn't for Jake Moody missing yet another field goal and guys dropping passes, that being, again, Christian McCaffrey dropped the key pass, Brandon Ayuk dropped the key pass. I mean, I'm just looking at the Browns this year. The Ravens rolled up 41 against that vaunted defense.
Yeah, that's a...
They did beat the Packers, but that's early on in the season, and I'm going to dismiss that because the beginning of the year is very weird. The Lions had 34. The Vikings beat you and put up 21 points. J.J. McCarthy's Minnesota Vikings, who, by the way, is not going.
The Ravens game, at least Lamar was starting. He had 4 touchdowns and no picks. That'll do it. I mean, I think, he's generational talent. Yeah, that makes sense.
The Jets put up 27 on you. And beat you 27. The Jets.
That's a really bad team.
So before we start to confuse these guys of the monsters of the Midway or the 85 Chicago Bears or Siragusa and the Ray Lewis Baltimore Ravens back in the day, let's just check ourselves. While it's a good defense, this is not an epic defense.
It's not an epic defense, no. But I think that this defense is good at things that will give the 49ers problems. And, this is the game really afterward where if the offensive line plays well, then we're having an offensive line conversation on Monday. This is your test right now. If you can stop this guy at this time, especially the way he's rolling,
yeah, right.
I mean, that's going to be a hell of a task for McKivitz and Trent Williams, frankly.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is that when we talk about how the offensive lines got much better and the running game suddenly has returned, while we can certainly throw praise at the offensive line, let's not forget George Kittle.
Yeah.
And what it is that he means to that team in terms of his blocking, not necessarily receiving.
And he's, since his injury return, he's completely woken them up. Like, you're seeing holes finally from McCaffrey. And I never bought into the whole, well, Christian McCaffrey's washed. And I don't know if you did, Dan. Did you? Obviously, you were hearing the murmurs of people saying, well, this guy's done. He's 29. He's coming off a huge injury. It doesn't look good right now. I mean, what were your thoughts on that?
Well, I would say this, is that you can clearly see that he's lost a step.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I want to say that his longest run from scrimmage this year is 20 yards.
Yeah, it is.
He would, and this goes back to his days in Carolina, he was a threat to go to the house, no matter where he was in the field. He would bust you for 40, 50, 60 yards. He had that ability. That's not him anymore. He's still very, very, obviously, I'm overstating the obvious here, he's still very, very good. But he does not have the ability to be the sort of running back he was just a short few years ago.
Interesting. So I think that, I'm not going to say that, he's exactly what he was. No, I agree with you. I think that there's probably a step back to some degree, but I think that step back is a lot smaller than people are making it seem. I think that the bigger issue was early on in the year is he was literally running into people's backs. Like there weren't any holes to run through. And frankly, he's better at running in between the tackles than he is running outside the line. Like he just has been for the 49ers. And those holes just were not there. And we saw a couple beautiful runs. He had one against the Carolina Panthers that he just shot through that hole. And the hole, I'm serious, wasn't more than a nanosecond there. Like the vision's still there, right? Like, but I think that the holes weren't there. And I think that's where he was really struggling. That's where the struggles purely came from at the beginning of the year. I agree with you that getaway speed has maybe slowed down.
No, it's not there anymore, but that does not mean that he's not an effective and still the best. Well, I don't know if he's the best one. He's not the best running back in the game anymore, but he's clearly the go-to guy for the 49ers. He's got to go off.
No, and I think that's why you're seeing him so much in the passing game too, Dan, is because by giving him these short passes, you're getting him past those first level defenders already, right? And then he can basically work off the second level. He's not having to break those tackles really as much. And that's lightening the load to some degree for him. So Vegas has him this weekend at 4.5 receptions, which I just think is the easiest money can buy over that, especially with, as I said, they're going to have to get the ball out quickly. And, when you have a great corner back there and you have to get the ball out quickly, you're going to be dumping off the ball a lot. So if anyone wants my lock of the day, that would be my lock of the day.
So, Kristen,
I would take the under.
Well, that's why you lose.
You want to defend yourself as to explain why?
Oh, like a snow game? Like with the Browns offense, I think they're going to run the ball a lot with the Browns as well as the 49ers. I mean, be a lot of RPOs and stuff, and I don't know, it could come down to a field goal. I could see it being like a 17 game with the kick on the line.
I think your numbers sound right there. Yeah, that's about point-wise where I expect it to be, is in the teens, for sure.
So how's this? If Brock Purdy does not play well in this game, and he's throwing a couple of more picks, which is possible. We're not starting Mac Jones the following week, but where are we at as far as the quote-unquote quarterback controversy? How much do we need to see of the ineptitude of one Brock Purdy before the conversation gets real as far as Mac Jones replacing him? And if Mac Jones replaces him, does not mean that he's now the new starting quarterback. It's just, let's get your bearings back, and Mac Jones is going to play a game or two.
The conversation's already real. The fans have already been clamoring for it. I think the conversation's here, whether we want to deny it or not. I
take that back. Actually, if you replace Brock Purdy with Mac Jones, it's on. Mac Jones is your quarterback. I don't think you can go back to Brock Purdy.
Well, so Dan, that goes back to the Carolina game where people were saying that he should have been benched after the 3 picks. That never crossed Kyle Shanahan's mind.
No.
I can tell you right now. First of all, you're in the lead. You're not benching a quarterback when you're still leading the game, right? Especially a quarterback you just paid all that money to. If he would have done that, it opens the door. I mean, that's Pandora's box. I mean, you're completely in trouble. And if Mac comes in, has a good game, how do you go back to Brock then? Without an uproar really from the fans. So yeah, I think this conversation has already started with the fans. We're past that. I think we're a couple weeks past that. But when is it going to start in-house is the question, right? When are people going to be calling, wow, this is getting rough. This has been 2 bad games in a row, 3 bad games in a row. If you do it this week, it's one thing. You do it next week against the Titans, those voices are going to get really loud. I can tell you right now.
It just got to make sense to Kyle Shanahan at the end of the day. Kyle Shanahan has got to arrive at a point where I have a better chance to win with Mac Jones. Because Mac Jones can do this, that, and the other thing. And Brock Purdy is not doing that for me.
See,
it's got to be very simplistic for him.
I'm very much with you on that, Dan. As far as, like, we talked about that I think Jed York potentially has his hand in this a little bit, right? Like, settle on a quarterback. Like, we paid this guy. He's going to stay in, yada, yada. But that being said, if Kyle thinks that Mac Jones can win games over Brock Purdy, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. Like, I'm not sure that Brock could have gone into L.A. and beat the Rams the way that Mac Jones did. I really am not. But I think that being said, like, he's Mac Jones has got to really do a lot to take this job, bottom line. And I think that he did a lot, but Brock Purdy now has to help him, is the bottom line. He's not going to get it otherwise. And Brock Purdy really has to help him to take this job, I think.
Well, he's leaning in that direction. And I think it's just, you're right. If you lose games and he's not playing well, it's got to get to that point where Kyle Shanahan's, his hand is forced. And you can't be influenced by York. I know he's the big guy, right? Yeah. He's the boss, but you can't have those guys making the decision for you. You can't say, listen, we're paying this guy X amount of money. You got to give him, a bigger leash.
No.
Or a longer leash.
No, but I think that you can sense frustration from an owner saying, it's time to settle on a quarterback, sir. Like, I've given you plenty of leash. It's been 10 years. And we have now we trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. We pay Jimmy Garoppolo, the highest contract, $26 million at the time. It was a huge contract. Then we trade all these picks for Trey Lance. Like, see what I'm saying here? Like,
I see what you're saying, but I would say the only quarterback, and this is, listen, it's not just an only because it was huge, and it's the biggest draft day trade in the history of the franchise. But the only guy he's really missed on is Trey Lance. I mean, can you argue what he did with Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo was, you needed to sign him. Clearly, he was the best option at the time. But Jimmy Garoppolo played himself out of the position.
No,
you went for Trey Lance. It didn't work there. You fell on Brock Purdy, but it's not as though it's Kyle Shanahan giving up on quarterbacks that go on to, or giving up on quarterbacks too early rather than too late. Like, I can see the thinking to defend Kyle Shanahan here.
Right.
Because there's not a blatant mistake other than that of Trey Lance.
So with the Jimmy G thing, right, it's like, what was his biggest deficiency? Why do you think they moved off of him? I think the play was part of it, right? But the big part of it was he couldn't stay healthy. I mean, period. And that right now is my biggest concern with Brock Purdy, is this guy has shown he cannot stay healthy right now. I mean, he really can't. And feels like something every year, right? Whether it was the elbow or the toe this year. And that's why you moved off Garoppolo. So I think that the product on the field is far better than it was with Garoppolo with Brock Purdy. I don't think that's really close. But I think the ability to stay healthy, which is one's best ability in sports, it looks very much the same at this point. And we don't know whether that's a Kyle Shanahan issue and the way the offense is run, or that's just these two guys are frail. Who knows?
888-957-9570. San Rafael, the location. Ralphie is standing by. Ralphie, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy day after Thanksgiving.
You too, Ralphie.
Hey, so here's my question. I think it's kind of a no-brainer and fairly obvious. If Brock and Jones were making the exact same salary, right, the exact same salary, who would we be starting? Absolutely, we'd be starting Mac Jones. It wouldn't even be a question. So, when you're saying like, the ownership's a little bit involved, this, that, and the other, and the politics of making that big money, I think that does obviously play into it, but I think at some point they're going to really start to make that sort of calculus and that sort of calculation. And eventually, like you said, he's going to need a little bit of help from Brock on it, but I think they're going to get there. And here's the last thing I want to say. What was the name of the coach that he played for at Alabama as far as Jones?
Saban?
Yeah. This guy has 4 years of Saban. Well, I don't know how many years he played there, but he has a lot of years of that guy in his head. And you know what? I think it matters, and I think it's shown. And I think that explains a lot of the wins we've seen from Mac. So anyway, I'll take you guys' question off the air. And again, happy day after Thanksgiving. Thanks for letting me call.
That's actually a really good point. And
do you want me to push back on it?
Well, no, the Saban part of it.
Yeah, I know. You want me to push back on that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm here for your pushing
How many Alabama
back.
quarterbacks from Nick Saban's era have done well in the NFL?
Tua Tagovailoa, ladies and gentlemen. No, I get your point. And go ahead. I'll let you finish.
No, I
was
finished.
that it?
That was it.
Whoa!
Yeah, simple.
Carter just with an uppercut.
Yeah, it's
right
just
cross.
simple.
I didn't see coming.
No, I'm not discrediting what he said, actually. I think it was actually pretty smart. And I think for me, yeah, I'd probably keep him Mac in that scenario. Yeah. I mean, because I just think like when you're subbing quarterbacks in and out and whatever, like you're interrupting the flow of things. Like you're having to set things up differently every week. And I just think it just makes it hard on people, right? Like, so I just think the more consistency, the better. And I think we've seen this with the 49ers as far as like the offseason, right? Like this offseason, they tried to keep it as clean as possible. And we loved it as fans. Like we felt much better going in the season. I know the locker room felt better. They didn't have to deal with all those questions about Purdy's contract or whatever. And we've seen what it looks like, the polar opposite. And I think we're going through some of that drama now in the middle of the season that's unwanted. And by keeping Mac just consistently in there, I think it would have avoided some of that. But like that was never on the 49ers. Like that wasn't going to ever happen. Like when he got healthy, he was coming back in. Everyone knew that.
There's no doubt about that. I'm with you there. Really quick, before we get to the break, I do think what the caller's pointing out is that, under Saban, there isn't that one quarterback, but you can't discount the fact that Mac Jones won national championships. He was a 4-year starter in what was sort of a very prolific pro-set type of offense. And there is pedigree there. There is something to that in playing in those big games and making the adjustment to that of the NFL. And a guy that was a high draft pick in the first round as opposed to the last player taken overall in the entire NFL draft. There's a big difference between playing quarterback at Iowa State and that at the University of Alabama. Maybe, to your point that there aren't any sort of all Pro Bowl quarterbacks, but I lend credence that there's something to that, to the fact that you won national championships and you played for Saban and you played for Winter and you did it in the SEC. You did it at the highest level at college. It does bode well, I think, as far as your NFL career.
I know we're up against it, Dan, but if you're going to keep that as your thing, right?
No. I'm just Ralphie brought it up, and I'm just saying there's.
I'm just saying you got to give that then to Purdy too. You can't say Purdy's playing with the Avengers and then quote that Mac Jones has done all this in college. He was playing with the Avengers in college. God.
You think so?
Come on.
Devontae Smith.
Yeah, look at that team. Look at the defense.
No
Good
doubt.
God.
No doubt.
All
right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. We see the callers. Hang in there. Got to take a quick break. We'll get back into the 49ers and the Cleveland Browns. And listen, until this dies, we'll get into the Golden State Warriors, but it's Brock Purdy versus Mac Jones, and I'm in the camp of one Mac Jones. You heard it here correct, and you will continue to defend one Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Zach, you will determine who won or lost the showdown between me and Big Jake. He's not even awake. All right, We'll continue here on 95.7 The Game after this.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. We must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Mama Bear, I hear our old Fast Track tag won't be saving us money on bridge tolls anymore.
That's because bridge carpool rules are changing on January 1st. But don't worry, Papa Bear. I got a new Fast Track Flex tag. Huh? See?
Mama, what are the numbers for?
Well, baby bear, that tells the system how many people are in the car, so we can get a discount when there are 3 or more of us. We are 3 bears, and we're setting our tag to 3+. So it's just right.
So now we'll keep saving money on tolls?
Mm-hmm. You bet your cushy driver's seat, Papa.
That'll make up for this cold takeout porridge. Yeah.
My breakfast burrito is just right.
Starting January 1st, 3 or more people are required for carpool discounts on all bridges. A Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ is required for discounts on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Hey folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Food, family, and football. It's Thanksgiving, but your takes don't need to take the day off. Make some cash with them at DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Just pick more or less on a couple player stats and ride your read. Hit your calls, and Pick 6 turns a good read into a big return. And if you're new to Pick 6, DraftKings has you. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits with your first $5 entry. Trust your read and make it pay. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers, auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tea at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Said McCaffrey, he just simply does not want to come off the field.
They think it to him. Purdy down the middle, and he's picked by Horn. J.C. Horn. And then he gets dumped by Juszczyk, but it's an early takeaway for this Carolina defense.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Football Friday is presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. Carter Chickering, Dan Devone, Zach Green, our producer. The day after Thanksgiving. Talking a little 49er football coming up in the next hour. I did want to get into the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
We'll do that at some point. Of course. Warriors coming off of yet another loss against the Houston Rockets. The game in which KD was not even on the floor, and the Warriors with a lot of question marks, which we'll dive into. But first things first, we want to continue to talk about the 49ers as they get ready for the Cleveland Browns. Oh, the Cleveland Browns. 5-point favorites over Shedeur Sanders and a Cleveland Brown-led football team that is 3-8. I just want to start there. Offensively, when we talk about Shedeur Sanders, look, I hope he does well.
Yeah.
I don't know why he plummeted in the draft the way he did, and why Cleveland is not necessarily, they're so, I mean, they're in on Dylan Gabriel, and now they're going to Shedeur Sanders, but it's almost as though, they feel as though they didn't want it. You get the sense that they didn't want him to play or see the field at all this year.
Dan, don't you think there was something fishy there with the whole him dropping in the draft? I'm not saying he shouldn't have maybe fallen out of the first round or the second round, but it just feels very odd, the whole thing. You know, and you watch the quarterbacks that they had ahead of him on the depth chart. You're going to tell me that you'd rather see Kenny Pickett out there? I mean, come on. You know what I mean? I struggle with the whole thing. Dylan Gabriel was not as good as Shedeur Sanders. It's just they buried him in fourth in the depth chart. I can't make sense of the whole thing.
So do you think his dad was influencing a lot of that?
I think that maybe people's opinions of his dad could have influenced that. I think that his lack maybe of humility. Some people feel like he has a lack of humility. I think that was a piece of it. At the end of the day, though, like the goal is to win, and if he gives you a better shot to win, I'm just not understanding. Kevin Stefanski strikes me as a pretty smart guy. So I actually think he's a decent coach too. So
yeah, it's funny because the NFL is usually a bottom line product.
Yeah,
like they usually do not care about that outside noise. It's like, look, does this guy make us better? That's all we care about at the end of the day. In fact, the Dallas Cowboys for years, and even the Raiders going back in the day, would have to justify to their fan base why they had certain players on their roster that were either involved in domestic abuse or whatever sort of the black mark that might be following some of these players. The bottom line was the bottom line, is that they make us a better football team. And so that sort of outside sort of consideration in the NFL is not something that you necessarily see a lot of, but I'm with you. There was something amiss with that draft. And the fact that Shedeur said, okay, maybe he's not in your top 5. But listen, this is a guy that you could see clearly the raw ability.
Yeah, it's also like he's projected to go in the first round, but falls to the 5th round. Like, no matter how bad your off-field stuff is, like, we don't see that. Jalen Carter, he had off-field issues. Like, he fell. You just don't see things like that, So there had to be something else there, and there had to be kind of common knowledge among all the teams, like, avoid this guy. Who knows what it was, but I'm definitely rooting for the kid now. I think that, this whole saga has the general public rooting for him. And honestly, he was a heck of a player in Colorado. He was a heck of a player.
He had no O-line,
I was just going to say, without much line, he was really good.
The thing about Mendoza, right, at Cal, like, they couldn't protect him. And look what he's doing now.
Well, when you look at Shedeur Sanders right now, and that may be the case at some point, that he becomes a good NFL quarterback, and he could be a guy that everybody looks back on this draft and saying, well, listen, that guy went in the 5th round, and he's a starting and a good quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. That scenario could play out. But as of Sunday, as of, less than 2 days from now, or about 2 days from now, that guy is not ready to play in the NFL. I think he's somebody that is still very green. He's, from what I saw in the game that he played, is not ready. And I do think that at this stage of the season, that 49er defense turned a corner. Granted, they're without players, and they got guys from the practice squad, and they're just cobbling together a defensive unit in a lot of areas. But still, Robert Saleh is going to take full advantage of an offense that I think has been paired or dummied down for the young, inexperienced rookie quarterback. And I think that the defense is going to be very dominant. And as a result, I think there's going to be turnovers. And I also think that you're going to see the Cleveland Browns playing on a short field, meaning that there's going to be a lot of Niners possessions where there's a 1st and 10 and they're starting at the 25 or inside the 20 of that of the Cleveland Browns, which is going to negate and I think nullify a lot of what it is that we're hearing about that defense. And I just don't think that when you talk about Cleveland, you can exclusively focus on Myles Garrett and what is not a great but a good defense and dismiss what is an absolutely atrocious offense, and I think is even going to take a couple of steps backwards with Shedeur Sanders. I don't subscribe to the fact that, there's a new energy with Shedeur Sanders, which I know you do, and I'll give you the mic in a second. I don't subscribe that he's re-energizing the team and that game was in Las Vegas, and now they're coming back home, and the fact that he's going to be in front of his hometown crowd and the place is going to go nuts. Inexperience is inexperience at the end of the day, and ineptitude is an ineptitude. And I'm just telling you that the 49ers, well, who knows, right? Who the hell knows? I could be wrong. I'm just saying Cleveland should not be keeping you guys up at night.
I think that's fair, Dan, and I agree with you on that last part. I think you're going to see a game here that is won by Robert Saleh probably, right? And what I mean by that is, like, they're going to make Shedeur Sanders think, is my thought, is you have one start under your belt. That game speed has probably not caught up to you yet. Like, you got a taste of it, but you're not used to the speed of the NFL. I mean, that is a whole nother animal. And I think you're going to see a lot of stunts. I think you're going to see a lot of, fake blitzes dropping into coverage, things like that to make Shedeur think, basically, while he's out there. And, Judkins is a hell of a player. If they can get that run game going, that's going to help. But I think that, the 49ers are going to pose some serious problems. Yeah, the Raiders have Max Crosby, but other than that, they don't have much, So if you can negate Max Crosby, you're beating the Raiders probably. Whereas the 49ers have a team defense. And right now they don't have one stud on it, right? But they can play well as a unit together. We've seen that. And I think that's got to be the game plan. Like, make Shedeur think in the pocket. Make him hold that ball and give the D-line time to get there.
Yeah, the San Francisco 49ers go into this game as a 4.5, 5-point favorite over a Cleveland Brown team, once again, that is 3-8. I kid you not, they're talking playoffs out there in Cleveland. Like, if they win, they're only 3 games back right now on the division lead. So there is sort of an energy, I get it, but This is just not a good football team. And I'm not buying that defense it's good, but it's not that good.
No, that division, it feels like it's just fallen in general. You know what I mean? It's not just the Cleveland Browns, it feels like.
And Cincinnati now has got a puncher's chance.
Oh my gosh! It feels like if he would have come back 2 weeks ago, they'd be in a great situation.
Good is that guy, though? Seriously,
what?
Stop it.
He's unbelievable. I mean, and I think the only thing that people have against him is the health. Yeah. And I think other than that, you could argue he's the best quarterback in football. It's just, once again, if you're not on the field, who cares? So, I mean, hell of a win for them yesterday, but. And I think we've brought this up here. It's like, as a Niners fan, it sucks to watch that, because this guy went out for 3 months, had surgery, and he's 100% now, We had Brock Purdy going in and out, and, who knows? And the questions of, like, can he get surgery? Like, can he do it or not? Like let's just solve this. Put him on IR. Stop bringing him back and, in and out. And they didn't have to deal with any of that. Like, he was just out, and I was jealous as a Niners fan.
Here's why I don't give the turf toe or the torn ligament in the big toe as an excuse as to why he has not played very well or the reason for the interceptions. They like to say there's a direct correlation and a cause and effect with him and that injured toe because he can't drive off of it. He's leaving balls high, and as a result, he's getting intercepted. Again, I don't think you can use injuries as an excuse. To me, I'm sort of old school. If you're going to get under center and you're going to play football, you ain't hurt. Yeah. You can play. You're practicing all week, you can play. All right? And if you're throwing a touchdown pass to George Kittle and it's improvised and we're going to sing your praises and we're going to talk about how good you are, when you throw an interception, that's on you, not the foot.
Yeah. I mean, there's a difference between being injured and being hurt, right? People always say that. And I totally buy into that. Like, if you're out there, I don't want to hear the excuses. Like, there should be no excuse. And I think, look, like, if you're going to tell me that it was the toe that threw those interceptions against the Panthers, like, you clearly didn't watch the game. Like, that was decision-making. The toe doesn't affect your brain last time I checked. And the two, as I said, one of those was a decision I could maybe get past, the one in the end zone there. Like, there was a window in which he could have hit Pearsall for a touchdown. It was a hard window, but it was there. The other two, there was nothing there. Like, they were in double coverage on both sides. If you rewatch the tape, there was just nothing there. They were horrible decisions and horrible throws. All three of them were bad throws. But, I just don't want to hear that toe excuse. I really don't. Like, he's out there. He's stepping up and making passes. Like, forget it. Like, that's not an excuse.
Not to mention that predating the toe injury, there were a rash of interceptions towards the end of last year.
Yeah.
So I think you have to look at this again. When you look at the body of work that is Brock Purdy, there's the first 2 years where he was so good, and there's the last 2 years where he has not been very good, or he's been more pedestrian and more of an average quarterback with a lot of interceptions. He's got 7 picks in 4 games this year.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
That's 2 against Jacksonville, that's 2 against the Seattle Seahawks, and that's 3 against Carolina. So this is a trend that has to stop. And I think it's not the toe as much as it is the decision-making and the fact that he's not throwing with anticipation and he just does not have that same sort of confidence. There's just that little level of hesitancy that you didn't see in the first 2 years of his career that suddenly has crept into his head. He's got little demons in there now.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just got to play his way through this. But again, I think that the difference between him and Mac Jones, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, it's a lot smaller than I think a lot of people realize.
Mm-hmm. I think another piece on the interceptions too, Dan, is they hurt more because they feel like they are in such a bad time. I go back to the Jacksonville game. He threw one with like 5 minutes left in the game while you're driving down and have a chance to win that game. Like, that's completely inexcusable. Carolina, 3 straight possessions. Like, it's one thing to throw it, have a drive in there, you punt, whatever. But just talk about sucking the air out of the building. You know what I mean? When you throw 3 straight picks, there's not going to be much left. He had a better second half in that game, but, I think part of that, too, is the time. At the same time, though, we have to realize, like, Brock's ability to thread the needle and his daring, kind of this daringness that he had, is something we clamored for with Alex Smith. Alex Smith played the game so safely. And I think right now, that's betraying Brock, is this whole, I've got to put the ball in this tight little window, yada, yada. Like, that's what made him great in 2023. And right now, it's that ability has completely been betraying him, and they've been turning into turnovers instead of great passes.
When you think about Mac Jones, and now it's going to sound like I'm his agent or his attorney, and maybe we can go through this. Well, we're not. But if you have the opportunity, maybe you and I can sit down one day with a half rack. Do they still call half a case a half rack?
Yeah, I love that. Look at you, dude.
Get a half rack, and we'll get the all 22.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, you do not, and maybe I am being a little bit too pro Mac Jones. I don't remember. Every quarterback throws interceptions. Tom Brady throws interceptions. Everyone's going to throw interceptions. Mac Jones picks this year, I don't remember multiple interceptions where you're like, that was a bad decision. I'm sure there were. There were throws that were certainly, a few that were ill-advised, but for the most part, and you could see this, and the broadcasters would say as much, but it would be a receiver because he was throwing to the likes, again, of Jordan Watkins and Kendrick Bourne,
right,
who broke off a pattern too early, or was on the receiver, or it was not necessarily Mac Jones' fault more often than not. And that, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is why I firmly believe that there is this strong, strong level of confidence that Kyle Shanahan has in Mac Jones. It's the reason why he got Mac Jones. It's the reason why he coveted Kirk Cousins. It's the reason why he likes Matt Ryan. Like, you don't have to throw the ball 70 yards in the air. You don't have to run a 4.3 40. Just do what it is schematically that I put out there for you. Just go through your progression. Just hit the guy that's open. Be accurate. And if you do that, guess what? I'm going to make you a lot of money, whoever the quarterback is, and we're going to win games. Just do whatever it is that I put on your plate. Don't force it downfield. Don't try and be this guy. You don't necessarily need to get outside of the pocket and extend a play and throw the ball across your body 70 yards in the air, what used to be the barometer as to whether a quarterback is like, whoa, this guy is something else. It's very, for the likes of Kyle Shanahan, I think it's very simplistic. It's just like, this is what it is that I want you to do. It'd be great if you had the flash of a Josh Allen. It'd be great if you could have no-look passes like that of a Patrick Mahomes. But I don't covet that. All I want you to do is just hit this guy. If he's not open, go to this guy. And that's what Mac Jones is. It's exactly who he is. And that's why I think that there's not a lot more room for error for one Brock Purdy. Because, first of all, you can't afford to lose games. And transitioning to Mac Jones is something that I think gives a lot of security to one Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I have this argument with Shasky all the time about, like, he says, well, we shouldn't have paid Brock, yada, yada. And it's like, well, I hear you, but the NFL doesn't work that way. You don't just recycle quarterbacks every year or 2 years. Like, we don't see that. That's never happened before, right? And been successful, right? Everyone's looking for their guy. But the answer might be just simply, like, for a guy like Kyle Shanahan,
he hasn't found his guy.
But that might be the way to go, right?
Oh, okay.
Like, it's just keeping the books low at the quarterback position, putting a system in place that, you could plug I'm just going to use a random name here, a Kyle Trask, for instance, who's just like, he's buried on the end of some bench probably somewhere now. He used to be in Tampa. And he can run this offense because it's so elementary, but it's effective. And then you load up at other positions. The problem is that's not a reality right now in the NFL. And that's a discussion that maybe Kyle should have had with upper management. Like, look, this is, I think, the way that's going to be most effective for me to run this team. Like, I think there's a disconnect there, and I think upper management, this is a franchise that's had, look at the quarterbacks in this franchise. You can see why they want to find a guy again, and I just think there's a disconnect to me. And I think that could be the most effective way to run the team, but No one's done that in the NFL. It's just uncharted territory is the problem.
But in defense of Kyle Shanahan, would you agree that he has not found his 10-year guy, his generational quarterback, his quote-unquote franchise quarterback? It wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo, right? It obviously wasn't Trey Lance. And if it turns out it's not Brock Purdy, I don't know if that's on Kyle Shanahan. As much as he is, I get it. It's been 10 years. But I also have taken you to the Super Bowl, and we've been a winning football team. It's just I haven't found my guy. I have not found my guy. And it could be Mac Jones. It could have been Sam Darnold, where he's like, that's the guy for the next 10 years. That's our quarterback. Like, this is the decade quarterback. Maybe he just simply has not found a guy, and as a result, he has to go through this revolving door or these revolving quarterbacks until he can find a guy that he can invest in long term.
Okay, but I think that's a misnomer of the position altogether. And what I mean by that is there's a notion with fans that you keep picking until you get your generational guy.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not that many elite quarterbacks in the world. That's just a fact. There's a reason the NFL hasn't expanded. The reason being is not because of the travel to Europe and all that. There's boom technology. You can look this up. The NFL's looking into it. They have a system now. You can get to London in 3 hours, you know? That's not what's holding them back.
I just want to get to L.A. in 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not what's holding this back. It's the fact that quarterback play falls off dramatically past the top 15 teams. I mean, there's already a lot of bad quarterbacks in the NFL. Think about if you added another 8 teams or whatever. Like, you'd be watching awful quarterback play. So this notion like he hasn't gotten his guy, like, dude, guys like people are thinking like generational talents only come around once in a lifetime for a lot of franchises. Like, we are just so fortunate as 49er fans to go from Joe Montana to Steve Young. And I think like that's not appreciated. That's hard to do.
Maybe generational isn't the right word, but a guy that he can have longer than 2 years.
So an above average quarterback, which I think they think Brock Purdy is.
This segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down, and no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deals in January 5th. Visit Ceremony Ford on Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. All right, we'll continue here on 95.7 The Game. It's Carter Chickering. It's Zach Green. We'll talk a little bit more about the San Francisco 49ers, and then it's Golden State Warriors from that point forward. We'll be back on 95.7 The Game after this.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us, no trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on Essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Catch comedian and actor Nick Offerman when he comes to the Bay Area with his Big Woodchuck Tour at the Masonic on February 7th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Down at 3. Play number 13 on this drive. Toss to McCaffrey. Gets blocking and a touchdown. 12 yards out. He gets touchdown number 7 on the ground this season.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
You know, I tried doing Christian McCaffrey's reverse crunches.
How'd that go?
So hard. That dude is just a physical freak, man.
Yeah, the majority of his workouts, I bet, are like that.
I mean,
I don't think he can swim in the ocean, though, without a wetsuit.
I was going to say.
Zach, hell yeah, that's right, man.
Danny, you've definitely got some stuff on Christian McCaffrey. There's no doubt.
Water today? I mean, every
56 degrees. It's dipping down to 56. So it really wasn't that bad. The worst is when the air temperature is colder than the water temperature, because it's really, I mean, like when it's in the 40s, as it was, high 40s this morning, and you're like half naked, and you're going into the water, you're like, what the hell's wrong with me?
And you went out while it was dark still.
While it was dark, yeah.
You were in the water.
Yeah. around 6'10". Yeah.
You're crazy.
So, but yeah, Christian McCaffrey is just like, I get it. You know, you got to go to the guy, feed the beast. But at some point, you just hope that guy doesn't pop a tire. I mean, is there such a thing as overusage with this guy?
I think, Dan, he's accepted that like I'm willing to go until the wheels fall off here. I really do. And I also think, like, what choice do the 49ers have? You know, if you want to be competitive, like, this seems like their only route right now. You know, they just don't have that many playmakers. Like, they have him and Kittle, and who else?
I mean, I haven't done this to date, but I guess it's very obvious that it's sort of analogous to the Warriors and Steph Curry. They've become so one-dimensional.
Oh, God, we're going to get on that. I'm so pissed at them. I mean, it's just, they can't avoid this offense of him just running off screens and trying to dump him the ball for fadeaways. It's just awful. I mean, it's just terrible. I do think, though, now that we're on the topic, it's like the 49ers, you know, everyone's clamoring offensive line, and I'm kind of with you on that because they just don't draft high offensive linemen. But, like, this coming year, like, I guarantee you Kyle's going to be looking at Jeremiah Love or, like, one of these sexy running back or wide receivers coming out of college and saying, like, we could use that too.
Well, wide receiver, I think you got to draft high, but I think it's still proven that you can find those guys in the back end of the draft. And running backs, I mean.
Yeah.
Wide receivers, not so much. Running backs, I don't know if you need to waste it. I'm not necessarily in the camp of wasting a high pick on a Jeremiah Love. You can find those dudes at the back end. But, yeah, I think the 49ers, I think it's going to be very similar to what we saw this year. It's going to be D-line until we get it right, and it's going to be more defense. I actually think the offensive line is not necessarily as much of a need as maybe a lot of people think.
Wow. Okay, that's hot. I think it's a need, but I'm with you on, like, if they pick D-line in the first round, I'm okay with it always because those are the positions that go off the board first. Like, the edge rushers are gone after the first round, really, the serious ones, you know? But the problem is they're looking at a late first-round pick, right? So that's where I say I think that he's going to be looking at skill positions there. I really do.
Well, one of the skilled positions for the 49ers, in fact, the skilled position, of course, is the quarterback spot we've been talking about all morning long, whether there is a quarterback controversy, and according to you, because you take the pulse of the people every morning here on the Roast, and there is a quarterback controversy.
Among the fans, there
Amongst the
definitely
fans, there is. And the question it's not necessarily a question. I guess the one thing that I wanted to make clear to everybody today is just we need to recognize what it is that Mac Jones did and who he did it with or without. Because there was no Pearsall, who emerged as kind of the X or the number one, if you will, with no Brandon Ayuk. There was no Juwan Jennings. There was no George Kittle. He's throwing to the likes of Jordan Watkins. He's throwing to his new X, who is, his former whiteout, Kendrick Bourne with the New England Patriots. And it was an offensive line that was bad. They're good now. They were bad when Mac Jones was doing his thing. And Mac Jones was good, man.
He was good, Dan.
He was good.
Let me ask you something, Dan. Do you think that so Purdy's got the seat. He's got the check. So he's pretty solidified in there, I think, behind the scenes, right? A lot of people clamoring, Mac Jones, get him in there. To me, you've got to take that spot. Do you think that Mac Jones took that spot with his play?
I don't think he took the spot because you got to give the benefit of the doubt to Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
That when he comes back, he's going to be Brock Purdy. But when we think about he's going to be Brock Purdy, we think about Brock Purdy from 2023. And he's not that guy, which is why we have, quote unquote, the quarterback controversy, or at least the discussion of Mac Jones replacing him.
Yeah, I'm with you. There was a point at which, I'm trying to go through the games that he won here, but there was a point at which he was 3-3, Mac Jones. And look, like, as a backup, like, you couldn't ask for anything more than what Mac Jones did as being your backup, right? Like, that's the best case scenario almost, is what you saw. It's just like, to me, if you're going to take the starting role, you got to take it. Like, I think back to, like, Tony Romo when he took that spot. You know what I mean? Like, he took it. Like, it was pretty clear, like, I'm not putting anyone else back in, you know? And I just don't feel like Mac's been very good, don't get me wrong, but like he never outdid Purdy's peak, for instance. And the 49ers are holding out hope that Purdy is still that guy. Like, that's just the bottom line. You know, I think I'm speaking on their behalf when I say that. And me as a fan, I am too. But am I smart for doing so? Who knows? I guess we'll find out.
Don's hanging out in Concord, 888-957-9570. Don, welcome to the show. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm doing good. I had a nice quiche Lorraine yesterday, hung out with the family. You know, I didn't have Purdy over, though. I wish I could have had Purdy over. Oh, speaking of Purdy, you know what? He's my favorite quarterback, and we better keep him and keep him paid. Keep Mac on the bench, because if he gets hurt, you got two guys. Jennings, he's number one, dude. Pearsall, he better learn how to play football. He's going to be playing. He's going to be coaching the De La Salle. You know, Pearsall has kind of got me a little upset. What do you say there, boy?
What do I say about Yeah, you know what Pearsall is? He reminds me of. You can hang on there, Don. I see you wanted to talk about the Cal Bears, so I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. You want to talk your Bears before I give my Niner take in Pearsall?
Yeah, give that to us.
Oh yeah. Tell me about Pearsall, and I'll tell you about my Cal Bear.
Well, my stories usually are about 20 minutes. All right, so hang in there. You want it, and you're going to get it. So here's my thing, Don. I like to swim once in a while. I don't know if you've ever heard, my shows. At some point, all roads go back to me and swimming, because I don't have very much in my life other than I like to swim. So I like to brag about this. So I swim with this big dude from Boston. Almost your size. And He's so Bostonian, man. The clam chowder's coming out of his pores. And so this guy, he's just like, he wants to charge hard. And usually when we're going to the water, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I had a late meal. I don't know if I can do a mile and a half or 2 miles. My shoulders isn't feeling very good. This is just before we go into the water. And one day we got in this random conversation about Peru. And I was like, we were walking into the water, about to get into a swim. And we're talking about Peru, and I was like, yeah, I went to Machu Picchu and landed in Cusco, and they told me to watch out for an altitude headache, and I got the worst altitude headache. And he looked at me, and he said, you know what, Danny? You're a delicate little flower, aren't you? With all these injuries, like I don't want to swim because my shoulder doesn't feel good. He's like, yeah, you're a delicate little flower. And so, Don, where I went with this, just to get back to my man, Ricky Pearsall, I'm thinking maybe at the end of the day, our guy Ricky might be a little delicate flower. What do you say? Maybe he's just one of those guys that's like, yeah, I don't know if he can hold up at the NFL level. Don, did I lose you?
No, I'm there. Hello.
Don, I just told a story for 10 minutes. You got no comment about
I'm here.
The delicate, maybe Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall, he's very delicate. He was great in college, and I think his body might not be suited for NFL. That's why I think he should end up being a coach. He's a great guy, and everyone feels bad for what happened to him and stuff like that. Okay, Mendoza, he's trying to get a Heisman. Boy, he should have stayed in Berkeley. But you know what? We got Saga Pulitelli. Man, he's shining. I think we can beat these guys tomorrow. They're favored by at least 13 points.
Who are they playing tomorrow? I don't even know.
They're playing SMU. SMU is a top team in that
yes,
league,
they
in
are.
the ACC.
Yeah, they're in first place, I want to say.
I'll be there. Yeah, they're up there. So they think they're going to walk in here and clean us up. I think we might have something waiting for them tomorrow. Okay?
Thanks for the call.
Cal football. I mean, what do you got to do to get Saga to stick around?
You better find a big old check you can hand him.
It's so funny that there is. It's not to the NFL level, but it's very close. There is a number, right? Like his agent is like, you got to have.
Oh, absolutely.
What would you say? Is it $4 million, $3 million?
Well, I think that you're going to have to outpay people for him to stay at Cal. I don't think if you gave him an even number to an SEC school, he's not going to stay at Cal. He's not going to get noticed, right?
Yeah.
And Cal football is in a really bad spot, frankly. They've done okay, but this whole ACC thing, it's a mess. And eventually the university is going to have to address the ACC issue, which is they're spending $5 million a year on travel. That's just not sustainable.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, especially when obviously the other sports don't really produce money or income. Football actually produces some income for colleges. So it's just being blown on travel. You know what I mean? And I don't see it sustaining this way. There's just no way. So I wouldn't want to be a Cal if I was a top prospect like that because, I mean, what's driving you to be there? There's no money. They just fired their coach. You don't know who's coming in. That's another piece of it.
They got to get that right.
Yeah.
The education.
Well, I think if you're a serious player, though, you're not looking to get educated. You're looking to get to the league. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, what's the point? You know, pay a guy who wants education. We'll see how that goes.
Are there any candidates that we know of right now, early candidates to be the next head man at Cal? Is there a name out there?
I think
aside from Ricky Pearsall,
Oregon's offensive coordinator. I think his name.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. I've heard that one.
Anybody we can poach from Indiana?
Every year or two, Oregon's offensive coordinators always like getting a job, but
yeah, Chip Kelly's available. Speaking of OCs, Chip Kelly, who remember back in the day when he was the guy at Oregon, he was just Bill Belichick literally caught a flight from Boston's Logan Airport and went to whatever the hell the airport is in Eugene, Oregon, to pick the brain of one Chip Kelly. And ever since he's left Oregon, it has been a mistake.
It's been a disaster.
I mean, he had a good year, I think. One good year in Philadelphia, didn't he?
Yeah, and I was going to say UCLA was kind of, they never got to the Oregon Heights, but they got back into being in the top 25 here and there. It's just wasn't, I mean, no one cared, you know? So.
Well, he also just left Ohio State. Like, I mean,
I forgot about Ohio State. You know who I hear is the next candidate for, and a lot of people are saying Lane Kiffin. There's usually going to be some sort of guy that's coming out of the college rank that's going to be the sleeper to be the new sexy coach in the NFL. And Kiffin's name's been bandied about. But I'm hearing the man Freeman out of Notre Dame. A lot of people, my Domer friends are saying he's never leaving South Bend.
Where do you think he's going?
There's this talk that because obviously there's going to be vacancies in the NFL.
Yeah.
But the name, at least at the college level, is Freeman that's going to get that opportunity.
Oh,
just
at the NFL level.
At the NFL level.
Interesting. Yeah. If you know, it'd be even more interesting is if LSU hired him, because then they would have poached the last two head coaches from Notre Dame.
Right.
Yeah. But I don't think that'll happen, obviously. Freeman's a good coach. I just think, like, why would he leave college? He seems pretty good at recruiting. You know what I mean? Like, I think that some of these guys, yeah, it seems easier to be in the NFL, but, like, if you're really good at it, like, stay on top. And that program, like, it's about as good as it gets, I would think.
It just depends on how you're wired, because some people look at if the NFL comes knocking, it's the NFL. How many opportunities are you going to get?
Yeah.
Is Bill Belichick, are we ever going to hear from is there an NFL team that will interview Bill Belichick?
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
That his girlfriend will approve of?
Yeah, I think the baggage that comes with it is a turnoff to people at this point. But who knows? As I said, a lot of dumb NFL teams out there. The Titans?
Yeah, there are just some teams that just make you scratch your head.
I mean, it'd bring headlines to Tennessee if they were to hire him. Think about that. At least there'd be excitement around the team.
Boy, oh boy. And you look about, both New York teams are just an absolute mistake these days. And, it's one of the things So I was getting a hint, like when you were talking about Kyle Shanahan, because you said it a couple of times. He's had 10 years and he's gone through these quarterbacks, and how many more years do you want to get it right? You're not an anti-Shanahan guy, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I am an anti-Shanahan GM guy, yes. I think that, like, this guy needs a legit GM in there, and I frankly was on the train of, like, I didn't like John Lynch from really the get-go, to be honest with you. It just felt too buddy-buddy, the whole thing. Like, I think a lot of these picks are coming from Kyle, not John Lynch. I think John Lynch is a great talking head who deals with the media and things. I think that actual player personnel, the majority of it's Kyle, and they need a guy in there who can not butt heads with him, but, like, can give him some perspective. Like, I don't think that's a good pick. I think that, look at their drafts, Dan. They have been awful in the draft. Awful. They have something like 4 players of the last 29 skill positions picked left. 4. They don't have a single first-round pick from the last 9 drafts, I think, on the team.
That's amazing.
Beside Ricky Pearsall. So I just, like, look, Kyle's a great coach. I think that if they were to fire him, he would be picked up faster than any coach ever. I just think, and I think they could trade him even for a first-round pick. I really do. But I think he has a real downside, which is like his scouting is just not good.
Well, here's the thing, is that the GM and the head coach have to be on the same page.
Yeah.
And they almost have to be sort of buddy-buddy. Because what often happens is that you'll fire one or the other, and then you'll bring a coach in, and he inherits the GM. And if they don't have history together, if they don't get along, that never works.
Never works.
Never, ever works. So those two have to be sort of uniform. They have to be sort of operating as one.
See, I think that they are operating as one. I think that where John Lynch fails is there's not enough pushback. Like, I think that he needs to give a little more pushback. It just feels so yes man to me. And as we said, like, I can't hate on the guy as a coach, except for knowing the overtime rules. Like, dude, come on, are you serious? And being drunk on Tuesday before the Super Bowl, like, yeah, that pisses me off as a fan big time. But as far as like X's and O's coach, like, can anyone call in and find better? I'd love to know if there's a coach out there that you feel is better than Kyle Shanahan.
Well, you can make the argument of Sean McVay or O'Connell, but he's in that conversation.
Available.
No, and
you see what I'm saying?
No. Yeah, no, you're not. Kyle Shanahan is not going anywhere, and if you did, that would be the worst.
Yeah, and if you think that, I just think you're not being reasonable. Like, it goes back to the quarterback thing. Like, elite quarterbacks like the Lamar Jacksons, the Joe Burrows, and the Josh Allens don't grow on trees. There's 4 of them. You know what I mean? And we can clamor all we want that we want this elite guy to walk through the door. Like, when you're not getting top picks in the draft ever because you're winning, like, that's just not going to happen.
Marcus is standing by in Oakland, California, and wants to talk about Ricky Pearsall. Marcus, welcome to the show. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, hello. Good morning. I'm a first-time caller, and I was listening to what you all were talking about regarding Ricky Pearsall, and I really think you could have been a lot more respectful in speaking about this young man, particularly after he got shot on the street, recovered, and was able to play later in that season. You're talking about your own team and your own players. I think you need to put some respect on that young man's name. And that's all I got to say.
I hear you, Marcus. Well said.
What
said.
did we say about Ricky
Pearsall?
Pearsall?
I called him a delicate flower, which is, for a guy who got shot, is probably not an apt description. But I guess I'm not conflating the two. I think that what happened in downtown San Francisco about 2 years ago where he got shot was horrific. I'm talking about Ricky Pearsall, the football player. I'm not talking about the injury when he was shot, which he had a full recovery from. And yes, that was a serious, serious incident. When I refer to him as a delicate flower, and I'm having some fun at his expense. Sorry, Marcus. But I'm exclusively basing that on the reason why he has not been able to stay on the field in his first 2 years in the NFL. And it has nothing to do with him getting shot in downtown San Francisco.
Yeah, Marcus, I don't mean to be rude, but he is a delicate flower, period. Like, there's just nothing, there's all the evidence in the world has shown us that so far. So until that changes and he plays a full season as a receiver, like, I'm not changing my opinion on that. That's what it is, and that's a fact. And look, when the guy's out there, he's great. There's no one's debating that. But as we've said many times, like, your best ability is your availability. And if you're not out there, like, I'm sorry, like, he's trending more toward bust than being a star. And that's a fact. Like, you got to be on the field. He's fantastic when he's on the field. And beyond being fantastic, he's fantastic in this system when he's on the field. But, like, you got to play. Like, there's always a hamstring. There's always an issue. And we had Herm Edwards on saying, like, this guy just overworks himself. And someone's got to get in his ear. Like, dude, like, you got to be on the field. No one cares what you're doing in July, in training camp. So, I don't know. That's the way I feel about him. I love the kid. I feel horribly he was shot. He was shot like 300 feet from here. I mean, it was like right next door. And, I feel badly for the kid. I do. But at the end of the day, like, you got to perform. This is the NFL. This isn't college football.
He has the potential. God, when he does play, if you think about him early on in the season, I mean, he was making a case of being seriously replacing Brandon Ayuk. I think that, there was this thinking that before we knew, speaking of Brandon Ayuk, we need to get into his talk a little bit here. I think there was this feeling that even before we knew what happened back in July with Brandon Ayuk, that he was a bit expendable, if you will, because of the emergence of Ricky Pearsall. But in the closing, we can continue the conversation on the other side, but just really quick, I just want to get your thoughts on the week that was, starting with Brandon Ayuk and sort of this information that was disclosed to the media. First of all, how did that get leaked and why now?
Well, I think the why now is because the questions were starting to mount on him and his return, and like he just couldn't avoid coming out with that anymore. And I think the question I'm having is just like, we've never really seen someone do this as far as who says no to that kind of money and who doesn't appeal it. And, you know, I understand like you're unhappy maybe or whatnot, but you still appeal what they owe you if you're unhappy. And so just the financials of it is just really odd to me. And I would just, if I knew Brandon, would give him a call and say, you know, I think you should really rethink that and just rethink it. You know, I think he has this notion like, oh, I'm so rich and it's going to be all good. And it's like, yeah, but you're turning down generational money, you know, and you just don't see that often in sports. Those contracts only come around once if you're lucky, right? Definitely not twice. I mean, usually. So I just think he has this notion he's going to get that again. And I don't think it's going to happen.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
That's the most odd part of it, is his reaction and him being complicit. Because all of these guys just send it to the Players Union.
Right.
Right? The PA, the Players Association, doesn't cost you anything. That's why they have the union.
Right.
It's like, you guys deal with this. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
But it's also like they could have, by challenging it, you could have come out with a settlement from the Niners, right? There could have been, you know, if you push hard enough, they're going to want to get you off their back. And just by letting them, well, it's all good. Like, I just released me and I'm off kind of thing. It just didn't make much sense to me, the whole thing.
Yeah, and if you're the 49ers, it's almost as though you expect that there's going to be pushback. And I wouldn't be surprised if Prague Marathe and company said, okay, well, what's a number that we can settle on here? Because clearly they're going to come back.
That's exactly it, Dan. Yeah.
And the fact that there's nothing out of his camp, I'm with you, man.
And you know, if they offered him something like, let's just settle here, like, he would have taken that, clearly, if he's saying no to anything. You know what I mean? So I just think, like, the no pushback at all, and, like, this just, and then he goes chain shopping afterward for $500,000 right after the contract's voided. It's just, it just doesn't scream that the guy's in the right state of mind to me.
Yeah, even if you want out of San Francisco, which apparently it seems as though he does at this juncture, if you were to ask me, you still have some money coming your way, and to leave that on the table, I think makes no sense whatsoever. He's sort of a weird cat, though. He's not weird. He's a bit of an introvert, right?
Yeah.
If you were to compare him to a Kendrick Bourne or even a Debo, he sort of like walks to the beat of his own drummer, which is he's a little different.
No, he is a little different, and he lives a flashy lifestyle too. So it's like, I question that. Like, you know, I saw him in the parking lot one day and was like, dude, nice Maybach. That thing is sick. And he was like, I know, you like it? I just got this.
Really?
Yeah. And so and next day he was in a new car. So I'm speaking to Brandon like, dude, like, you shouldn't have done that.
Those are the kind of guys that you read about in a 30, or you see in a 30-30, like 5 years from now.
Yeah.
How Brandon Ayuk blew through $100 million.
Right.
This segment is sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. All right, when we continue here on 95.7 The Game, we're going to do a little Warriors. The Golden State Warriors looking to bounce back after getting beaten thoroughly by that of a Houston Rocket team that did not have Kevin Durant. And the latest on one Steph Curry. Steph Curry, it's the worst case scenario. You lose Steph Curry to an injury. That and much more as we continue on 95.7 The Game.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
All right, folks, this is it. The weekend many of you have been waiting for. Black Friday. The lowest prices of the year on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony with deals up to $1,000 off. No need to buy a poorly rated unknown brand with prices like this. So what could be even better? How about video-only's better than Black Friday deals? That's right, better than Black Friday. Before you buy, check out Video Only, or you'll be sorry.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JPMorgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed. Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
The holiday rush starts here at your California Ford dealers. The Ford Black Friday Sell-A-Thon is on. It's 4 days only of some of our best offers across the entire Ford lineup. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty. The Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. All-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And explore and escape the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These Black Friday Sell-A-Thon savings are here for 4 days only. The clock's ticking, the lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the Sell-A-Thon and the savings are over December 1st. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009. You know what happened in 2009? Right. That's when President Obama got elected in office. He's the most powerful.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Football Friday is presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. That was Kendrick Perkins. He's apparently dipping into the holiday punch a little sooner than he should. I don't know what to make of that.
What do you think, Dan?
Well, what I think is that our man, Evan, who'll be coming up here, Evan Giddings.
Yeah, Giddings feeding this all to us, right?
Yeah, so Evan Giddings was teasing us because, he's got the show. We're handing it off to him at 12 o'clock, and he's going to sing and dance on a solo for 4 hours. And he wants to get into Shedeur Sanders. He wouldn't tell us necessarily why, but only as Evan Giddings is capable of doing. He's going to take it places that obviously you and I, well, I'll just speak for myself, simple minds can't go.
I'm with you.
That I'm sure he's going to find something there that Shedeur Sanders is. There's a story in there somewhere with Shedeur Sanders. I sure as hell don't see it. All I see is the opposing quarterback for that of the San Francisco 49ers coming up on Sunday, and I just see a guy that's just very green and not very good.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right, Dan? Like, I think you should be green after your first start, and I think this is a tall task ahead of him. I think, easy landing against the Raiders. I think we'll see how he goes this week, but to say what Kendrick Perkins said, I mean, it's just... you can't even address it because it's so stupid and laughable.
Well, I was trying to understand this, and we were talking about this during the break. What was he trying to do there? What was he trying to illuminate me here? What was he trying to do?
I'm not sure. I really am not sure.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think is that he meant he's like the most famous black man, I guess, since Obama, and I still don't think that's necessarily true, right? I don't know. I really don't know.
Is
what
it
he was trying to get at.
African-American quarterbacks, or the fact that he is this divisive African-American person because he was, he's so divisive that half the room likes him or doesn't like him? Or does it have to do with his dad?
Well,
I just don't know.
I would just remind you, he works at ESPN, so he's probably hearing his name all day, every day, constantly. And so I think the fame thing, that's where I come from on it. It's just he has to be thinking well, this guy's just so famous. He's like Obama in 2009, and just word salad. Here we go. I'm Kendrick Perkins. But, this isn't new. I mean, the guy says something dumb, it feels like every week. So,
well, Kendrick Perkins says, I wouldn't necessarily says dumb things. This was dumb. But he says stuff that is a little bit more well thought out than this. And it might be divisive, but at least it's something where you can make an argument one way or the other. This, I just don't. And I'm not saying, well, maybe it is dumb, but I'm just saying I wish I could understand the point he was trying to make, and then maybe I could pass some judgment on what it is that he's trying to say. But,
yeah, I disagree, Dan. I think he's the dumbest guy in sports media. If you want my opinion, I think any guy who comes in and says he was the leader of that OKC team that went to the finals with KD, yeah, you're just don't know what you're talking about, or you're just an idiot. So
he says some things that I think are a little bold.
Yeah, he's clickbait. He's clickbait, ESPN. That's what he does.
You
and
don't
I
like
think
the guy, huh?
He's an idiot. Yeah, I'm not a fan, and I'm not a big Stephen A. Smith guy, but I think that he doesn't say things that are so outrageous like that,
What about, where are you at with Tom Brady? He was on the call. What game did he call last night? Kansas City?
He called the first game, I believe, the Lions and the Packers.
Yeah, the Lions.
Yeah, because Tony Romo, I think, was on the midday game. I think he's really grown well, and I actually really like his little, just the pieces he gives. And the reason I do is because it's Tom Brady. You know what I mean? You have to take his word for it. He knows more than any of us watching do about the position, about the sport. And I just think just a little football knowledge is, he drops here of well, you got to attack the seam routes when they're playing with one safety in the backfield, So things like that, like I enjoy listening to Tom just based on that stuff. My wife now cannot stand him, like hates him on the broadcast. So we're very different in that.
Why does she not like him?
Well, she's just like, oh, his voice, it sucks. I hate his voice, And I mean,
it is kind of impish. It's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's very, who it is every time. And I don't know, it's not like Tony Romo's voice is a lot sexier on the thing, I think. On the broadcast than Tom Brady's.
Yeah, Tom Brady did grow on me. I was all over him when he first started. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like that, I mean, they had worked with him all offseason. He was just so bad. And to his credit, right, it's sort of him as a football player, right? He just worked at his craft. And he must have just gotten in a dark room and looked at tape after tape after tape and just watched and got better. But he's not better than Greg Olsen. Let's put it that way.
I agree with you there.
So he's not the number one on the Fox team, but he is, according to them.
I think there's a lot of similarities between Tom Brady's contract and Greg Olsen and Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. I mean, really, is he that much better? No.
Hey, I gotta interrupt. Love or hate Tom Brady, but cloning your dog is just weird.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, he did. I think I'm in. I think I'm in on it.
I'm sorry. Like,
he cloned his dog.
Yeah, he came out publicly and said that a couple weeks ago.
And so what does that mean exactly? There's two of them?
Like, the dog passed away, he kept a piece of its hair or something, and he had a company clone the dog.
He sent it to a lab.
Yeah. You pay like $50,000, I think, and they clone your dog.
Okay, well, that's where you lose me.
Yeah.
That $50K can go to a lot better things. But I get it. I get... So what, he's going to have the exact same dog in theory?
Yeah, but I read about this a little bit, and there's no guarantee, I think, that the dog's personality comes out the same as the previous dog's personality. So it'll be like physically have all the same traits.
Well, you may as well just go get another dog of the same breed.
I cannot confirm or deny that. I just read about it. But yeah, so I don't get the allure. But if you had the promise that it'd be the same dog, that'd be out of the cards for you?
No, I guess, listen, if you're Tom Brady... What's $50K?
Right.
That's like 50 cents to you and I.
Literally.
Right?
Yeah.
So I get it. No, I get it. Because I'm a dog guy.
Same.
Are you, Zach, are you not a pet person? Is that why you're out on this?
No, I just think it's weird. I love dogs.
You look like a cat guy.
Oh!
I'm allergic.
Okay. That cannot be a compliment.
No.
You never say to another dude, you look like a cat guy. And that come across well.
I'm just messing, Zach.
Oh, it's okay.
Tom Brady sort of strikes me as a cat guy.
Yeah, I agree.
In all seriousness.
Yeah.
There's something about him. All right. Want to get into the Golden State Warriors? Are we ready to slam the door shut on the San Francisco 49ers? Before we do that, let's just go here. Who's winning the game? Forget about the spread. Just tell me how things are going to play out.
Well, look at what I'm wearing, Dan. I've got to pick my guys.
But just... I mean, are they covering?
They're going to squeak it out.
Myles Garrett going to?
They're going to squeak it out. I think the game plan is going to be really good. I think that they're going to come in tight. I think they're going to be ready for what Cleveland brings. I think they'll squeak it out. And I think they still have nightmares of PJ Walker doing it to them, in 2023. So I think they squeak this out.
Yeah, I think they win this game comfortably.
You think this is handy? So I should take the 5 or the 4.5.
Bet it. No doubt, man. I just look at. Again, way too much respect for a Cleveland Brown team and way too much respect for a good defense.
And you're not worried about the weather?
No.
You're not?
No. I mean, because both teams have to play in it, right? And maybe that limits you a little bit offensively. But if that's the reason, if Brock Purdy is quote-unquote not good in cold weather, like what the hell is it that we're saying? That is not a casual statement in terms of evaluating quarterback.
No, I wouldn't say it's.
I talked about Joe Montana going into Chicago in 1988 in the NFC Championship game, and I heard about, it's cold for you West Coast kids, and he just showed up in short sleeves and just showed out and just had one of his best games and said, you know what you can do with this cold weather. And Brock Purdy, for him to have this tag on him that he's not good in cold weather, again, this just means that he has small hands, and he's got to prove to everybody that that's not a thing. Look, if the ball's going to sail on you, it's going to sail on Shedeur Sanders too. Like if there's a win element, but like that, I don't see that being an issue. Let's say he and Mac Jones have the same hand size. Like Mac Jones is just going to power through that thing. I don't know. There's something about him if nothing else, he's proven to us in this snapshot of him as an NFL quarterback with the San Francisco 49ers that dude will stand in, take his shots. He don't care who's coming off the edge. And I don't think the elements would be an issue with Mac Jones.
I agree with you. I do agree with you there.
And if it is with Brock Purdy, well, then that's just another reason why he shouldn't be the starting quarterback if he plays poorly for that of the San Francisco 49ers if Mac Jones is available.
Well, we're going to have to find out. I mean, I am with you, though, on all those points. Yeah, I think Mac would fare in the weather better. The Purdy and weather thing is real. He hasn't done well when there's been weather. And it's not
Aside from Cleveland, what else?
I'm having trouble thinking of them off the top, but there's multiple examples of this. And I just think, this is a big game for him. This is a big game for him with the fan base, to me. I don't think it's as big a game with him for him with the team and getting benched for Mac, but these voices are getting loud. I'm here every day. They're getting really, really loud. And it feels like this could be the boiling point where it's you've lost the fan base. And then how do you get them back? Is it you got to win a Super Bowl? Is that what it is?
I mean, how do you get him back if they lose this game?
Well, no. Let's say Purdy has a bad game again.
Yeah.
Couple picks and whatnot. The fan base is going to hop off the train. Even the guys who are Purdy stans are going to have trouble here. You know what I mean? And I think once you lose the fan base, you're in trouble. You are.
Well, you'll never lose them. They'll be pissed off. They're not going anywhere.
Well, the thing they care about is winning, right? And so if you're losing games, you're going to lose the fan base.
Well, I think losing a fan base, you got to do a lot more than just lose a couple of games. To me, losing a fan base is people aren't showing up to games, they're not buying your merch, and they're out on you.
See, I think that's the team losing the fan base. I don't think that's the quarterback losing the fan base that supports him. See what I'm saying?
Then make a switch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is these calls are going to get loud. If he has another bad game, they're going to be really loud. And I mean, there's not going to be much to defend him anymore, right? You're running out of leeway. As I said, the Arizona Cardinals game was amazing. And I think we breezed over that because...
But was it... Because I've heard... Listen, he was good. Amazing. Because I've heard that thrown around that was an amazing game. I think he was good.
The numbers say it was amazing.
There was parts where he was just eh.
Yeah, the numbers say it was really good, though. Really good. That's just what the statistics say.
I got you.
And the statistics from last week say it was really bad, which it was, But they also don't say that it was better in the second half, right? But it was a horrible game. That's the game. He threw 3 picks. It doesn't matter how it was in the second half. But they won, and,
Let me ask you this. Another thing that I've heard is that there was no reason to take a risk against somebody like that of Carolina. You were checking down and you were being safe and you could move the ball down the field.
Yeah.
I completely disagree with that. I think you, as a football quarterback, you got to take your shots. Mm-hmm. And that's how Brock Purdy really made a name for himself. I think when he sort of broke out of this mode of just being a system quarterback that was doing exactly what it is that Kyle Shanahan was asking for him, he became somewhat of a gunslinger.
Yeah.
In 2023, and we saw that he's a guy that
he's a total gunslinger.
He's a guy that's going to take his shots.
Yeah.
And we didn't think that's who he was.
As I said, that's what made him great. That's what made people fall in love with him, is the gunslinger. But now it's betraying him. He's gone too far, right? I don't even know if he's gone too far. He's not making those throws that he was once making. Just rewatch those 3 picks were some of the worst passing you can see. I mean, they were just completely inaccurate passes on top of bad
decisions.
Bryce
Young can make an argument.
Oh, he's awful.
He
stinks. Let's just call it what it is. And they stink, too, as a franchise.
By the way, that football game, I get it. We can break it down because that's what we do. It's 95-7 the game, and Niner fans or what have you. But that game was just, I'm telling you, if I didn't live in San Francisco or if I didn't have, if I didn't have any skin in that game, I'd rather stick needles in my eye, as Jack Nicholson once said.
Zach and I went.
That was a
there.
brutal watch.
Yeah, we were there. I left, with 4 minutes left in the fourth, and I never leave games early because it just was. It was tough to watch. Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel like they were ahead either, and they were the whole game. So
here's my question: are you going to dial it back? And I doubt if Kyle Shanahan would do this. If you just want to get his confidence by having him complete a couple of passes, do you have a game plan where you're like? And I get it. We want the ball out of his hands to sort of negate the guys coming off the edge from that of the Cleveland Browns. But are you devising in offense and a game plan that's just going to be all short and intermediate throws.
Yeah, I am. And it's not for Brock Purdy. It's to try to basically negate what they do on defense. That's the reason. And I don't think you can play that way, what you're saying, which is like, oh, let's ease you back in, yada, yada. Like, dude, this is big boy. Like, this is the NFL. Like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, you got the contract. Let's go. Like, you got to step back in and be ready. Like, this isn't the toddler leagues. You know what I mean? And I just think, like, if you're doing that, like, you paid the wrong guy, period. There's a period at the end of it, if that's the case. Because great quarterbacks or even above average quarterbacks, you don't have to do that for.
You keep going back to the paying part. And again, I'm saying that there were options, that you could have waited this year to negotiate that contract, and you would not be paying him what it is that he signed for a year ago. Do you think Jacksonville, if they could revisit?
Do you think his agent would have said play?
But that's when I think the player can overrule the agent, right? And that's why I think that Brock Purdy, there's no way, again, the last guy to do it was Le'Veon Bell, and that didn't work out for him.
Yeah.
And it has not worked out historically for players to sit out. And I don't know how that benefits. At the end of the day, it's just about him getting paid, right? I don't know how that benefits him and makes his case if he doesn't play football. And so I'd be willing to bet that maybe Brandon Ayuk, although I would doubt Brandon Ayuk would sit out because, again, it doesn't benefit the player, but certainly not Brock Purdy. I do not think Brock Purdy would sit out.
But it's not necessarily about benefiting him, let's say. It's about not completely screwing him, which is he's in a contract year, he gets hurt, and then you're done. You see what I'm saying? Like, I hear what you're saying about, like, it doesn't benefit him to sit out, but, like, what really wouldn't benefit him is if he got a really bad injury. And then they're paying him based on what he is after the bad injury. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's a risk involved. And this is, at the end of the day, it's big business.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to oversimplify it, but that's just the way it is. And as I understand it, I don't know, Prague Marate, have you guys had him on the show?
No.
He's one of those dudes that I think Kyle Shanahan's really smart. Because Kyle Shanahan, for the most part, one of the reasons why he's a successful head coach is, as you laid out, he's very innovative. When it comes to X's and O's, he's in that rarefied air. I think we all agree with that.
Yep.
But I also think that he's a player's coach. I think he gets along with the players. And cultivating that culture, that's something either you have that X factor or you don't. And so he doesn't jeopardize that when it comes to the contracts. He's basically like, you got to go upstairs and talk to Prague.
Yeah.
You got to go talk to Marate. And I think Marate is a guy that's just, he's somebody he's a hard ass.
Well, we do have evidence, though, that he ran up on Brandon Ayuk's behalf, and said, we need to sign this guy. And I think, what Brandon Ayuk did for the 49ers in the future, I'll tell you what he did, is he made it pretty sure that if you're a wide receiver coming up in this system, you won't be getting paid a big contract in the future. I can say that pretty...
Well, is it a sort of an accumulation of Debo first and Brandon Ayuk?
Exactly. Yeah, and I think this one was obviously is messier even than the Debo one was, and that was messy. So, like, if I was Ricky Pearsall, which, like, I'd be looking at this like, oh no, like this is not a good situation for me when I want a contract, but he's got to get on the field anyway.
Well, maybe to your point that it's not quarterbacks that they pulse through every 2 years, but maybe it's wide receivers.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like, if we can get these guys in the draft. Like, I don't want to deal with Debo and that craziness again. I don't want to deal with Brandon Ayuk. I don't want to do this anymore. Let's just get back into the draft and go get another guy for 2 or 3 years. Because you always want guys in their rookie deals. Like, that's why it was so ideal to have Brock Purdy these last 3 years. That's what you're looking for. And so I can see them saying, this is not worth it, man.
Right. Well, even back to your Le'Veon Bell thing too, Dan, is like running backs, there's a lot more running backs in the draft than there are quarterbacks. You know what I mean? So it's like, he can sit out. Great idea, dude. Like, but guess what? They can draft, the draft has running backs all the way through it. The draft does not have quarterbacks all the way through it. So like Purdy had that advantage over what Le'Veon Bell was doing, basically. It's like what people saw, like they wanted already. So he sits out a year, what? That brain's still going to be in that head,
But here's the difference, and here's what nullifies the advantage he has, is the emergence of Mac Jones, the emergence of a Sam Darnold. Like the fact that now becomes a bargaining chip for the San Francisco 49ers works completely against everything that Brock Purdy and his camp in terms of him getting paid, what that stands for. Because now if I'm the 49ers, I'm like, look, you have to come in a smaller price because we have X being Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And so that would have been a component that they could have used had they not paid him last year, but negotiated with him right now. If they were negotiating with him right now or towards the end of the season, everybody and their brother knows that there's the Mac Jones in the room that's lurking, which means that we are not paying you what it is that they paid him a year ago.
Yeah, I would push back on that and say Mac was signed in the offseason. They paid Purdy in May. So they hadn't seen Mac on the field yet to know kind of how he would even, how he would fare in this system at all, right? They had Darnold.
No, my point is that you don't pay Mac. Or excuse me, you don't pay Brock.
Yeah, you don't, right? But you're basing that on Mac Jones can step in then, right?
Yeah, no, but if you're not paying, my point is if you're not paying Brock Purdy, you're in negotiations right now.
And you're saying, we've got Mac Jones behind you ready to go, dude, if you're not going to play, is what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
because Mac Jones would have had an opportunity to play, and so we're in discussions. Meanwhile, out of the corner of your eye, you're watching Mac Jones doing what it is that he does. Now it becomes leverage for that of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I think that's an uneasy place to be in, though, as a head coach. Because, and look, they were vaulted into this place regardless because Purdy got hurt, right? Yeah. But it's not a place you want to be going into the season being like, I don't know what this guy's going to look like, but let's throw him out there, right? And I think the Sam Darnold thing became real because he went to the Vikings and then was really good for the Vikings, right? He didn't really get on the field much for the 49ers. So we all had this inkling he might be a good quarterback and he might succeed in the Kyle Shanahan system, and he did, but he wasn't on the field that much. But it clearly worked because he went to the Vikings and he looked great.
I guess my point in all of this is that there's no harm in waiting. I know there's the risk that, as you mentioned, that it can get ugly in the locker room in terms of the relationship between you and the quarterback, or you and the wide receiver, or you or whomever that you didn't pay, that you decided to wait and take the risk that maybe they could walk at the end of the season. But it's a risk that I should have been willing to take if I'm the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, also is I think a lot of that comes back to the Bosa issues, the Ayuk contract, right? They made it very clear that they were going to get this done early. And it was the biggest contract in 49ers history. And it was done in May. They've fought like cats and dogs with Bosa and Ayuk. So clearly they had it in their head they were going to get this done early, regardless.
And I think to your point, and you may have just nailed it, is Brock Purdy and his agent, they might want to throw some love and some money Brandon Ayuk and Bosa's way, because you're right, that's what paved the way, is that the 49ers, regardless of where they were at in terms of the negotiations, when it came to Brock Purdy or whomever the next person was that was up, the 49ers knew that they did not want to do this again from a PR standpoint. Right. They did not want this 800-pound gorilla in the room all the way through summer camp. You remember Bosa, and all went right up into the season.
Right, and the answer is, Dan, they should have done what they did with Purdy's contract with Bosa and Ayuk, and then negotiated heavily with Purdy because of the numbers, obviously. Come on.
This segment is sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. We continue here on 95.7 The Game. It's time to talk about the Golden State Warriors. The latest on the injury to Steph Curry. We do that with Carter Chickering and Dan Devone after this.
Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart.
Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
We are Mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Millions live with treatable conditions, but no access to surgery. Mercy Ships changes that. For 50 years, our hospital ships have brought free, life-changing surgeries, restoring health, dignity, and hope. Learn more at mercyships.org.
Target's Black Friday deals are delivering big surprises all week long, like 40 to 50% off top holiday gifts, plus thousands more deals in-store and online, all with free shipping. Load up on all the season's must-haves with huge deals on tech, video games, toys, floor care, clothing for the family, and so much more. Hurry! These deals are going fast. 40 to 50% off gifts and Saturday. Only at Target. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
All right. I think that we've said this on a couple of occasions, but that's it for the 49ers. The bottom line is take the points, right?
You heard the man. Lock it in.
You're suggesting here.
4.5.
As the 49ers and the Browns, I'm just saying, man, if you and I ever do a show again and our man poo-poos the bed, and I'm talking about one Brock Purdy, like it's It's Mac Jones time.
I think you're probably right, Danny.
So the Golden State Warriors get ready for the New Orleans Pelicans. The Pelicans are just not a very good basketball team right now, but the Houston Rockets are, and that's who the Warriors are trying to measure themselves against, and just not a very good performance. Good for the first two quarters, and predominantly throughout they led, I want to say, against the Rockets. And then Houston was just Houston put into another gear in the Warriors just had no answer. Before we go any further, do we have the latest update on Steph Curry? Want to get the people caught up on the quad contusion that he suffered in that loss to the Houston Rockets?
Yeah, I believe he's out for sure 1 week, maybe potentially 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So with the way this team's going right now, I mean, that's pretty fatal, I think. Obviously, it's too early in the year to say fatal, but it's not good. So here's the Shams report. Golden State anticipate Steph Curry will miss around a week or a little more with a quad contusion suffered Wednesday night. He's believed to have avoided any serious issue, and return will depend on how quad responds to treatment.
So where does the offense come from now? Is it Jimmy Butler?
Well, now you need Kuminga back. I mean, now you need Kuminga back. And now, I think you nailed it, Dan, is Jimmy Butler. Is like, I can't see passive Jimmy Butler anymore. Like, you got to look to score, dude. And, I mean, I'm not trying to hate on the guy, but I just, like, since he's been a Warrior, I've loved him, been grateful, but he doesn't look at the rim enough for me. Like, you got to square up and look at the rim if you're getting paid $50 million.
God, when he punctures through a defense and gets to the rim and then kicks out to somebody who wants to shoot a three, it's just that kills me.
Well, when he goes under the rim where you're a foot away, right? And it's like, okay, maybe you'll be blocked. So what? Maybe you'll get a foul if you pump fake, right? Yeah. It's like, dude, he'll run under the rim and you're right there, dude. Pivot or something and go up, you know? Yeah. I mean, I played the sport for a long time. Like, you don't just pass up opportunities when you break down a defense that deep in the lane.
Oh, God.
You know?
Like, what? You know, I'm so glad you brought that up. So you played with the center, right?
Yeah.
I see this more so often, and I see it now with the Golden State Warriors. And Quentin Post, here's the one hard, fast rule I'd have. I have this for everybody on the floor, but certainly for centers. And Post did this on a couple of occasions when he got an opportunity against Houston. And he actually broke down a defense, or they were just like, because he's a stretch five. So he pump fakes, and a guy goes fly by.
Right.
And he dribbles into the lane. You're 7 feet tall. I mean, he dribbles deep into the lane. And he's kicking out to a corner three for Moody. He's kicking out to a corner three for Bajemski. I do not want my 7-footers. If you get in the lane, you give me that runner. You give me that jump hook. You shoot at the rim, and then go get your miss. You're 7 feet tall. No 7-footer should ever be kicking out to anybody for a corner or a wing three. Yeah. I do not care. The percentages you'll never show me enough data for that to make sense if I was a head coach.
I'm with you. And this offseason, everyone was clamoring for Al Horford to come because they said, we need a stretch five. It's like, why do we need a stretch five? Are we trying to just completely shoot the ball every time down the floor? Like, how about a guy who just plays the short corner and Curry can dump little bounce pass to or throw the lob up to when he breaks down a defense, like, or when Kuminga does, when they get in the lane, like someone to dump it off to. The Warriors don't have that. And the only guy who can consistently get to the line is Jimmy Butler. That's why I say, like, when you get the ball, dude, I want to see you go up for $55 million. Like, I really don't want to see you kicking the ball out.
Yeah, and I have a theory in that. I think that there's I call it arrogance when it comes to the Warriors making these decisions for players, especially a big. Like, they're so transfixed in 2013 through 2019 when they went through that run where we did it a different way. We were smaller and we changed the way basketball was played, and they were the best at it. The game has changed. It's 2025, and the big has returned. And I don't know if Steve Kerr and Dunleavy and company are aware of this, but the big is now a part of every significant team in the NBA. And it's not just one big, but like that of OKC, it's multiple bigs. You got Hartenstein and you got Chet Holmgren. Those are 2 7-footers, very different in the way they play, but both major contributors. And that, to me, is the blueprint. What do the Warriors do? You need a big, so we went and got Al Horford. And the reason why they got Al Horford, and here's where the arrogance kicks in, is that we do it our way.
Yeah.
Like, we're not interested in Miles Turner, Valanciunas, or any of the other guys that I think you could put as a lob threat in a dunker spot, or just be a rim protector, or just somebody that's going to be a space heater inside to counter and defend, or at least a body that's 7 feet tall that can give up 5 fouls to all the 7-footers that come to town. And you have this weird sort of, Draymond Green at 6'6", and then you got Al Horford trying to defend all of the jokers of the world, and it never works. That's Warrior arrogance, where we're not going after those guys. No, we want Al Horford. Why? Because Al Horford is a champion. Al Horford, he gets our smart, cerebral way, the way we play. I'm looking for a specific player that fits in to the way the Warriors do it. And as a result, they're missing out on younger, bigger dudes who have fresh legs, who can defend the rim and do what it is that you need to do on a nightly basis to counter all the teams in the West that come into town with a big that kicks the Warriors' ass.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly, Dan, which is like, the NBA evolves, and this team of all teams should know that as the one that brought in the last installation of small ball and three-point shooting, right? Like, that's gone. Like, this has been removed for 2 years maybe now. Like, you need a big. Look at the 4 teams that were the last 4 teams in the NBA last year. They all had a rim protector, every single one of them. And, we complain about, like, their point of attack defense sucks. Like, they can't stay in front of their man, which they can't. Like, Brandon Podziemski just gets blown by a lot. And this notion that he's a great on-ball defender is crazy to me. I think that probably Moses Moody's your best on-ball defender at this point, which is really a testament to, like, they're not good at on-ball defense really at all. They get blown by. So if you're going to get blown by, what do you need to have, correct that in the back? Is a big man who can protect the rim. And even if you can't protect the rim, you need a big man back there to deter people from just going to the rim. You're going to be bruised if you come in here or something. They don't have any of that. So they blow by their guy, and then they have a layup on top of it. And that's not a winning formula no matter what.
Did you play out of the post? What sort of?
Yeah, I was, they don't, I'm 6'8", so they didn't have, in high school, they definitely don't have many people my size. So I was absolutely pushed down.
Just dominant down.
Yeah. And then I played D3, and same thing. Like, that's kind of you're tipping out at 6'8".
Yeah.
There's a couple 6'10" guys, but that's about it. So yeah, I mean, I was always down low. And
could you shoot it though? Could you step outside?
I like to think I can. Yeah.
Wow.
Who knows?
Nice.
The coaches never liked me shooting, so, and that's fine. It's just, I just like, same thing with the Warriors. It's just like, just get a big dumb guy like me.
No, it's. I threw out a name, Mark Williams, doing our Saturday show, who is a guy that he's actually having a good season with Phoenix.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of a guy I think they could use. It's just like, plays huge, like catches lobs and defends the rim.
Exactly.
Like, that's it. Like,
yes.
I always say, like, a big dummy, because, like, I just, like, don't need, like, a highly skilled center or anything where I'm, like, looking at him for points, right? I'm looking at him to do the easy stuff where the great players that we have, the Steph Currys that we already heavily rely on, can, like, dish it to you, just give you easy buckets that's, supplement the rest of the offense, basically.
Yeah, and it does not have to be the focal point of the team. Like, you could still play small. You can still position Draymond Green at the 5, but you do clearly need somebody for those 15 to 18 minutes just to come in, so that when you have this rotational pieces of whether it's Post or Draymond or whoever it is that you want to use, you can implement a guy that's going to rim protect or be a space heater and actually make a difference in the paint.
Right. And it's, Dan, it's impossible to think that, like, they don't need that to me. Look at the Houston Rockets starting lineup. The smallest player is 6'7", Dan. Like, how are we going to sit here and say, oh, we don't need a 7-footer at all on the team? I mean, come on. And people push back saying, well, Post is that, or Al Horford's a 7. No, they don't play that way. Like, get inside the paint. Like, I don't want to see you out of the 3-point line. I really don't. I just don't.
I'm getting I'm getting to the point where I'm just almost done with Post. I know Quentin Post can stretch, and when he's shooting it well, he's a difference maker. But he has absolutely no lateral quickness whatsoever, and defensively, he's just such a liability.
Complete liability.
It's a mistake now watching him play, because I'm just like, well, what is it that he's doing? It's sort of an embarrassment watching him out there trying to defend or stay with guys or just be an athlete. Just run up and down the floor and finish or get, fill a lane. And he's clearly not that guy. But I think the Golden State Warriors, look at, we get back to Jimmy Butler and we're talking about where the offense is going to come from. And while I know that Jimmy Butler, I don't know if Jimmy Butler is passive, to steal your word, as much as he is just a guy that cannot do it on a nightly basis anymore. Yeah. Like there are games where he can be Jimmy Butler. Like, we'll see it from time to time. And he'll get to the free throw line, and he'll be, he'll get people to slow down, and he'll clear a side, he'll get to the rim, and he is an impact guy. And he looks like Jimmy Butler circa 2020 with the Miami Heat, single-handedly leading them to an NBA championship. But this is what happens when you're investing guys on the wrong side of 35, is we need that out of you every night. And he ain't got it. Like, I don't think that's there anymore.
That's for sure. And, going back to the big man thing is like, for the Draymond example, like, you get a big man and that helps extend the amount of time you can keep Draymond on the floor, that he's not battling with massive guys, right? I think with the Jimmy Butler thing, it's just like, yeah, you're right. He is old. He's getting older. You've bought into this, though, and you're bought into it past next year, too, mind you, which is a scary thought. But I think that there's matchups where Jimmy can struggle because his game is so predicated around the key. He works within 2 feet of the key at all times, right?
Yeah.
And I think when you're doing that, there's individual players that can completely take you out of your game. Guys like Wembanyama, who can just eat up space, and then you're dependent on, a mid-range jump shot, which Jimmy's good at, but like where he's best at, to me, is 2 dribbles to the rack from that spot. And I think that deters him so much that a guy can just, block his shot without jumping, for instance. I'm just using the Spurs as an example, but that deters him so much that then he's not getting those foul calls, right? And I think it really takes him out of his rhythm in general. And I just think, like, in general, like, it's more of like, you don't have to score. I just want you to look at the rim. Just look. Like,
what's that all about?
He doesn't square up to the rim enough. And when he does, it's always a good play. And the other thing I don't see enough of is they were running a pick and roll between he and Curry. They did a couple plays. I'm totally blanking on which game it was, a couple weeks ago. They scored every time they ran it. And, they don't run a pick and roll offense, but like, they run this motion offense, obviously. And it's like, we should be looking at a pick and roll offense a little bit. Like, you have one of the best pick and roll players on the planet on your team in Steph Curry. Like, that guy can do a step back and get to the rim and finish, whatever, and he's a great passer. So I just like, why not mix it in a little bit with the motion offense, especially at this age, And some might say they don't have enough shooting in the corners. Well, like, that seems like something you can supplement in the offseason, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit, I don't know that we've reached a point right now where there's some serious question marks on this basketball team. Because now it's just, like, we've seen the Warriors at full strength, and we've seen them even rested, and there's serious liabilities. And when you think about this season going forward, it's not going to get any easier. Like, I hate saying this, but Steph going down with an injury was almost an inevitability that you can count on. And it's just a matter of time before, and you hope they're not major injuries, but are any of us going to be surprised if Draymond, who's dealing with an injury right now, is injured again, and or Jimmy Butler? And so this is, it was about sort of like, are they going to be able to make it through the attrition that is the 82 games? Like, that's the biggest challenge for them. And we're already beginning to see holes in that. And so I just don't know how I don't know how the Warriors, when it's February, when it's March, and it's April, this is a team that is hitting its stride and getting ready for the postseason, which, by the way, is another 2 months of basketball. So, again, it just gets back to Dunleavy and company and what it is that they were thinking when they put this team together. knowing how old everybody is, and then you added an Al Horford. And now the Jonathan Kuminga piece is Jonathan Kuminga now suddenly is regressing where he's overthinking and not the Jonathan Kuminga we saw in the first 10 days of the season. What is it that we have to look forward for this team going forward?
Nothing. Honestly, Dan, here's the thing, and people don't want to admit it, is like dynasties don't end well. Everyone knows this. And this notion that like this is going to be different or something and we're going to ride off in the sunset, it's just, it's hope. And it's based on nothing. And I think that you either were in the, I think there's really only two lanes here. And I think people want to create this third lane that's wasn't ever a reality, which is like, well, why didn't they get younger? Oh, but you want to keep Curry too? Like I think that you were either getting younger and letting Curry go and trading him. And that was probably, for a lot of people, they would think that was their best path back into contention. Because otherwise, you believe that the old guard can take you there, is my point. So this notion, the middle ground, which was they should have just gotten younger guys around Curry and he's the only one and let Dre go and all this. I'm sorry. What teams in the NBA are in the business of letting good young players go? I'd love to know. I get this call all the time in there, which is like, yeah, well, they're too old. Well, what should they have done? If anyone has an answer to that, I'd love to know. I mean, there was one player maybe on the board, which is Zion Williamson, right? But he can't get on the floor. So, like this whole notion, like they needed to get younger. Okay, then rebuild. Like fully rebuild. Because the fastest way back to contention then was trading Steph Curry. And that's not happening. So,
but I think, unfortunately, that's what you're ultimately going to be looking at is a rebuild. And they can dress this thing up and try and prolong it with these veteran players. But at some point, reality is going to hit you in the face.
Yeah.
And that is Steph at some point is no longer going to be able to do it. Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga is out. He's not the future. And so what do? That day is coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so at that point, it's going to be we're hitting reset.
Yeah.
And reset includes what it is that Utah's doing. It's what Portland's doing, and they're sort of on a fast track. It's what a lot of teams in the NBA and the Golden State Warriors are going to actually, they say things are cyclical in the NBA, are going to go back to that team that unfortunately, hopefully the drought isn't as long, but they're not going to be going to the postseason. And they're going to be in this rebuild mode like they were before the arrival of Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Clay and Draymond. And I think, to me, I would have rather started that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think, Dan, I understand that totally, and I'm an avid Steph Curry guy, so I would just, that's a no for me because, this is just the best player I'm ever going to watch maybe living here in the Bay Area in any sport. So I struggle with that, but I'm on the side of I believe that probably was their fastest way back to contention if the old guys don't work out. There was no middle ground. You know what I'm saying? And so imagine the haul he would have gotten you by trading Steph. But I honestly think Joe Lacob never even considered that because of the amount of money he rakes in, having Steph Curry on his team.
You can't do it.
There's no way.
Yeah.
I mean, they want him on TV, the jerseys he sells, like it was never on the table.
You can't even quantify.
No.
And whatever team he goes to, they suddenly become the cash cow.
Yeah.
It's like suddenly the world and China and everywhere where basketball is popular that's not in the United States is now suddenly focused on Charlotte or whomever.
It's like Ohtani. Like we can't quantify how great he is even because of the external value he brings in just from like the Japanese revenue, like the revenue he gets from the Japanese TV deals. You know what I mean? Like you can't quantify his value to the Dodgers, right? Like it's great on the field, but then even like the money is just beyond. And that's Steph Curry.
Not to mention they're only paying him like $2 million a year.
Who? Oh yeah, now Ohtani. Yeah, he's going to be really well off in 2034.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy. So I think maybe we're overreacting. The loss to Houston.
I don't think we are.
It's just you hope the team can play better, but I'm just trying to find out what's the silver lining. Like if we're to look at this at a glass half full, what is so? Draymond Green is going to have a really good year and be sort of DPOY-esque again. Jimmy Butler is going to sort of be the Jimmy Butler we saw in the latter part of the last, month and a half of the season of a year ago. And Steph Curry is going to continue to summon the old Steph Curry. And then Jonathan Kuminga and some of these younger kids are going to take, like, is that what we're hanging on to? Or what is it that?
That's what you're hanging on to. That's what you're hoping. That's your only way back, right? And I mean, I think that every year it's been like, can the young guys take this step? And that's what will carry us. And like, they haven't. So like, you've got to count on the old guys, clearly, right? And Will Richard's been a nice piece. Like, they've had some nice pieces and they've had some contributions here and there. But like, Kuminga seems like you can't rely on him right now. And Will Richard's been the best thing he got. So it's the old guard. That's what you got. And I think it's terrifying to think that we have to look at this next year, though. I mean, that's really a scary thought.
And when you think about old teams and whether it works or not, you don't have to look any further than that of the Los Angeles Clippers. Yeah. That's old and bad, right? That's just like you've got you know what's scary about the Clippers, man? Is that the Clippers most likely, I think it's a good bet, that they're going to the lottery, right?
Yeah. I actually, I'll take my victory lap now from Mr. Evan Giddings. I bet him at the beginning of the year that they wouldn't make the playoffs, and I was ridiculed by the whole station about that because they never stay healthy. I mean, what told us they would stay healthy this year?
Well, think about that. If they're in the lottery, and one thing we know about the lottery now, so they've sort of changed the odds, and we saw it last year with Dallas getting the number one pick. It's not a guarantee as it was, say, 5-6 years ago, that if you were picking at number 1 or 2 or 3, the odds were so clearly in your favor that if you're the worst team in the NBA, there was a good chance you were getting the number 1 pick. They've changed that, and that's not necessarily the case. My point being in all of this is that who has the Clippers pick this year. It's OKC. And there's a scenario where OKC gets the number 1 pick in this year's NBA draft.
Oh, my God.
Well, think about it. They've got the Clippers pick. The Clippers are going to the lottery. So the rich just get richer when you talk about OKC.
You think they're going to break the regular season record, Danny?
I do.
You do?
I do. They're so deep, man. They're doing this without Jalen Williams.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I watch them play, and I'm like, yeah, prove to me that there's some flaws or there's some holes, but they're so damn deep, man. Yeah, and their defense is so good.
Oh, I mean, it's an incredible team. It's also kind of cool, like, I guess, we've seen these big 3s and big 4s in the past, and like this feels more like a big 2 and then a bunch of really, really good players around them. You know what I mean? And that's cool for basketball to be reverting back to that.
Yeah, I just don't know. And the other thing is, you talk about load management. None of their stars play in the fourth quarter because the thing's wrapped up after 3.5, right? Or like after 3 quarters, they're up by 25.
The Warriors did this in 16, though, and this was very similar, and it took everything they had to get to 73. So for them to get to 74, I just don't see it. You give them a shot, though.
Yeah, now that you put it that, well, I should think before I speak.
74 is a lot of wins. 74-8? Oh, my God.
The boss wants us to get out of time, so I got to read it. This segment is sponsored by the California Office of... I read that already. Hold on here. Got to wrap up the show properly. This segment is sponsored by Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Frontier Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down, and no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deals and January 5th, visit Frontier Ford on Stevens. Hey, my man, Big Chick, it's been a blast, man.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure to see you again, my man.
Enjoyed seeing you. Zach Green, I love you. Hit him straight, my man. And that'll do it for all of us. Up next, it's Evan Giddings who's going to talk Shedeur Sanders for exactly 4 hours. Now, I don't know how the man is going to entertain all of us, but he'll find a way. Evan Giddings and nobody else, just Evan Giddings. Next here on 95.7 The Game.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed. Visit a Verizon store today. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It it can't happen. That's why our friends at Habislaw are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habislaw, always fighting to make it right.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local, trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
In Oakland today, partly sunny skies with a high of 59 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Catch comedian and actor Nick Offerman when he comes to the Bay Area with his Big Woodchuck Tour at the Masonic on February 7th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Food, family, and football. It's Thanksgiving, but your takes don't need to take the day off. Make some cash with them at DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Just pick more or less on a couple player stats and ride your read. Hit your calls, and Pick 6 turns a good read into a big return. And if you're new to Pick 6, DraftKings has you. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits with your first $5 entry. Trust your read and make it pay. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Evan Giddings with you, flying solo here for 4 hours on a Black Friday. Well, not exactly solo. I got Steven Risotto here. I got Zachary Green here. And I got my guy Brennan here, who's helping out in the back. There are more producers than there are hosts, and it makes me feel very uncomfortable as someone that typically resides behind the glass. But we're going to try and get through it today, and we're going to get trying through it together. We got a lot of stuff coming up. We're going to talk some 49ers, obviously a big game for them on Sunday with the Cleveland Browns. The Golden State Warriors, I don't know who the hell they are at this point when they're 510-10, now without Curry, who's injured. And we're going to have a little fun with some Black Friday stuff that Pasta, a.k.a. Steven Risotto, has prepared for us. So looking forward to that. But I'm going to be honest, this is the first 4-hour solo show that I have ever done. And I always wonder, all right, when you're about to embark on a solo mission, and I've done a few. I've done some cross-country trips. I've gone on solo flights. I think most people at one point or another have kind of broken the seal, right? You've lost your solo virginity, for lack of better terms. And so I wonder if this is what Yuri Gagarin felt like, Pasta. And a lot of people are quite familiar with Sputnik, all right? Sputnik was the first piece of astronomical machinery that was sent into space by the Russians back in the early 50s. It's kind of the basis for the start of what turned it into the Cold War, right? They beat us to space, so we had to figure out how to put a man on the moon. I'm talking about Russia and America. And I promise we will talk sports at some point today, but the whole point of doing 4 hours is I can talk about whatever I want. So Yuri Gagarin was actually the first man who went to space in a very, I guess, kind of seldom described journey on the Vostok 1. Now, the Vostok 1 was the first, the first journey into space in which they did a full orbital circle around Earth. And this journey, as I found out earlier this morning, as I was thinking of things that I could compare this to, Pasta, did you know it took 1 hour and 48 minutes to go a full orbital turn around the Earth?
I didn't know that.
So what they're telling me that I have to do today is talk for longer than Yuri Gagarin was in space for the first time of any human. The first human that went to space was only in space for half the amount of time that I have to talk today on 95.7 The Game. I feel like that's unfair.
I'm excited for this, though. I think that you're going to have a show that kind of transcends anything that was ever done in space.
Well, it's certainly going to be different than anything that was done in space. I don't know if they had broadcasts in space, but my point is, I wonder what he felt like. And I wonder what doing a journey like that in which you're, probably half scared. You're obviously prepared as much as you can be, but you're doing something that you've never done before. I'm not trying to compare what I'm doing now to the first man to enter space, but I just found it interesting that that's one that was kind of rarely talked about because obviously Neil Armstrong's the first man that gets to the moon. That's the one that everybody here in America remembers. We remember Sputnik or Chronicle Sputnik because it's the first thing that was actually sent into space. There's even a Russian dog that gets talked about more than our guy Yuri. But I'm going to embark on a solo journey today, and I got a little bit of help. So I appreciate everybody that's tuned in today and that is willing to kind of hang with me among my 4-hour solo journey. All right, so where do you think we should start today, Steven? Now, obviously we do have Warriors on the back end. We're also going to talk to Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle. He's going to join us at about 3:15, so looking forward to talking with him. But it feels only appropriate that the Niners and the Browns are kind of where we start today. So we took a poll, and really the poll was between myself and Steven before the show. I'm embellishing a little bit. I hold somewhat of a higher piece of the pie when it comes to voting. But the Niners are the team that, to me, are the most interesting team in the Bay Area. And somewhat of, I think a lot of it is because of process of elimination. They're later in their year. They are 8-4. I think after winning last weekend, or earlier this week, I should say, on Monday against the Carolina Panthers, I feel like they're kind of almost playoff bound. But the story this weekend, it's the quarterbacks. And it always is, seemingly for the Niners, really since Kyle Shanahan has become head coach, who the quarterback is, how much belief you have in the quarterback. And it still feels like there's some trepidation surrounding Brock Purdy. So I'll leave that there. Because the story in Cleveland is also the quarterback. And I'm not really sure with Dan Devone and Carter Chickering when they were, gobbling for 4 hours, just spewing their takes all across these airways we're, yapping about when I supplied them with a subject for the last hour of their show in Shedeur Sanders. But to me, I think he's a fascinating sports figure right now. And I think comparing him with Brock Purdy, like when I woke up this morning, I was thinking about, all right, people have some belief in Brock, and I think people are not necessarily in a place where they're rooting for Shedeur Sanders, but they're trying to figure out what he's all about. I think coming out of college, he was a guy who I didn't think was that great, but obviously put up big numbers at Colorado. His name was bigger than his game, and I think it's begun to regress back towards the mean a little bit, where people are now to the place where he's been humbled, 5th-round pick, third quarterback, and now finally gets his opportunity because of injuries, along with trades, and them sending Flacco over to Cincy. But why I think they're both interesting is because for very different reasons, they are quarterbacks who people, I think, still don't believe in, relatively speaking, or are kind of out on. I think people have enough faith in Brock Purdy, but on the heels of a 3-interception and 3-possession Monday Night Football performance against the Panthers, understanding they still won the football game. 8 touchdowns, 7 interceptions so far this year. You go back a year plus, there's some signs that, Brock Purdy might not be the quarterback that he was for his first year and a half, and that's totally understandable. And so I think that there is doubt surrounding the San Francisco quarterback right now. I think there's also doubt surrounding Shedeur Sanders. And what fascinates me is the reason for the disbelief in both. Like, Shedeur makes a lot more sense, right? I think that a lot of people, again, believe that his name is bigger than his game. The way that he talks about himself, the confidence, the bravado. I think a lot of people would call it cockiness. That has them believing that Shedeur is maybe not somebody that they want to, invest in. Although I think against the Raiders, he looked fine. I think he looked like a third-string quarterback, and he performed well, and he got them the win. And now he's got an opportunity to get a little bit of runway and prove if he can play in this league, which I think he probably can. Meanwhile, Brock Purdy is someone that I think because of how he entered the league, there's still that residue of, well, he's kind of he's just a 7th rounder. His physical attributes make him a 7th rounder. The decisions that he's made with the football the past year and a half, he looks like more of a 7th rounder than the guy that put up unbelievable numbers with a great team and helped lead the San Francisco 49ers to a Super Bowl appearance. And there's still a lingering of doubt that I I sense among fans, among media members, that I myself harbor as well. I mean, it's hard to not. I'd consider myself more of a Brock Purdy supporter than most, but it was really hard for me to watch that Monday Night Football game and not think, oh my God, like, what is this guy doing with the ball? Because there were a couple of bad choices, there were a couple of bad throws, and as much as you can go out there and Kyle Shanahan said, I like the decisions, didn't like the execution, Brock Purdy, all that stuff is well and good. You can't turn over the ball that much. You cannot throw the amount of interceptions in 2025 the way that Brock Purdy's been throwing picks. And in his first 2 starts since coming back from the toe injury, it's been Jekyll and Hyde, right? It's been 3 touchdowns, 133 quarterback rating against the Arizona Cardinals, and it's been a 3-pick performance against the Panthers. Now, they won both of them, and I think that should count for something, but I'm also not a guy who predicates my opinion about a quarterback based solely off their win-loss record. To me, the eye test matters, the context matters, and how you play with the situation you've been given matters. I don't think that Brock Purdy put his team in a great position to win on Monday night. I thought the defense did an unbelievable job taking advantage of a Carolina Panthers team that I don't think is as good as people believe them to be. They're a 6-win team, but they have losses to the Saints, who I think are awful. They've lost to the Cardinals, who I think are not very good. Yes, they have beaten the Packers, who I think are an up-and-down team. Like the Carolina Panthers, to me, they went into that game with a negative 43 score differential. That's not a good football team. The Niners, to me, are, I think, a good team, but I don't look at them as a contender. And I think that's how a lot of people view the quarterback right now, as a guy who's good, but a guy who's not elite. And the money, I think, does factor into this for some. But to me, these were conversations we were having before he got paid. These were conversations when we were trying to figure out, all right, is this guy a franchise quarterback? Is this someone who you want to give the keys to the kingdom to? And the Niners decided to do that. I was a supporter of it. I think in general, when you have a quarterback in the NFL, you pay them and you figure out the rest later. But this week, he's going up against, again, somebody that I think there is doubt about. And I'm wondering, like, the kind of, I don't know if it's comparison, but I think the connection between the 2 QBs on the field in Cleveland on Sunday, between Brock Purdy and Shedeur Sanders, is that people still don't believe in them. That people still don't believe that they can be what either they're paid to be or what they believe themselves to be. And I think that's the case, where Brock Purdy is paid to be the franchise quarterback. He's paid to be someone who wins games. He's paid to be somebody who leads you to the playoffs and can hopefully get you to a Super Bowl. And people don't believe that he can do that. Shedeur Sanders, meanwhile, is someone who believes that he can be maybe a future franchise quarterback, but certainly a guy in this league. And he kind of talks with the same confidence that his dad did. Only his dad is maybe the greatest cornerback of all time, and certainly one of the more dynamic players in the history of the NFL. So when Primetime was talking the way that he did, well, then it was all good because he was able to back up the way that he was talking. That's not the case, or hasn't been the case so far, for Shedeur Sanders in the NFL. And some of that is he hasn't been allowed to be, but I think with the way that he fell in the draft, some of the stories that were told about his conversations with teams being scared of him because of, again, just how exuberant his personality is, there's a little bit of disbelief in him. And I think he's in a different way, as he's more polarizing than Brock Purdy is. But here in the Bay Area at a local level, Brock Purdy, I think, is a polarizing subject. Some people feel great about him. Other people think that he is a pumpkin. Other people believe that he's somewhere in the middle, which is kind of where I fall. I think that Brock Purdy is someone that on certain days I could see being the guy that I'd want to be my quarterback, and on other days I wonder what the hell he's doing with the ball. that's where I think that he's taken a little bit of not a step back, but he's certainly changed the way that I've viewed how he's played over the past, 3.5, 4 seasons that he's been in the NFL, right? At the beginning of his career, it felt like this guy could not only do no wrong, but he made all the correct choices. The decisions that he felt confident in on Monday Night Football and that his head coach, Kyle Shanahan, backed him up on, those were decisions that we saw always produce positive results. And I don't want to say that the NFL is just a make-or-miss league, but I don't believe that Brock Purdy has made great choices. And some of that has been because of the surrounding cast. It's been because things are a little more difficult for him. And as a result, he's had to put the ball into harm's danger a lot more. And I kind of think that's also who he is. Like, when Brock Purdy played at Iowa State, the term gunslinger is thrown around, I think, a bit too much, but he was an aggressive quarterback. He was somebody who wasn't afraid to make the game-winning touchdown or throw the game-winning pick, just like he did against the Seattle Seahawks in the first week of the season. That play down the stretch of that game where he kind of rolled out to his right, bought some time, threw up a jump ball to Jake Tonjes. That to me is the quarterback that I think that he thinks that he is and has kind of always been. He's someone who's not afraid to be aggressive. He's someone who's not afraid to take chances. And that's where I believe he also gets himself into trouble, because I'm not sure that Kyle Shanahan wants him to be that player. I don't know if he wants him to be the guy who takes risks and puts his entire team in the palm of his right hand, which, of course, people would consider small. But the whole point is, I think that Brock Purdy is still kind of grappling with the kind of quarterback that he wants to be and that Kyle Shanahan wants him to be. And they were able to work in unison through the first year and a half when he wasn't doing a whole lot. And that's where I really think that in order for Purdy to help this football team on Sunday, he has to get back to basics. And I think that he will. I think Brock Purdy is a guy that typically is someone who, when he has a bad game, he doesn't compound it. Probably the Christmas Day game, 2023, is the game that everyone would point to and say that was the worst game of his performance. Prime time, there was 4 interceptions. I think they had 5 turnovers as a team that day, but then it got absolutely blown out by the Baltimore Ravens. And I think that Brock Purdy is somebody who showed that he doesn't let those performances linger. A lot of people might forget, but the next week against Washington, he had a 130 quarterback rating. He absolutely dominated the Washington Commanders. And again, not as good of a team as Baltimore, but the point is, everyone points to that game, and I remember Steve Young talking about it, that was the game where things sort of changed for Brock. And I don't know if he felt like, they figured him out. Mike McDonald, who now is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, was then the defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens. How things have sort of gone negatively for the Niners. I wouldn't necessarily look at it like that, but that definitely was an inflection point for a lot of people, because it opened up. It was the first time that Brock Purdy just made mistake after mistake after mistake, and it didn't feel like within the game he was able to adjust. And they got absolutely waxed as a result. That's the same feeling that I had watching Brock Purdy on Monday night against the Panthers. A feeling of, is this guy going to get it through his head that he cannot do that with the football? And the answer was no, which is why they didn't attempt to pass further than 19 yards, and I think it was 15 air yards in the second half. They ran the ball. They relied on their defense. I think there was also a reliance on the Panthers not being good enough to overcome the 2-score lead that the Niners eventually built for themselves. And they just said, Brock, you're not going to lose us this game. And that's where, again, as the franchise quarterback and with a less than stellar cast, certainly in comparison to a team like 2023, you do have to wonder sometimes, does Brock Purdy want to be the reason why they win or lose a game? Because to me, that's when almost he was at his best, is when Yes, as the signal caller, as the quarterback, you're delivering the ball, you're making the decisions, you're making the throws, and he was really good. But almost sometimes when he got out of his own way, I felt like the offense could just take care of itself. When he took care of the football, when he put the ball in the hands of his playmakers, which he still does have. Certainly they're not as good as the cast that he had in 2023, but he still has Christian McCaffrey, obviously. George Kittle is still on this team and playing good football. I'd argue that when given an opportunity, Ricky Pearsall, before his injury, showed that he could be a playmaker for this football team. Had 3 100-yard games in his first 4 of the season. Like, Ricky Pearsall could be a playmaker. That, to me, is where I think that we're going to see a different Brock on Sunday. Also because of the conditions, which we can get into in a little bit, he's going to have to be. This is not going to be a game where Brock Purdy is going to be allowed to drive the ball down the field. And I don't think he's somebody that necessarily listens to all the noise and what he does and can't do. But I do think that Brock Purdy is someone who is a naturally aggressive quarterback. Like he wants to push the ball down the field. I don't know, but he's a guy who, again, if he has a chance to hit a home run or slap the ball the other way for a single, he's going to swing for the fences. He's taking his A swing. And in one breath, I understand why you would want a guy like that. You want a guy to be aggressive. You want a guy who wants the pressure. But at some point, if that home run isn't there, I need you to take singles. Okay, so your first at bat, you're up against a guy and you're trying to hit a home run. It's an 0-2 count. He makes you look like a fool, and you walk back to the dugout. When you're in the dugout or when you're on the sideline, Brock Purdy, there needs to be something called an adjustment. And that's what I didn't see on Monday night. And I think what people believe is kind of what it made them feel, essentially like that Monday Night Football game on Christmas Day against the Baltimore Ravens. Like those two performances, the Ravens game and the Panthers game, they were very, very similar. And I think that's what scares people a little bit about Brock Purdy right now. All right, when we come up on the other side, I promise you, again, we got a lot more to talk about here. I do want to get into, number one, kind of scares me a little bit about this game for the 49ers. I also want to get into the quarterbacks league-wide, honestly, where Brock Purdy fits and what I think people are feeling about him in comparison to other quarterbacks. Continuing to also break down, again, what I think this game is really about on Sunday for the San Francisco 49ers, as they are 8-4. A win essentially has them in a position to punch their ticket to the postseason heading into the bye week. A loss doesn't knock them out of contention, but again, a win, I think, basically puts them there. And in a season that has been so up and down and marred by injuries and a roller coaster ride, that would be a pretty unbelievable feat for the Niners to be 9-4 after 13 weeks. All right, Evan Giddings, 95.7 The Game, and we're going to step aside and be back after this. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Almost every 8 minutes. That's how often Uber received a report of sexual assault or sexual misconduct. And despite over 400,000 reports, Uber turned a blind eye. Instead of protecting women, Uber downplayed the problem, delayed safety measures, and prioritized profit over passenger safety. Now, Uber wants to stop Californians from holding them accountable in court. Every 8 minutes, Uber tries to silence victims. Paid for by Habas and Associates.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Black Friday weekend is here. Once a year, you get the lowest prices on the top-rated brands of TV, Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs at stupid prices. You don't have to buy a no-name doorbuster TV with poor picture when you can get a good one for a few dollars more. Where's the best place to shop for these top brands? At Video Only, the only place where you can get better than Black Friday deals on Samsung, LG, and Sony. Better than clubs, better than online. Before you buy, check out the deals at Video Only, because if you don't, you'll be sorry.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, Let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Extra offensive lineman in there, Jake Curhan for the Panthers on 1st and goal. Young keeps. He's got a man, and he's picked by Jair Brown.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Ginnings with you up until 4 o'clock here on a Black Friday. Hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. That was one of the worst interceptions I've seen all season. Bryce Young could have run that ball for a touchdown. He also could have thrown it. I think he had another tight end in front of him, but Jair Brown sort of crept back and snuck back into the picture, baited him, if you will, and had one of his 2 interceptions in that football game. I think he was rewarded with NFC Defensive Player of the Week, so congratulations to Jair Brown because he's kind of had a rough season. All right, before we go any further, Steven Risotto, Pasta, can I ask you how you spent your Thanksgiving?
Yeah, so my Thanksgiving was good. I enjoyed it with just the family, just the normal family, no intermediate family this year. It was just kind of us. It was nice. It was calm. Had a lot of turkey. My mom made turkey and ham and all the Thanksgiving foods we still had. And then after Thanksgiving dinner, we all gathered around and we watched the brand new HBO A-Rod documentary. So it's called Alex vs. A-Rod or A-Rod vs. Alex on HBO, and we spent our Thanksgiving evening watching all 3 parts of that.
Well, that's number one. Pretty interesting. Number 2, I am always skeptical about documentaries because I think in a lot of cases, and maybe more recent ones, but a lot of them are puff pieces. They're propaganda for whoever has made them. I think, like the Michael Jordan documentary, very more steered towards Mike, and I think improving his legacy and a lot of the younger people's, just reminding them how great he was. Or the 10-part series, pardon me. But HBO is one of the few places where I think that when they do a documentary or put a documentary in their selection, a lot of them are pretty cut and dry. So I got to ask this follow-up before I get into really why you guys are watching A-Rod on Thanksgiving night. Did you think that it was fair, the documentary towards Alex Rodriguez?
It was very much fair. And I mean, there were people ripping him throughout. Like, you had Mike Francesa on there, and he was kind of ripping Alex, and Katie Couric was on there, who A-Rod infamously lied to. So there's a few people on there that kind of took the other side of what Alex was saying, and he kind of got the chance himself to open up a little bit. I don't think it was a puff piece that much. I mean, I think from what I understand, he didn't have a final say in what went into that documentary, as maybe Michael Jordan probably did in his. So a little bit different, but I think it was a pretty fair documentary.
Okay, that's good to hear. Now, my follow-up to that would be, how did you guys decide to watch a documentary on Thanksgiving evening? Like, a lot of people will huddle around, I don't know if they have fireplaces anymore in some houses, but they'll huddle around the television and watch. Last night it was the Ravens and the Bengals, or I don't know, maybe you'll put on a holiday film. How did you guys decide that the A-Rod documentary was the one that you, mom, dad, brother, all wanted to watch?
I can't answer that, Evan. I can't. Even if I wanted to give you a good answer, I don't think I could. But it was just something that I had wanted to watch for a while, and I asked the family, and they're like, "Oh yeah, sure." So it was better than Mary Poppins or Charlie Brown or any of that.
Easy.
What did you watch?
What did we watch? Well, we watched the Ravens and the Bengals game, and then after that, we had a little dessert. My brother's girlfriend made an awesome pistachio tiramisu, which was really good, and mom had some tea, and then we called it a little early because, so I think most people, I don't know, people eat around, I would say anywhere between 2 and 4 o'clock on Thanksgiving Day, And we didn't do a massive Thanksgiving dinner because we're going to do that tonight after I'm done here. Again, up until 4 o'clock. But as a result, it wasn't a huge dinner. We had some pasta, actually. Shout out to you. And we then decided to basically shut it down because we had gone out Wednesday night. Now, Wednesday is one of the greatest party days in and on the calendar. So I don't really like the blackout Wednesday thing because I don't think people always black out. But thank you. But it's a perfect time, and was talking to our other producer, Zach Green, about this. It's typically a day where high schoolers, friends from high school, all come back together. And for the first few years, you're either out of college or maybe you're on your first job. It's a day where you can all just get back, have a few, talk about what's been going on. And as you get older and you move into your 30s now like I am, you'll find out that those opportunities become fewer and fewer. People get married, people have kids, people move across the country, people aren't coming back for Thanksgiving. So the day before Thanksgiving is where you can all really kind of relive the old days, so to speak. So as a result of that, went out on Wednesday night into Thursday morning, and by the end of the night game last night, I just was not feeling it. So tonight we'll do our bigger Thanksgiving get together, and I got some cousins coming over, and I got a couple family friends coming over, and yeah, and so tonight's going to be a little more familial, I guess. I don't think we're going to be watching the A-Rod documentary though, Pasta. I hate to break it to you.
That's disappointing to hear.
So what we will be doing this weekend though is probably watching the 49ers and the Browns. And in the first segment, kind of talked about the comparisons I feel between Brock Purdy and Shedeur Sanders. And some people might feel like that's a stretch, and that's up to you. But what interests me about both of them is the reason or non-reason for disbelief, right? I think for Shedeur in college, he was a confident, explosive player. Sometimes I didn't like how he would throw some of his teammates under the bus. I like quarterbacks and, in general, team leaders that are a little more inward looking when it comes to assessment of their own play and basically just taking responsibility. I don't think Shedeur always did that. But I think a lot of his detractors focus just more on sort of perceived flaws based on an attitude that they don't think is justified by the results of his play. Right? He's brash, he's cocky, he's aggressive. I think Brock Purdy has maybe a cocky, aggressive playing style, but he certainly doesn't act that way when he gets to the podium. So what scares me right now about Brock Purdy, not just going into this game, but I would say moving forward, before last night was the turf toe injury. And the reason for that is I host a pregame show, the kickoff show, every Sunday here on 95.7 The Game with the great Lorenzo Neal, Hall of Fame nominee. And he has described to me what he's seen in those NFL locker rooms from guys who have turf toe. And it's just such an unpredictable injury that impacts how you practice or the inability to practice, how you are running, and sort of the things that you're doing subconsciously. Like, I thought it was interesting that earlier this week, Signing Guru had, his name's Ethan Sherwood-Strauss. He used to cover the Warriors, but he wrote an article recently now in his Substack about his own experience with turf toe. And one of the things that he described to the guys was how he's not even aware that he's not using his toe, or he's not aware that he is basically not activating to his 100% capability the use of his big toe. And that's something that, look, he's not an athlete and hasn't gone through the surgeries and probably the rehabilitation that a lot of these guys have, certainly not like Brock, but that's something that kind of lingers with me, because if it's an injury that you subconsciously don't take into account, then that's going to impact the way you play. And I thought on Monday, Brock Purdy moved pretty well. We saw him take off for the first time. He did not run a single time in his return against Arizona. I thought he scooted pretty well. He had a first down run. But the arm strength is something that is really, I think it's just hard to tell. because Brock Purdy does not have a great arm to begin with. And to me, if the turf toe injury loses, if it makes you lose even, a mile or two on your fastball, that makes a difference. One of the things that I always feel does not get talked about enough in the game of baseball is the regression of velocity. If you're someone that throws consistently 95 miles per hour, and the next year you come back and your fastball is at 92 or 93, that may not seem like a lot, but that is a massive difference because it's enough time for the hitter to make an adjustment. And these guys are incredible at doing such if they have just in a single hundredth of a second longer to hit the ball. In football, think about the way that J.C. Horn had those 2 interceptions on Monday Night Football against Brock Purdy. And the second pick was, I think, probably just a bad throw, bad choice, the one down the middle into the end zone when he was looking for Pearsall. But the 2 J.C. Horn interceptions, the first one I thought was a great play by Horn, who I think he might, after last week, be leading the league in INTs. If not, he's damn close. He's a good defensive back. But if Brock Purdy's arm strength was at, again, if he had a mile per hour or less on that throw, if he had the extra velocity, that he might have been able to fit that ball in there. And the decision that's why he's thinking the decision that he made was a good one. What scares me is that if the toe is impacting him, that's going to impact his ability to execute the throw. And that's not something he's going to be thinking about because he's making the correct choice in his mind. The decision to put the football into that window is something that he has done repeatedly, both for better or for worse. But if it's just a hair slower, well, that's enough time for a great cornerback like J.C. Horn to get into the middle of that play, make an interception, and change the trajectory or potential outcome of a football game. That's what scares me about the injury. Then I watched Joe Burrow last night. And Joe Burrow dealt with the same injury that Brock Purdy did, actually to a more severe extent, because his turf toe forced him to have surgery. And I think he got hurt in week 2, either week 2 or week 3. But he's been out for quite some time. And it did beg the question a little bit this week why Cincinnati would bring him back, because they won last night. They beat the Ravens. It was a good win. Kind of handled them, to be honest. Along with, I don't know what Lamar Jackson was doing. But Joe Burrow looked like Joe Burrow, right? And I thought he looked mobile. I thought he moved well in the pocket. He didn't look like a guy that wasn't trusting his toe. So in one breath, I watched the Monday night game and I wonder, is Brock Purdy kind of subconsciously being hampered by an injury that he's no longer concerned with, but might still be lingering a little bit? And then I watched Joe Burrow and I say, well, gosh, maybe there's no excuse for the injury. I think it's just such an up-in-the-air type of deal with the uniqueness of turf toe that I'm not really sure how I'm going to be viewing on Sunday when he plays in Cleveland, how the toe is affecting him. Because I thought against Arizona, he looked just like the Brock Purdy from week 1 or the Brock Purdy from years past. And he diced up Arizona. He made great decisions pre-snap, audibled into advantageous positions for his offense, put the ball where he needed to. And I thought that Brock Purdy played a really good game. And Carolina's not, they're better than the Cardinals, but they're certainly not world beaters. And he just looked totally different. Still wanted to drive the ball down the field up until the second half, and I thought Shanahan and his play calling sort of took the ball, if you will, out of Purdy's hands. But, to me, that's where the concern is a bit for me. Like, how much is the turf toe impacting him? Or maybe I'm just using that as an excuse. I think one thing that I feel confident in saying is that if Brock Purdy struggles this weekend in Cleveland and continues to struggle through the end of the season, the Niners do have a built-in excuse, and that is the toe. That is the injury. The question is, do you, the viewers, do we, the media, want to give him the benefit of the doubt? And after, again, watching Joe Burrow, just his first game back, I'm going to continue to monitor him maybe more than any other quarterback in the league because he's the one guy who shares a similar injury with Brock Purdy. And I know it might be unfair because Joe Burrow's just a better quarterback. Like, I think people often forget just how damn good Joe Burrow is because he plays in Cincy, and he's also been kind of injury prone. Like, he's missed more games based on percentage of available games than Brock Purdy has throughout his career. He's been more hurt than Purdy. But when he's available, like when he's well, he's hell. Joe Burrow is awesome and is certainly one of my favorite players to watch play. So that's what I was excited about last night. While Pasta was watching the Alex Rodriguez documentary with his lovely family, I was watching Joe Burrow and his healthy toe dice up.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
No, I'm actually saying that because you are experienced, Stephen. Only an experienced member of the sports world would take the time on a sports-driven holiday. In fact, an NFL-driven holiday. Only an experienced sports fan would take that time to learn more about Alex Rodriguez.
It was worth it. I have zero regrets about anything.
How much of there was Bonds in that?
None, actually. He made a cameo when they showed a cover of a Sports Illustrated piece.
So he was in it?
A little bit, just a picture of him. And then a picture of him in the Mitchell Report.
Well, that laugh at the end didn't feel necessary. Although I am right there with you. Okay, so with the toe and Joe Burrow, I don't know if it necessarily calmed the concerns for me about Brock Purdy. But the other question that I think everyone has when they watch him play, and will continue to watch him play unless he, I don't know, turned into the next Drew Brees or Fran Tarkenton, which I don't see happening, but he just dominates at his height and his weight, is will the Niners regret the decision they made this past summer, right? Do they regret the decision to pay him? We all have regretful purchases, right? In fact, maybe a lot of you are going to make them today. Actually, Black Friday is a perfect day to talk about this. How many purchases have you regretted over the last year? I know I have. Whether it's a subscription service, whether it's a shirt or a jacket that I no longer want. Maybe it was something I saw online that I thought was going to be good on me and isn't, and you can return it, but you still regret the purchase. Maybe it was a hardware appliance that isn't actually useful for your home. You know, maybe it's a meal, right? You regret purchasing a piece of food or something that you thought was going to be good because you wanted to try a new place. You wanted to maybe get to a new bar, or you wanted to basically explore, and you regret that choice. I don't think there's buyer's remorse yet, but for those people who weren't fans of paying the contract, and I actually heard Devon and Carter talking about this earlier, the idea of just paying a quarterback in general, not doing it before you have to. And I don't really think that's how it works in sports. You pay people on, especially in the NFL, where there's no fully guaranteed deals unless you're Deshaun Watson, oddly enough, who's a player who's on the Browns, and they very much regret doing that. But you kind of get paid on what you've done, and teams try and project how much you can help in the future. I mean, I think the Niners have shown that they reward players based on what they've done and hopefully what they can do. But Deebo Samuel capitalized on an amazing all-pro season. He got paid on what he did. I don't think he lived up to that contract afterwards. Another guy who has been in headlines recently, Brandon Ayuk, certainly got paid and capitalized on his one second-team all-pro season where he was a very good wide receiver for the Niners. I don't think anybody believed he was going to live up to a $30 million per year contract. Nick Bosa is another one who had a great start to his young career, finished on a DPOY campaign, capitalized on that year, got paid, and since then, whether it's because it's his fault or not, he just hasn't been very good. He's had one 10-sack season since then. Had 9 a year ago, tore his ACL this season, and has left a lot to be wanted based after the contract that he signed. You know, the two guys who have probably lived up to their deals are Fred Warner and George Kittle. But when they signed their contract extensions this prior summer, they were also being paid based on, I think, large in part, what they've done. And that's where Brock Purdy is no different. I know that he wasn't as dynamic as, a Warner or Kittle for a longer period of time, but the Niners made a choice and they kind of gambled. And I don't think that they regret their decision yet, but if I'm looking at the teams around the NFL that absolutely regret paying their quarterbacks, I think there are a few of them, and that's why I don't believe that Purdy fits into that category, at least not yet. The Miami Dolphins, they regret paying Tua Tagovailoa. They just do. He received a significant contract extension after the year 2024, and I think the concern with him might even be more so his availability than his ability. When he has a good team around him, he's shown you he can be a prolific passer, deliver the ball where it needs to go. I know that, I forget which media member brought it up earlier this week. They called Brock Purdy a right-handed Tua. I think that's a little unfair, but I see the comparisons. Cleveland is the other team who should not have paid Deshaun Watson what they did. A fully guaranteed contract, and a lot of it was because he was available during, a bunch of legal issues that even still might be lingering. But since then, because of suspension, injury, he just hasn't been available for them. And even when he's played, he's been pretty bad. The one guy that I don't think skates necessarily in all of this, but people don't really care about how much he makes, is the guy we saw yesterday beat the Kansas City Chiefs, Dak Prescott. And Dak Prescott is, I think, an interesting quarterback to look at because he makes the most money of anybody in the league. He makes $60 million a year. He's the highest paid quarterback. And I don't think that anybody would ever say that Dak is the best quarterback in the league. He's had a couple of good, some even really good regular seasons. And he can put up numbers when he's got guys around him. And oddly enough, the Cowboys have seemingly, I think they've always invested in the offensive side of the football because they understand that they got to be a show in addition to being a good football team. Dak Prescott has always had ample weapons. Right now he's got two really good ones on the outside. But when Dak has good stuff around him, he can make some things happen, and he can be a good quarterback. But he hasn't had the kind of success that you would want to see from a dude who's paid that amount of money. Even still, I don't think that the Dallas Cowboys regret paying Dak Prescott. And that's why I wouldn't say that the Niners do either. The one thing that could determine whether or not they do or don't, I think, is going to be if this toe injury lingers or if he re-aggravates it or if it turns into an issue this summer. But what the Niners have also always showed us is that they're not afraid to move on if they have to. They're not afraid to correct their incorrect choices. And that's something that I'm not willing to say is going to be based on the rest of this season, but I do think that Kyle Shanahan is going to be paying very close attention to how well Brock Purdy takes care of the football. Because right now he has thrown too many picks. He's given other teams too many opportunities, and he has left his team vulnerable so far this year. I think in 2 games, they won the Carolina game, they lost the Jacksonville game, but he's left his team in a disadvantageous spot more often, certainly, than the head coach. And I think the fans would also tell you that they want. All right, we're going to continue on here as we roll on towards 4 o'clock. 1 hour and 3 to go. Evan Giddings with you, flying solo here on 95.7 The Game on a Black Friday. Big thanks to everybody who is tuned in, everybody driving around. Hope you're being safe. Hope you got what you want today. And I hope you did not regret any of the purchases that you make. More ahead here on 95.7 The Game.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the fans.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. And right now, it's the perfect time to kick back during Lazy Boy's biggest Black Friday sale. Save 30% on everything, plus free delivery. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
The holiday rush starts here at your California Ford dealers. The Ford Black Friday Sell-a-thon is on. It's 4 days only of some of our best offers across the entire Ford lineup. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty. The Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. All-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And explore and escape the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These Black Friday Sell-a-thon savings are here for 4 days only. The clock's ticking, the lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the Sell-a-thon and the savings are over December 1st. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, happy Black Friday, everyone, and hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game, taking up until 4 o'clock, live and local here today. Thank you, Steiny. I think he's probably out golfing somewhere. He told me that he would call in later into the show.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if that was a sign of like, well, I know you're going to need me, or, you know, I'd be nice enough to call in, but I don't think he's going to do it.
I highly doubt that, Evan. I feel like when Steiny is not at work, the last thing he thinks about is anything work-related.
Sometimes I agree with that. Well, all right, so this is the thing. Because we watch a ton of sports, we all do, and it's kind of our jobs to opine about them, there are a lot of random sports thoughts that are sent between myself, the group. We talk about certain sports things too, Pasta. Like, well, I guess you watched Alex Rodriguez yesterday, so it's a little bit different. But I was going to ask you what your big takeaway from the football games were yesterday. Did you watch any football at all?
Didn't watch any football yesterday. No, I was locked in. Locked in on family and A-Rod.
That sounds also a lot healthier than just sitting back and watching football all day. But one of the things that I continue to learn about the NFL, and I think the NFC, right, because we're kind of comparing all teams to the Niners, is the Niners are very clearly a second-tier team. Now, there's also a team playing right now that a lot of people believe would be, you know, kind of 1 or 1A, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. And yesterday, the teams that obviously played, Green Bay, Detroit, are in the NFC. I think that the Lions are a team that I struggle with. Like, the Lions are a team that I believe is actually sort of similar to the Niners if the Niners still had Nick Bosa. And I don't think that they're coached as well as the San Francisco 49ers, but their best playmaker is clearly Jahmyr Gibbs. And I realize Amon-Ra St. Brown got hurt yesterday. I think that's who the Niners kind of paid, unfortunately, Brandon Ayuk to be their version of that, and he's not. But Detroit is built, predicated on the run. If they run the football well, they win games. If they don't, they don't. And Green Bay is a group that, to me, is I could see them getting to the NFC Championship game, and I could see them getting blown out in the first game of the wild card. I have no clue who the Green Bay Packers are, because I think their defense is solid, and I think that their offense is completely unpredictable. Meanwhile, the Dallas Cowboys are a team that I was also thinking about yesterday, because obviously they won against Kansas City. They somehow came from behind 21 points last weekend and beat the Philadelphia Eagles. But they're a team that I think many people, myself included, kind of thought were not mailing it in on the season, but anytime you trade your best or one of your best players, to me, you can't convince me that you're trying to win at all costs. They made a move in trading Micah Parsons this offseason that I felt like flew in the face of a team that was saying that they wanted to make noise in the NFC. Well, what did they do at the deadline? They went out and acquired Quinnen Williams, who they used some of the draft capital they acquired from the Micah Parsons deal to go get. They also traded for a linebacker in Logan Wilson, who's helped them a little bit. And I was thinking a little bit about the Niners when I was watching the Cowboys yesterday, because I think it's a team that is flawed. I don't think it's a team that I would predict is going to go anywhere. In fact, they might be too far behind all the rest of the teams in the NFC, the 49ers included, to even get into the playoffs. Yesterday was almost a must-win for them, and I got more thoughts on the team they beat in just a second. But the Cowboys are a team that, if they had a Parsons for the entirety of the year, they might have 7 wins. They might have 8 wins. They might be in the thick of the playoff hunt, which right now they are the outside looking in. And it did make me feel, I don't think there's a coincidence that they make a trade at the deadline for an impact defensive player. And while Williams has not, he hasn't gotten Myles Garrett types of numbers, he's been forceful for them. He's been impactful as one of the game's premier defensive tackles. And he's paid as such. That one move has kind of spurred the Cowboys. I mean, they beat two good teams. And I realize both of the games were at home, but still, those are two quality wins. They beat the past two NFC teams to represent the Super Bowl. And they beat the two teams in the Super Bowl the last 2 weeks, the Eagles and the Chiefs. And it had me thinking a little bit about the Niners deadline, because the Niners were a team that were ahead of Dallas. They are a team that I think a lot of us would look at and say they're not a player away, right? They're not a team who is going to trade for one guy and win a Super Bowl. But I think if they had found a Quinnen Williams and they chose not to get that guy, it does make me think about what potentially they could do or could have been able to do. Because every year is so different. I think one of the reasons, the main reason why this season has looked the way it's looked for the Niners is because they've played a last place schedule and they haven't really had any hiccups. I mean, the game that they've probably regretted the most at this point would be the Jacksonville game. And to me, that's primarily because they clearly brought Brock Purdy back before he was healthy, or he was close to 100%, which I'd like to believe he is now. But Jacksonville's also a 7-win team. Somehow, some way, they're a 7-4 team, and they're a wild card right now in the AFC. But that's the one game that they've regretted. The rest of the teams that they have played, they've been able to clean up all the bottom feeders. And that's why this weekend against Cleveland, I feel good about the Niners. I think that they'll win that football game. I don't know if they'll cover the 5.5 points because it's looking like it's going to be a blizzard. But I think they'll win the game. And then I think that they can go after the bye, beat Tennessee, be a 10-win team at that point, and kind of manage their way to the postseason. But if they made a move at the deadline, if they had acquired an impact guy, Jalen Phillips was the one that was reported to be out there that the Niners said they did not want to trade a second-round pick for. And I understand the sentiment of, well, Phillips looks really good on the Eagles because he's got a bunch of talent surrounding him. He doesn't have to be the man. He can be a man. But I still feel like getting talent is never a bad thing. And the Niners are in a position where they're trying to build from within. They're trying to use their youth. But I think that their defense is still just missing something. And again, it's not going to be the difference in them winning or losing a Super Bowl, but I get the feeling that if there was something that they regret this year, are going to look back and regret, it's going to be doing something to bolster that side of the ball. And I don't mean by trading for Keon White. This is a team that they got a lot of holes. I know they look good against the Panthers. I think a big part of that was because of how bad Bryce Young was. And also how the help that he usually has was lacking. Tet McMillan, their first-round pick, I think he's a stud. He had at least 2 drops, had one right through his hands on a 3rd and 4 that could have extended the drive, that could have pushed that game to a closer margin in the second half. He just dropped the ball. Those were the kinds of plays that the Panthers were seemingly making all night, or the poor decisions that they were making all night. But the deadline was a time where the Niners could have done something and didn't. And I guess I wonder if they could have. And again, Quinnen Williams was not a guy that they were looking at, but you see what the Dallas Cowboys did and how they've responded to it. Again, that might not be good enough to get Dallas into the postseason. And what their biggest regret of the year might be was actually trading Micah Parsons, who after yesterday now has 11 sacks in 11 games or something like that. He's been outstanding. And his absence through the first 9 weeks of the season might have been the difference in them making the postseason or not. The Niners' lack of activity at the trade deadline may be the difference in them winning a postseason game or losing one. And that may not seem like a big deal to most, but I think if this team wins a postseason game, like that would be a major accomplishment for them. That would be, heading into this year, even understanding how easy the schedule was supposed to be, if they win a postseason game, this will be the best coaching job that Kyle Shanahan has done since he's gotten to San Francisco. And I'll tell you why. Before this season, 2021 was the year where I felt like the Niners achieved the most with the least, right? Their offense, Jimmy Garoppolo, they basically discovered the scat-back Deebo Samuel midway through the year. He was a prolific wide receiver before that, was putting up numbers, but then once they moved him into the backfield after they started 3-5, it just was a completely different ballgame. And they end up winning, I believe, 7 of their last 8. They went on a run second half of the season. They come back from down 17 on the road in LA to just get to the playoffs. And then they go into Dallas, they beat the Cowboys, they go into Green Bay, they beat the 1 seed. And while I don't think it was on the back of their quarterback, they as a team overachieved. That was not a group that, especially midway through the year, you were thinking about as a playoff team. Secondly, as a team that was going to make it all the way to the NFC Championship game. But the biggest difference between that team now in 2025 was the defense. They had an outstanding defensive unit. Their defensive line was much better. Nick Bosa was not just available, he was a better version of himself even this year and last year when he was healthy. Eric Armstead was a force. Fred Warner was obviously present, but their secondary was full of a much more established talent. They were a more veteran group on that side of the football. And that's why they were able to, in my opinion, neutralize Dallas. That's why they, and the weather might have had something to do with it, but going to Green Bay and keep down an Aaron Rodgers-led Packers team that put up a lot of points that year. Their defense was the identity of that team. The offense, to me, is the identity of this team. And while I think that Robert Saleh has done an outstanding job and also is going to be able to confuse a rookie quarterback this upcoming Sunday, the offense is what I think is going to decide most Sundays for the Niners. Or Mondays, I guess. Or Thursdays. All the days that they play. The offense is going to decide how far this team goes. And that's why if they make the playoffs and they win a playoff game, it to me, it's, you have to give the most credit you ever have to Kyle Shanahan. He's the guy who is responsible for that unit. And that's the unit that, to me, is going to dictate just how far the Niners go. Certainly there's going to be games like Monday night where the defense plays well, gets interceptions, gets turnovers. But large in part, week to week, I think that the offense is the group that's going to sort of set the tone. The offense is going to be the one that's responsible for putting the defense in a good position. It's going to be responsible for responding or perhaps coming from behind if the defense gives up points, which potentially could see this weekend. The Browns are a team that can run the ball. They're a team that is going to demand the Niners offense to put together long, methodical drives, especially considering it might be a blizzard. But overall, I just feel like the Niners are a team that is kind of led by their firepower, and there isn't a ton of it. It's also because they're the healthiest unit on this team. Like you look at the Niners and they're beat up on defense. The offense, especially with the lack of Brandon Ayuk and what looks like the future lack of Brandon Ayuk, that's their most whole unit. Brock Purdy's back. George Kittle's back. Christian McCaffrey has been miraculously one of the more dependable and workhorse running backs in the league. Christian McCaffrey is on pace for over 400 touches. he is on pace to touch the ball and carry this team more than he did in 2023. And that to me that's unbelievable. You know, what Christian McCaffrey is doing is basically playing like he was when he was in Carolina at age 23, but it's on the heels of missing the majority of last season. And I did not have that on my bingo card, to quote Myles Garrett. All right, looks like we have a caller. Pasta. Well, I'm excited now. We got James in San Mateo wants to get in on the conversation. 888-957-9570, by the way, if you want to contribute. Evan Giddings here with you until 4 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. James, hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. What's going on, man?
Oh, well, my wife didn't kill me, so that's always good.
Yep, that'll do.
I got to say, you know, with Robert Saleh on the defense, okay, the Fred Warner, incredible linebacker, best in the league. I'll give them that, you know. But I'm tired of hearing, we don't have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. We got dropped the Nick Bosa thing, okay? Nick Bosa was way above average for 1 year, and that's right before he got his huge contract. So let's stop using Nick Bosa as like our defense is so hurt we don't have Fred Warner or Nick Bosa. Let's just go, we don't have Fred Warner. That's what I got to say.
I got you. Hey, James, hold on for a second there, and I'm glad that your wife took it easy on you yesterday. So who do you think is like the second best defensive lineman on the Niners right now?
Well, I wouldn't call him second best. I mean, at this point, I mean, if Nick Bosa comes in, D. Winters is, you know, just as good as him.
Well, but he plays a different position. My point is, James, that there's no one else on that line that's as good as him. Would you agree with that?
No. There's not. There's not. But I mean, he's not like what he used to be. I mean,
that's fair.
He's still above average, but he's not like way above average. You know, they could have gone out and got a above average person to play his position. You know, in a lot of places. You know, he's just not like all he's cracked up to be. Just like Purdy's not. You know, Mac Jones is a better quarterback. He's tougher, stronger, old school. The Niners just, you know, I think they didn't realize what they had in Mac Jones. And now they're like, oh, crap, you know, we got lucky, which they did. I mean, Mac Jones is playing incredible. And now they're like, but we look like fools if we don't play Purdy. And it's not their fault. You know, they didn't know after they played Purdy. I mean, and Lorenzo Neal was saying last week, well, Purdy this, and Purdy got to 2 championship games, and Purdy got Super Bowl. And, yeah, well, so did Russell Wilson. He got to back-to-back Super Bowls, but it doesn't mean you hang on to them after they start losing everything. You know, I understand loyalty and all that, but you can't just go, well, he used to do this, he used to do that, so we owe him loyalty. No, it's, you know, you're not as good as you used to be anymore. We didn't know it. We didn't know Mac Jones was a diamond in the rough. And, you know, let's move on. You know, it's what it is. I mean,
yeah.
The Niners moved on from freaking Joe Montana. I mean, come on. And look, Steve Young, incredible. That's what Mac Jones reminds me of, the toughness of Steve Young. I mean, the guy's playing, throwing up on the sideline, getting paint shots, you know, but Purdy can't get a paint shot for his turf toe, but there's Mac Jones out there getting paint shots and throwing up on the sideline. So, you know, without Mac Jones, I don't think the Niners would be in the position they are now, at least still having a chance in the NFC West if Purdy played the whole time. That's just how I feel.
I got you, James. Well, I hope you have a better Black Friday, it sounds like. But no, thanks for the call, man. I think that's fair. I would push back on the Brock versus Mac stuff. I think that Mac Jones is, well, you're right that if without him they would not be in the spot. You know, I don't know how many other backup quarterbacks could step in and do what he's done. And I also think that the Niners have, I mean, Kyle Shanahan, when he gets anybody with an ounce of talent in their right arm, he can make that player look like, well, I guess Steve Young, if that's who he reminds you of. But I would also say that that's going to be a question this offseason. That's going to be something that a lot of people are wondering about, depending on how Brock Purdy finishes the year, depending on how far the Niners go. I think they're going to make the playoffs. I think that I would give them a chance in their first round playoff matchup, depending on who they match up against, because they're probably going to have to go on the road. I don't think they're going to win the NFC West because the Rams are a juggernaut. Like, that's a team that really looks like they could not only get back to a matchup with Philly, but they might be able to get over on the Eagles and potentially hoist a Lombardi trophy this year. That's how good they look. I don't think that we're there yet with Brock and Mac. I think the Niners have shown us that they'll always choose the better quarterback, right? I guess someone would say, you could throw it back in my face, well, they chose Brock over Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold looked pretty good. That's fair. But I think that when Jimmy Garoppolo was done, they moved off of him. They spent 3 first-round picks on Trey Lance and moved on from him because Purdy at the time was better. And so I do believe that if they feel like Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, they wouldn't be afraid to find some way to get off of Brock. I just don't think they're there. And honestly, I'm not either. As far as the Nick Bosa thing is concerned, I'm kind of with you that, well, he's certainly not as good as he used to be. Pre-injury, pre-contract, I don't think it was a doubt that Nick Bosa was a top 5 defensive player in football. But since he's been paid, that's something we haven't discussed a whole lot of. You just don't say it anymore. You don't say, oh, Nick Bosa is a top 5 defensive player. His name is certainly not with the Myles Garretts. TJ Watt has taken a step back this year, but he's still really good. He's not among the Micahs. He's not up there. I guess last year was Trey Hendrickson, who was the sacks leader. This season he's been hurt. But we don't talk about Nick Bosa among, I think, like the top 5 defensive players anymore. I think he's still really good. And my point was, I think you still have to say without Warner and without Bosa when you talk about this defense, because there's nobody else on that line that's in his class. With all due respect to Bryce Huff, and Bryce Huff is their sacks leader right now with 4. Bryce Huff is a pass rush specialist. He doesn't play the run. He's not in there to drop running backs or to impact that part of the offense. He's in there to get to the quarterback, which he does pretty well. But I think you got to put a little more respect on Nick Bosa when you're looking at the rest of this defense, because I do think, again, when I'm watching the Cowboys yesterday, the difference in their defense was what they acquired at the deadline. That defensive line looks a lot better when you put a Quinnen Williams in the middle of it. Without him, before the deadline, they were the worst defense in football, or second to worst, in terms of points allowed, total yardage, all that stuff. They beat Philly, and they beat Kansas City in back-to-back weeks. And their defense did enough to help them win those football games, and I think a big reason is what they acquired at the deadline. All right, we are an hour and a half in. We're taking up until 4 o'clock here on a Black Friday. Also, a reminder, it's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super. I want to dig more into the significance of this game for both sides, and a couple things that are going to play a factor: the intense weather conditions and the fact that the Niners haven't won a game in Cleveland since 1984. I wasn't born until 1994. That's
too old.
Not yet. I'm not. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. Steven Risotto also in the house. And that segment was sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
Food, family, and football. It's Thanksgiving, but your takes don't need to take the day off. Make some cash with them at DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Just pick more or less on a couple player stats and ride your read. Hit your calls, and Pick 6 turns a good read into a big return. And if you're new to Pick 6, DraftKings has you. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits with your first $5 entry. Trust your read and make it pay. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
All right, folks, this is it. The weekend many of you have been waiting for. Black Friday. The lowest prices of the year on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony with deals up to $1,000 off. No need to buy a poorly rated unknown brand with prices like this. So what could be even better? How about video-only's better than Black Friday deals? That's right, better than Black Friday. Before you buy, check out Video Only, or you'll be sorry.
It seems everyone gets a tip these days. Deliver food? Get a tip. Drive around town? Get a tip. Serve a drink? Get a tip. But here's one tip that can help you find a higher paying career. Merit America can help you get the training and support to find and succeed in an in-demand job, like data analytics or HR admin or supply chain planning. It may be the last tip you ever need. Learn more at meritamerica.org.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
We are Mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Millions live with treatable conditions, but no access to surgery. Mercy Ships changes that. For 50 years, our hospital ships have brought free, life-changing surgeries, restoring health, dignity, and hope. Learn more at mercyships.org.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now. But hurry, these year-end deal savings end January 5th. So swing by Serramonte Ford in Colma, just off Serramonte Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals. And don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
What did you just do? So, for those who do listen to our station, we have our rejoiners, and now not back to 95.7 The Game. It's such and such. Pasta, you have your impressions. Have you been working on that for a while?
I have been. I thought about it coming in here today, and I thought I want to do a rejoiner for Evan.
Well, why?
The other one was too generic.
Well, you sounded pretty generic. I think a lot of people didn't know that was you when you were doing it.
Now back to the Evan Giddings Show on 95.7 The Game.
We were talking about that earlier, the idea of the Evan Giddings Show, because it was on our programming schedule. Like, it's all right from 12 to 4, the Evan Giddings Show. It feels so self-serving. There's only few people that I listen to and have listened to in radio or across different mediums that do a solo show that I think do a really good job, because I think it's incredibly difficult. So I'm thinking about what we're going to talk about today, and I don't know how we've made it through 90 minutes because we still have 2.5 hours to go. But when I'm looking at, all right, we got our subjects. We got the Niners, we got the Browns. I think that's kind of the biggest game this weekend. The Warriors obviously got a matchup with the Pelicans. Kevon Looney returns home and all these things. I'm also thinking about miscellaneous subjects like Thanksgiving, Black Friday. You came up with some Black Friday over-unders that we're going to do?
Yeah, so I went holiday shopping on eBay myself, and I looked at some of the great things in sports memorabilia on eBay, a few on Amazon, and I want you to guess what the prices are of some of these items that I found.
Okay, so when do you want to do that?
We can do it whenever you want, whenever you feel is the right time.
All right, well, I haven't run out of stuff to talk about yet, so we're going to get to hopefully the last hour and keep that in the chamber. Zach, if you'd like to offer any miscellaneous subjects, please throw them in the hopper. And Brennan, our guy who's shadowing today, if there's anything you'd like to hear about, we can absolutely get into that. But for right now, I want to talk about weather. And this is a subject that I don't think a lot of West Coasters, myself being one of them, really think about until it actually happens. So the Niners are going to play. And Zach, I was listening to this earlier. So the weather in Cleveland is, all right, he's going to walk out of the room. Thanks, Zach. The weather is 35 degrees thereabouts. The wind is blowing sideways at 20 miles per hour. It's moving from rain showers to snow around first kick in Cleveland. I mean, I guess there's a reason why the Niners haven't won in Cleveland since 1984. Maybe the weather does really make that big of a difference. And I think that it does. And my personal experience with that would be this. So, number one, there are very few people, if any at all, that play well in conditions. Tom Brady's win rate was about the same from what I was reading earlier, in games where it rained versus games where it didn't rain. And he's one of the few people. Because I looked this up too. I think the best quarterback in the league this year so far has been Matthew Stafford. He would be my MVP candidate to submit right now at the top. Matthew Stafford in rain and snow games is 1-8. And he has a 14-11 touchdown to interception ratio with a passer rating of 74. obviously Matthew Stafford is not that bad or average, if you want to look at it that way, of a quarterback. He's not a guy that people would look at and say he stinks when he plays in conditions. I mean, hell, he almost beat the Philadelphia Eagles in the snow last year in the NFC divisional round. But even he struggles in these kinds of games. Brock Purdy, meanwhile, really struggles in these kinds of games. And I just want to be the one to say that's not uncommon whatsoever. I have played in some conditions throughout my certainly non-professional playing career, but in college, we played in the Pacific Northwest. And you got to grip a wet ball. You just have to. You have to figure out how to play when it's muddy, when the ball is damp, and if you can't do it, you can't play. But what I would say is, because of that, because you practice in it, because you play games in the rain, sometimes the snow, whenever you play against opponents that are from sunny states, most of the times for us it was California or Texas, you have a built-in advantage over those teams. And that's why, as much as I understand why people are saying Brock Purdy can't play in the rain and Brock Purdy can't do this, I think it's really hard for guys in sunny states or players who play inside, because you see Jared Goff, and he doesn't stink, but he's certainly a lesser quarterback when he plays outside of that dome in Detroit than when he plays inside. That always used to be the case for Drew Brees with the Saints. When they left New Orleans and he wasn't playing inside and had to go to some of those cold weather areas, he was not as good of a quarterback, statistically speaking. That's the same case for Brock Purdy. And his numbers, do not get me wrong, they have not been very good. And let me bring them up real fast. Brock Purdy, when he does not play in the rain, has a 105 passer rating, and it drops to 68.4 when it rains. So he is a very different quarterback. But that's not that uncommon. Again, I think when you are someone who plays in a sunny state or inside, and you got to go outside where you don't practice in those conditions, you can only do so much to simulate it. Kyle Shanahan was quoted earlier this week saying that he's got them thinking about, I forget when the last time they played in the snow, but he was showing them tape of games when you're playing in the snow, and he's trying to do everything he can to get them prepared for it. There's nothing that you can do to prepare for those kinds of conditions if you're not in a city or area that has them. You're just not. I mean, even if you just live in the cold, you're naturally built different. I can recall one year where I lived in North Dakota, and for those who have ever been in the Midwest and specifically the North, know that it gets really freaking cold in the wintertime. And the moment that the winter then turns to spring and things begin to warm up, your skin is more accustomed to feeling, whether it's the warmth of the sun, just any sort of temperature change. The moment that it was above 0 degrees and sunny, I felt like it was a warm day in North Dakota, which it obviously was not. And that's where some people don't have to wear their winter jackets, because they're accustomed to it when they get acclimated over a period of time. I think it's the same thing for sports. And so the Niners and Brock Purdy have not been playing in these kinds of games. And that's why they're not as good in them. It might be the great equalizer on Sunday, but I don't think it's particularly uncommon. And if someone would like to call in and prove me otherwise, I'd be happy to take your call, 888-957-9570. But the whole weather thing, to me, is just something that you have to figure out how to deal with. And that's why if I'm looking at this game, the thing that stands out to me is, can the Niners do what, relatively speaking, they have not been able to do for the majority of 2025? That's run the ball. If they can run the ball, I think they beat Cleveland. If they can't, they might still win, but it's not going to be an easy game for them, because the Niners, this entire season, and it makes it maybe all the more impressive with how many games they've won, the fashion with which they've won some of these games, and the amount of points that whether it's Mac Jones or Brock Purdy or whoever has been quarterbacking for them, it's made it impressive how many points they've been able to muster. Because this team overall this year has been, especially by Niners standards, not a very good rushing football team. They cannot do it. They are 26th in rushing yards. They are 31st in yards per attempt. So what's been impressive to me about their run game has just been the sheer volume and the amount that they've committed to the run game, considering they can't do it. Christian McCaffrey leads the league in terms of rushing attempts, and he gets 60 yards a game or 65 yards a game on average. That's not a lot. And some of that is the offensive line. I think a lot of it is. Some of that is teams are also trying to take McCaffrey out of the game because there's less playmakers, especially when Kittle was out and hurt with his hamstring. There's less playmakers on the field for the Niners as far as passing. Kittle helps blocking, all that good stuff. But this is a team that they're 8-4 and they can't run the ball when they want to. How many times this season have we seen the Niners get into a position where they got a lead and they just got to milk the clock by running the ball? 6-minute offense, fourth quarter. I can't recall all but maybe one, and that was the Atlanta Falcons game on Sunday night. Yes, they ran the ball a decent amount against the Panthers, but the Panthers were just totally inept. Atlanta didn't have a great offensive showing that night, but I can remember the Niners lining up and just basically giving the ball to CMC again and again and again and doing what I believe every Kyle Shanahan team wants to do. Or I should say what Kyle wants to do for all of his teams, and that is demoralize you with the run. It is incredibly frustrating watching a team as a viewer, perhaps even as someone on the other team, when the opposition lines up and just runs it right at you and there is nothing you can do. That's the most demoralizing feeling, I think, watching a football game, is when a team just cannot stop the run. It's one of the reasons why the Indianapolis Colts, to me, got action this year, because that's a team that when they want to run the football, they can do it. I actually think they lost the game against Kansas City this past Sunday because they went away from it. They had Daniel Jones drop back again and again and again. And in that second half, when they had a lead, it didn't feel like he was able to make enough plays for them. And it's because maybe he's not all that great. And this year he's been reliant on fantastic play calling and, most importantly, a present running game, which was not there. And he's got one of the best lines, one of the best running backs, and they went away from it. And I think that's a big reason why they lost that game. But the teams that later in the year typically tend to ascend, to me, are the teams that can run the football. You know, I've been surprised that Philly hasn't been particularly great at running the football throughout this year. But the team they're playing right now, the biggest difference between the Chicago Bears, who the Niners, by the way, will see 2 weeks after the bye, so in 3 weeks, I think, the biggest difference between them this season and last season is that they can now run the football. And Ben Johnson, who obviously orchestrated the offense, called the plays in Detroit the last few seasons, he's brought that to Chicago. And that's the biggest difference to me offensively for them. Meanwhile, you're looking at other teams and you're saying, well, why are they performing better? Because I think that their offense is better running the football. The team that stands out to me is the group that when they run it well, they win. When they don't, they lose. It's Buffalo. If you look at the amount of games where James Cook has just carried them this season, that's a big reason why they're 7-4. When he does not have a large amount of yards, generally speaking, they do not win. I know their last loss against Houston, he had a big game, but it's because he broke one early. The rest of the game, he was not very efficient for them. So running the football, my point is, I think is where the majority of successful teams have their bread and butter. That's not the case with the Niners this year. They don't run the ball well. And that is I guess what I fear a bit against the Browns is because of the weather, because it's also a really good defense. And I think Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator in Cleveland, has also kind of had Kyle Shanahan's number throughout the years, including the last time they played them in 2023 when Jake Moody missed a kick and the Niners lost to P.J. Walker. That was a game where I thought the Browns defense showed up, and on Sunday, they probably will as well. And the primary guy that I'm looking at right now is obviously Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett might be the most unique superstar, not going to say in sports, but the NFL. Because, and I'll admit, I don't watch a lot of Cleveland Browns games. I know that they're on national television and you can pull up, Red Zone. You can watch Sunday Ticket. I'll watch some Cleveland games if it's, if I got fantasy implications, maybe a little chicken on the line. But for the most part, I'm not locked into the Cleveland Browns week in and week out. But what Myles Garrett is doing is unbelievable. And to me, he fits into one of the categories of superstars who are guys that, one of the few true great athletes who in their sport, because of their market, because of maybe the franchise that they play for, and the, just despondent state that they tend to just sit in, which I would say is Cleveland, they're really only spoken of and not watched. I think that's the player that, outside of Shedeur, because I just haven't seen him play a whole lot of football since he got to the NFL. He's been on the bench. That's the guy that I want to watch. He is, this season, he's got 18 sacks with 5 games left. That's, actually, wow! It is pretty amazing. But I would put him into the maybe this is an award that we should start giving out more in sports. I don't know. You can maybe call it the Barry Sanders Award. The award for the best player who is stuck on a bad team. And I was thinking of stars around different sports. It's hard to do in the NBA because of the nature of that sport. If you're really a great superstar, you can still make your team relevant. Even if you're in a small market or a part of a franchise that hasn't done a lot of winning, you can turn them around if you're really a great. An example would be Steph Curry. The Golden State Warriors were not a great franchise prior to him joining, and he, along with, a lot of others who certainly helped, but Steph Curry dragged this franchise from the depths into being now the most valuable franchise in American sports. But, my point is, I think the NBA is kind of off on the side about this. They just can't control how to keep their superstars on the floor. But Myles Garrett fits into the category of, let's say, Warren Moon was one of those guys that always seemed to be on not great teams, but was a great talent. Dan Marino, for sure, because of his lifelong career in Miami, made the Super Bowl early in his career and never got back there, but is undeniably one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. I don't know, might put Steve Largent in there. When Steve Largent retired, he was the all-time leader in receiving yards, but he played for the Seattle Seahawks. When I was looking up some other kind of forgotten stars who played on bad teams, Chris Carter came up. I think there's a lot of guys who, for the most part, defensive players sometimes who kind of get stuck in bad situations. But Myles Garrett, he has 120 and a half career sacks. And I think what everyone's talking about now with him is, can he break Bruce Smith's all-time sack record, which I believe is around 200. He's got a ways to go. But, it's like that's kind of what we're watching. It's like the defensive version of Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders might be the greatest running back of all time. My point is, this guy, Myles Garrett, he's unbelievable. Even in the last 5 weeks, I think he has a total of nearly 10 sacks. If I'm looking at baseball, I think the guy right now who I would pinpoint as being maybe an early version of this, a great player in an awful market on a bad team, is Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens is someone whose first 2-year numbers are up there with some of the greats, and he's Rookie of the Year. He's Cy Young winner, and he's very young. And now he might leave and go to a bigger market, but if he stays, that's someone we're going to look at every single year, and we're going to read about more than we watch. And that's a little bit of a shame. I know Roy Halladay was that way for some time, where he was just cleaning up awards in Toronto before he got traded, left to go to Philadelphia. And RIP, by the way. And then Felix Hernandez. Felix Hernandez was an awesome pitcher for Seattle for a very long time, maybe potentially a Hall of Famer. I think he technically finished with, the Braves or the Orioles? But that guy's a lifelong Seattle Mariner, and he never got to pitch in the postseason, ever. Mike Trout, you could put in that category. He's someone who chose to stay with the Anaheim Angels and may never see the postseason ever again. Myles Garrett is that guy for me in the NFL. He's the guy who every single week you see a headline about the Browns. He's somewhere included with how many sacks he's gotten, with how much he tried to have an imprint on the game, and how it, in the end, just didn't matter. I think it was earlier this year against the Patriots when he set the single-game sack record for the Cleveland Browns. He had 5 sacks in a game, and they got blown out. And I just felt so bad watching him on the sideline because they had the ticker, the CBS ticker underneath, which was Myles Garrett, new all-time single-game sack leader for the Cleveland Browns. And it was as he was throwing his helmet in frustration because his team was getting beat by multiple touchdowns. And he had done everything he could, but it wasn't good enough. That's where football is, I think, similar to baseball in the sense that one player does not wholly impact winning in the way that a star player can in the NBA, and a star quarterback, I should say, is able to in the NFL. So, yeah, Myles Garrett's incredible, and I think we might not. Maybe we should just start putting together awards for greats, and he'll probably win DPOY, and you can say that's his award. But to me, I don't know if that does it justice, because I don't know, guys who just get stuck in these positions where you want to reward their loyalty and you want to believe that makes them good people, and you want guys to stick around in places where they were drafted. I think sports are better when there are singular sort of representatives for franchises. You associate someone with, you associate Curry, right, with the Warriors. He's been there forever. You look at Josh Allen. He represents the Bills. Mahomes, the Chiefs. Lamar, the Ravens. Burrow, the Bengals. It's better when a team has a face. And I just end up feeling bad for the great faces who are in bad positions. And Myles Garrett is one of them. But he also might be a guy that could wreck the game on Sunday, and that's just a fact. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings with you until 4 o'clock, about halfway home here on a Black Friday. And appreciate everybody that's called in so far. It is a Football Friday presented by Merit America. You can visit them at meritamerica.org/super. We also got Pasta's Black Friday over-under game coming up at 3 o'clock. Sam Gordon of the Chronicle is going to talk some Warriors with us at 3:15. We're going to continue down this road on Sunday for the Niners, the Browns, and the NFL before getting into some Warriors a little bit later on, who obviously are in a little more turmoil than the 49ers right now, looking at a potential postseason berth. The Warriors are just 10-9. All right, back with more after this. Evan Giddings with you. That segment sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed. Visit a Verizon store today. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
Hey, folks, this is it. The best weekend of the year for buying a TV. Forget inflation, because now you've got deflation with Black Friday pricing on top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony. Where's the best place to shop? It's not the clubs or online. Join the smart shoppers heading for video only, because they've got better than Black Friday deals. That's right, better. Don't believe it? Then bring your prices to video only and compare before you buy. Or you'll be sorry. At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Vanessa Deniston, Senior Attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs, it's a choice for pros who invest in performance. Not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Catch comedian and actor Nick Offerman when he comes to the Bay Area with his Big Woodchuck Tour at the Masonic on February 7th. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win a pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
What did you just do? Thanks, Pasta. Evan Giddings with you up until 4 o'clock, halfway home here on 95.7 The Game. Hope everybody's enjoying their Black Friday. Hope everybody enjoyed their happy Thanksgiving with their families. Hope you took it easy on the in-laws. Hopefully there were no fights. This is why I actually think that football... Thanks, Willard. I actually think that football is really important on holidays, or you need some sort of testosterone-filled entertainment on. Unless
A-Rod.
That's a 5. So for those that weren't listening earlier, Steven Risotto, our great producer here today, he spent Thanksgiving watching an Alex Rodriguez documentary with his family. That was perfectly timed because he was very much testosterone-filled. Some of it artificially. So, where was I going with this? All right, so everybody needs some sort of testosterone-filled entertainment because a lot of times I believe that when families all get together, you know, if you're with your immediate family, you're hanging out with your mom, your dad, maybe siblings, something like that, that's not necessarily important. But when you have in-laws in town, when you have friends coming over, when you have a bunch of different people who you don't see that often, football or maybe during Christmas time, basketball, right? Warriors play, all this good stuff. There has to be something to prevent you guys and gals, maybe it's just my personal experience, from being together and talking for an extended period of time because naturally friction is going to occur. Maybe it's political differences. Maybe it's a disagreement on a card game you're playing or board games. People get competitive. There has to be something else where you can sort of project your own differences, or maybe it's just competitive juices. If you say you're playing board games or stuff like that, there has to be something else on in order to distract you. And I think that football is a great release for that. So that's why I think that it's great to have it on every single Thanksgiving. They don't get to enjoy their Thanksgivings though, by the way, which pasta. So was it Erin Andrews yesterday that went viral for her comments about missing holidays?
Yeah, that's right. Erin Andrews said something about how, there's a sacrifice you have to take when you get into sports media, and I guess any media in general. And she said basically that she misses all of the holidays and all of the milestones for, her children. So, yeah.
Well, and I thought that, and she got a lot of blowback for that, right?
She did, and I don't know exactly, because it was a headline on Awful Announcing, and you know what people think about headlines before they read the stories, so I don't know what tone she was saying it in, but I think a lot of people thought, well, you work in sports, so, you're luckier than most people, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess that's fair. I think anytime you talk about how much you got to work when you're successful, I think there's natural pushback. Like when athletes talk about what they have to go through, and I don't think a lot of people want to hear it because you're compensated millions of dollars. It's a profession that not many people get to participate in, even though they at one point in their lives probably tried. So that's tough. I understand that. But the Erin Andrews thing is she's just being honest. And that to me was kind of weird to see the response to her because it's what we're doing right now. I was asked to do the show today with you. And while I didn't specifically ask for Steven, I was given him, love you, buddy. But I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. I'd rather be doing this and having an opportunity to talk to, I don't know, however many people are listening to us, talk a little bit about Bay Area sports, maybe inject a little personal interest into it, and also, of course, tell people that Pasta and his family watch documentaries on Thanksgiving. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. And I just feel like Erin Andrews is someone who, I don't think she sparks jealousy, but I was surprised to see her comments being taken in such a negative manner yesterday because I think she's not saying that she works harder than everyone and that people who work on holidays should be given any sort of slack. Like, I'm not asking people to be super appreciative that we're doing this show. I think our boss wanted us to be live and local on Friday, and I volunteered to do it. I did think originally I was going to have a co-host, but then when they said you're going to do it solo, that's just what it is. That's the job. Just like Erin Andrews just has the job. And missing holidays across certain industries is just a norm, right? A lot of people in the financial sector, if you're hardworking and you got deadlines to meet, and you are maybe a bigwig, maybe you have to miss a holiday. Maybe you're late on Thanksgiving. Maybe you don't get to wake up and unwrap presents on Christmas. And I don't think that people complain about that. Maybe they do, but that's what you sign up for. Just like in this business, I feel thankful that I get to be around the Bay Area where I'm from during Thanksgiving, because for a lot of Thanksgivings after college, when I moved around, I either had to go to Thanksgiving at another friend's place, or maybe I was alone, or would find a group that also was alone on Thanksgiving, and we kind of created our small little community for a night. But that's the name of the game. That's stuff you sign up for.
Do you want to hear Erin's comments, Evan?
Oh, this is from a podcast?
Yeah, it was from the podcast that she did called Calm Down with Erin and Carissa. And this was kind of what she said.
Okay.
This is what start of the year, 41-40. We know they're up.
That was not what she said.
I can vamp for a sec. Hey, Pasta, while you get that said, how about we go to Roy's in San Leandro? Roy's in San Leandro wants to talk about the game on Sunday between the Niners and the Browns. Roy, hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, thanks a lot for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
Hey, look, I just wanted to mention real quick, about the controversy between the quarterbacks, Mac Jones and Pretty. I think Mac Jones is more tailor-made for Shanahan's offense. And what showed me Brock Purdy is not the man that take the 49ers to the promised land is because in that game 2 years ago against Kansas City, a regular season game, he made so many, I admit he only had been in the league something like 1 year, but, the kind of mistakes that he made, it just didn't make any sense. And see, if he was a top-notch quarterback, if the 49ers, even though they lost to Kansas City, they wouldn't have lost by the large margin that they did. And so you can make up any kind of excuse that you want to, just like the situation with Joe Montana and that other guy named I can't think
Steve
of his
Young?
name. No, not Steve Young. The other one. Oh, DeBerg.
DeBerg, yeah.
Oh, right, exactly. Okay, DeBerg could throw up that field longer than Joe Montana could. I mean, that's a natural fact. But the thing about it, he kept making the same mistakes over again. And the same with Brock Purdy. And so what I'm saying is that, this is just me saying, I just think the 49ers should go ahead and maybe consider, during this offseason, maybe considering, trading Brock Purdy. I know that sounds crazy, and a lot of fans want to throw a bunch of knives at me. But to me, it just makes all the sense in the world because he's not going to take them to no Super Bowl again. I'm sorry. And, Miles Garrett, 49ers missed the opportunity to get him. They had a chance to get him, but then they just didn't know how to negotiate in order to get him, So that's basically, I appreciate you for taking my call. Thanks a lot.
Of course, Roy. No, I hope you enjoy the game on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they could have gotten Myles Garrett. Maybe in the draft, although I think he was the first overall pick. But if they could get Myles Garrett, I think the Niners would absolutely take a swing at that. And who knows, maybe he'll become available sometime soon. Or he'll ask out, really, is what I think would need to happen. But as for Brock, I've gone back and forth on this. Just like I feel like a lot of people have gone back and forth on Brock since he started here. I don't think the Niners would look at trading Brock Purdy this summer, but I'd be shocked if that hadn't entered some of the people's minds who make decisions in their front office. I think that, I think it was 2 years ago, 2023, Jed York made the statement that Brock Purdy was a guy who was going to reset the market because that's just the way things go. He's a quarterback that's going to get paid. We're in the Super Bowl because of him, or in part because of him. And he's been a sensation since the moment he stepped on the field for an injured Jimmy Garoppolo midway through the 2022 year. Has known nothing but success. And Jed York basically said, we're going to pay him. And he's our franchise guy, and he's going to reset the market. Ever since he made that statement, I feel like the confidence meter on Purdy, it hasn't gotten any higher, right? In fact, it's probably lowered. If that was a 9 or an 8 or a 9 on the confidence meter, because I would look at it as a 10 being what the Chiefs have in Mahomes, right? He's untradeable, untouchable, best player in franchise history, trending towards maybe being the best quarterback ever. That's a 10, right? So if we travel back in time to 2023 when Brock Purdy was about to face Mahomes in the Super Bowl, I think that Jed York's confidence and the 49ers' confidence in Brock Purdy was at an 8 or 9. Split hairs, we'll call it 8.5. Fast forward, he gets the contract off of a down year. This season he's got turf toe. He's looked inconsistent. I think he's looked really good. He's also looked really bad, right? In fact, it's kind of been in every other game. Against Seattle, played well enough to win on the road in a place that's tough. You give him that game, played well. Comes back against Jacksonville, threw you out of the game, didn't play well. Arizona, played awesome, put up 3 touchdowns. Last week against the Panthers, I know they won the game, but he did not play well. You cannot tell me that the confidence meter from the 49ers, and if you want to say Jed York, is as high as it was when he made those comments in 2023. There's no chance. Now, I think they still believe that he's their franchise quarterback right now, but they don't feel as strongly about him as they did before that Super Bowl. There's no way. Some of the decisions that he's made, I think also this turf toe injury might have something to do with it. I think that the contract that they paid him, whenever you make an investment, a substantial investment like that, you're always looking for reasons to justify the investment. And I don't really know if it's fair to say, but Brock Purdy hasn't made you feel good in the first year. Now, throughout the rest of this regular season and the postseason, he's got a chance to prove that statement wrong, and he's got a chance to, again, justify the Niners' decision to make him a 5-year, $65 million quarterback. I know not all of it's guaranteed, but facts are the facts. He's a nearly $300 million man. I don't think they're going to trade him this offseason, but they're certainly going to be monitoring the way he plays the remainder of this year. And if he re-aggravates the toe and they don't feel like he can get back to being 100%, then maybe that's something you got to look at. I don't think it is. The bigger question that I have this offseason is whether or not they trade Mac Jones. I think that's the guy that is going to be highly sought after this summer because there are several teams that are in need of a quarterback. And Mac Jones has shown this year that he can be a starter. And not like a guy who, can just step in and be a stopgap. But again, he helped lead the Niners to some victories when they were not at full strength and when there was not a great surrounding cast. The Rams on Thursday night, all the way back, and I think it was week 5, is probably that's the resume builder right now. If his agent is saying, this guy can be a dude for your team, go look at the tape from that game because he didn't have George Kittle, he didn't have Ricky Pearsall, I don't even think he had Juwan Jennings in that game, and he did enough to help the Niners win against a team that might be representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. So that's the game for me. But do the Niners want to trade Mac Jones is the bigger question. So I think that, they're not going to trade Purdy this offseason. That's what I would lean towards. But the bigger trade asset to me is going to be Mac Jones and what they decide to do with him. Because a lot of people think that Mac Jones could, again, we've heard it today, could be the starter for the Niners, could usurp Brock Purdy, could help lead this team. I'm not necessarily in that camp, but I understand. I think that if the Niners get a second-round pick for Mac Jones in a trade, I think they would trade him. And maybe you feel like the cushion of a backup next year if Purdy gets hurt is worth more than that second-round pick, and I hear you. But they paid Mac Jones $6 million and could get a second-round pick for him. That's pretty good. Now, Carter Chickering, who was on earlier with Devone in the morning, was telling me that they get, if Mac Jones walks in free agency, they would get a compensatory pick, probably a third-round pick. But so I guess you wouldn't trade him for a third. But if you got something higher than that, I think the Niners would be hard-pressed to not pull the trigger on that. And I think they would certainly think about it even if they didn't do it. That, to me, is going to be the bigger decision that they have to make this summer. It's not what they do with Brock Purdy. It's what they do with Mac Jones. Because the other part of that, too, is if Mac Jones is back next fall, there's going to be conversations about which starting quarterback you roll with. And as much as, it sounds great in principle, all right, you got two quarterbacks who are good, the head coach and the franchise does not want to be asked about every single week, is it Mac or is it Brock? Is it Brock or is it Mac? Having two quarterbacks is like, what was it said? Was that John Madden? If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have any. I don't think it's that, but I don't think the Niners want to invite a quarterback controversy into next year, which, depending on how Brock finishes this season, there very may well be. But I don't think they're going to trade Brock Purdy. I do think that they could trade Mac Jones. All right, Pasta. Do we have that sound from Aaron Andrews? And could you remind me what podcast it was from?
We do, and the podcast is called Calm Down with Aaron and Charissa. So this was what she said.
This is what one of my first professors said. If you don't want to make $40,000 in your first job, get out. If you don't want to be told you need a nose job, get out. If you don't want to be divorced, get out. If you don't want to work holidays, get out. And I don't say it like that, but I say you gotta love what you do, because I miss all holidays. I didn't get married till I was in my 40s. Not that is going to be your route, but I live out of a suitcase. I miss a lot of stuff. I missed a lot of weddings. I miss a lot of events. You have to love it to get you through the fact I'm not going to be home for Thanksgiving next week. Our Christmas is cut short.
All right, yeah. So those were her full comments, and I guess kind of the energy she was talking with. Some people could say that she's complaining, but to me, those are just realities. Like this was where we started this segment talking about why she went viral yesterday during Thanksgiving. And Aaron Andrews obviously works sidelines for Fox and the number one team. And she got a lot of blowback for those comments. I don't think that she should, because she's basically just being honest. I also think that there's a little bit of a double standard when people who are in high positions complain about what they have. And that actually, that's kind of just a life thing, right? Like, Pasta, let me ask you this. When you hear somebody in sports complain about what they have or what they sacrifice when they're in a position that you kind of like aspire to be, does that irk you a little bit?
Absolutely. I'd be almost ready to rip their heads off.
So are you ready to rip Aaron Andrews' heads off, her head off?
No, because like you, I understand what she was trying to say, and I think people just interpreted it the wrong way. There's so many people that want to be Aaron Andrews, and I think, if anything, this was more of a warning. This was more of an Aaron Andrews saying, this is what you're getting yourself into. Not really complaining, but more so, this is what to expect if you're going to get into this industry and in this line of work.
No, but I think everyone, at least it works in sports, I don't really know other industries that well, but at the bottom level, there's always this message from the people at the top, like, this is not easy, and this is going to be extremely difficult, and if you're not built for it, then get out now. That does piss me off a little bit, and it's mainly because I'm a competitive person. If you don't think I can do something, I'm going to try doubly as hard to do it. But I don't really appreciate when the person in the position that I want to be is trying to tell me to not do it. I feel like it's, the from what I've heard, the first year in med school, and they're just trying to weed out all of these people, and they're trying to force you to basically make a choice because not all of you are going to make it. And so the ones who are, they just want to get those people out off the bat. And I don't always appreciate that messaging. I don't know how you hear it.
Yeah, no, I get that too. And it's one of those things where everybody's work ethic is a little bit different. My work ethic is probably different than your work ethic, and your work ethic is probably different than Matt Steinmetz's work ethic. So like everybody's different in a way, and I feel like the way you perceive things kind of is the main thing to focus on here, and I think people just perceive the Erin Andrews thing just a little bit different than maybe you and I did, or at least a bit different from I did from you, if that makes sense.
I do think there's also a gender component to it. I also think that Erin Andrews has always been maligned for her position and for some of the stuff that she has to do. And I think women in general get criticized more than men when they talk about the stuff they sacrifice or the stuff that they have to give up. That's just kind of the way that I perceive it. But I don't think that, again, she said anything wrong. She was, if you want to say giving advice or kind of trying to just present reality, I think that's fair. I just believe that in sports, you have to be willing to do what you did when you played sports, and that's sacrifice your time. And that might be important time, that might be family time, that might be time with friends. But the last part she mentioned about loving it is something that I kind of wrestle with a lot, especially around the holidays when you see people who have normal lives and I think like a healthy work-life balance, be able to juggle their 9-to-5s. Maybe they get the week off. What did they do? They go to Friendsgivings. They hang out with their family. They maybe have, they go on a trip somewhere. I don't know if it's that I don't get it, but I've never had a longing for the holiday season tradition stuff. Like this is the big time in sports, right? You have college football and bowl season coming up. You're in the thick of the NFL season. The NBA season for a lot of people is about to start when it gets to Christmas, but you're still about a quarter of the way through the season. It's also, for those who participate in the wintertime college sports season, college basketball is up and going. So there's just a lot of commitments. But to me, those games were the ones that were attractive to me more sometimes than making time for friends or not my family. I mean, although at the same time, my family's congregating for dinner and they're waiting on me. So the moment that I get out of here, I got to bust my ass up to this other part of San Francisco.
You know what you say to the family, Evan?
No, we're not doing that right now.
You should say, wait for me. That's a nice thing to do, and they're waiting for you. So.
Well, and they get it, and they understand it. But again, they're hung up on just one person, which I feel bad about sometimes.
You're fine.
I mean, is your family waiting on you to watch the fourth part of the Alex Rodriguez documentary?
There is no fourth part. I think if there was, I think that's when people would slowly lose interest. Maybe actually the fourth part will be when he owns the Timberwolves. But no, I think it's one of those things where, back to the conversation about Erin Andrews real quick, because I know there's a caller that wants to get in on this. I agree with you. I think it might be a gender thing. I think a lot of people see women in sports and see, I don't even know how to describe it other than it's a gender thing, and a lot, especially older men have an issue with women in sports, and they feel like there's some kind of disparity when it comes to knowledge and professionalism and intention. And I just think it's unfair. And I think maybe that's the audience that Erin is talking to on her podcast. And I think actually those are, some of the women in sports that I know actually saw this and tweeted about it. So maybe that was the target audience. Maybe it's for everybody, but it's one of those things where you can't win when you make a statement like that and you're a public figure.
Well, I don't think she's trying to win. I also think, too, and as someone who does work in sports and has seen people and obviously knows a lot of people who don't work in sports, I also get the feeling that it's tough when those people they feel like they're being talked down to because they're not in this club or whatever of people who work at, like, you wouldn't get it. You know, you don't have to give up Thanksgiving. You don't have to give up part of Christmas. You don't have to do what we do. And it's like, I can hear some people taking it as, well, you're not in some special club. You know, you're choosing to do this, and now it feels like you're almost complaining about it. I don't think she's complaining, but I don't know. Maybe it's like the tone for some people. I know that someone wants to get in on this conversation, though, and that's KC from Santa Rosa. So, KC, I hope you had a happy Thanksgiving, and I appreciate you calling in. What's going on?
I did. Thank you very much. Hope you did as well. I'm enjoying the conversation. Having worked in the professional sports industry for a long time, it is 100% truth what Erin Andrews was talking about, and she was only talking about it from her perspective of missing these things. I do agree with what was just said, the sentiment of this is about hate, and this is about shade towards a woman who is working in a predominantly male dominated industry. Women are looked at as not as knowledgeable, whether they played or didn't play, because you can look at women who play in WNBA and they get ripped on as in a substandard product in comparison to the men. So it's 1,000% hate. It's 1,000% trying to devalue her as a sportscaster. She was only speaking of, if you're in this job, no, you're not going to get paid a lot of money in comparison to other jobs. And no, you're not going to be able to be home with your family because there are working events that I have to do. It's a shame that this happens. It's another aspect of the inherently blatant sexism that exists in sports and our world, and it's a shame. Have a great day. Love your show.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, well, put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Yeah, I think that is a big part of it. And look, I think, well, some people might also just be jealous of her position and where she comes from. All right, we got to take a break here. When we come back on the other side, I do want to get back into the actual games themselves. Maybe pivot also a bit to the Warriors, because coming up at 3 o'clock, we got Pasta's Black Friday over-under list, which I know nothing about, but I'm very excited for. We got Sam Gordon of the SF Chronicle on to talk about Golden State coming up at 3:15. All ahead here on the Black Friday. Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Black Friday weekend is here. Once a year, you get the lowest prices on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs at stupid prices. You don't have to buy a no-name doorbuster TV with poor picture when you can get a good one for a few dollars more. Where's the best place to shop for these top brands? At Video Only, the only place where you can get better than Black Friday deals on Samsung, LG, and Sony. Better than clubs, better than online. Before you buy, check out the deals at Video Only, because if you don't, you'll be sorry.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Target's Black Friday deals are delivering big surprises all week long, like 40 to 50% off top holiday gifts, plus thousands more deals in-store and online, all with free shipping. Load up on all the season's must-haves with huge deals on tech, video games, toys, floor care, clothing for the family, and so much more. Hurry! These deals are going fast. 40 to 50% off gifts and Saturday. Only at Target. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, I was waiting for Pasta's rejoin. That last segment, by the way, brought to you by Barry of Fast Track. This is Evan Giddings with you here on 95.7 The Game. Taking you up until 4 o'clock. A lot of football to be talked about on Thanksgiving Day. You know, I think it's interesting paying attention to some of these games because every single dog has won. Or is looking like they're going to win because Chicago is absolutely taking it to the Philadelphia Eagles right now. But this is a Thanksgiving / I guess Friday, which is weird. They got Friday football now. They're going to have Saturday football come the other holiday season and on Christmas. There's just so much in the NFL. And yesterday it was Green Bay, who technically was the underdog. They were on the road. They beat Detroit. Dallas finds a way to overcome Kansas City, who was a favorite on the road. The Chiefs were. And then last night, during Joe Burrow's return, they were heavy underdogs, and they just kind of waxed the Baltimore Ravens. So the Chicago Bears right now are handling Philadelphia, and it does, I think, it doesn't really move the needle for me as far as, I think that Philly is still a team that can go further than Chicago when it comes to the NFC. But I think what it does for me is it kind of confirms what I have believed for the majority of this year, which is the LA Rams are just the best team in the NFC. Every team's going to have a couple slips. Every team's going to have some blips on the radar. But right now, the team that the San Francisco 49ers have to measure themselves against, that is the LA Rams. It just happens to be a team in their division. I think that the Seattle Seahawks are obviously a really good group. I think Philly is also a good team, but the Rams are by far and away the best. I think they've separated themselves in the NFC. Oddly enough, the Bears, who are taking it to the Eagles right now, are a team that had a -3 scoring differential coming into this game. So they've been a team that has just played with fire. They've been involved in close games. So has Philly, but Philly's found a way to win. This is probably the Chicago Bears, or will be if they can finish it off, might be their signature victory of the season. And again, just sort of reestablishes for me what I feel like I already knew, that the Niners are, and I think everyone is going to have to go through LA this season in the NFC. And while we're talking about measuring yourself to the best, Pasta, if I can ask you, I know we do it in sports every year, right? A lot of times for maybe Giants fans, you're kind of being measured against the Dodgers, or some years it's been Philadelphia, teams that are really good. In the NFL, for the past couple of years, it's been the Chiefs. They've been the staple of winning. They've been the poster child for winning. In the NBA, it's been the Warriors. More years than not, I would say the past decade. Is that a futile exercise? Or do you feel like it's something that you always have to measure yourself against the best?
I think in a sense it is a futile exercise, but also I think being able to dissect what a team does well and what a team doesn't do well, and in this sense what your opponent does well and what they don't do well, it's important just to see where you need to be, like as a team, and what the standard is and what the idea of a winning team looks like, you know? So you mentioned the Chiefs, and they're an example of this, and Patrick Mahomes at the quarterback position. And there's different ideas of what that needs to look like. And I think it's good not to compare, but definitely just to see where you are as a franchise and what you need to do to get better. So I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad thing, but I just think there's a fine line between comparing and then just understanding where the standard is.
Well said. I do think that this is the first season in a while where the Chiefs haven't been the team that you've compared yourself to. I think that the Rams right now would be the team for me. This season, just in 2025, that's the team that I would try and compare whoever else that I believe could challenge or contend for the Super Bowl with. I think they're the best team in the NFL. And it looked like it outside of really just a couple games. They lost to Philly on a blocked field goal, had obviously an overtime loss to the 49ers where you can make a case that if Alfred Collins doesn't force a fumble, the Niners lose that game at the end of the fourth quarter. I think they've been the best squad. But when I look at the San Francisco 49ers, that's why I asked whether it's futile or not, because I think that exercise is not for them this year. Measuring them against the best team in the NFL, whether you think it's the Rams, I don't know, maybe some people like the Patriots who are a 10-win team. I don't know who you measure them against, but that's a futile exercise for this team, because to me, that was not the goal of this year. The goal for them was almost a self-measurement. They're trying to measure how far they are from looking like a team that they've been for the majority of the last 6 seasons, which is a contender. And I think it's almost easier for me to compare them with past teams than with current teams, to look at where they measure up with the 2023 49ers, the 2022 49ers. I think this team mostly most resembles the 2021 squad. But the biggest difference in why I think that this team doesn't quite have that is because they don't have a great defense. The 21 team did have a good defense. That team didn't have McCaffrey, that's for sure. I think they have a better quarterback, whether it's Brock Purdy or Mac Jones, than Jimmy Garoppolo. And maybe McCaffrey is just the equivalent of that year's Deebo Samuel. He's been more of a workhorse, but Deebo was probably more dynamic. That team's defense, though, just absolutely led the way. I was also asking the question because on Tuesday, and I know the Warriors, by the way, they play tomorrow. They'll play the New Orleans Pelicans, and I would hope that they'd be able to win that game. But on Tuesday, they host on a primetime stage a team that everyone is measured against right now in the NBA. And that's the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder look like they are going, like this could be an historic season for them. I think this team has the ability, who by the way is just getting Jalen Williams back, who's either their second or third best player. I think they have a chance to challenge the 2015-16 Warriors for the all-time single-season win-loss record. I think this is a team that could win 70 games and definitely push the Dubs. If they commit themselves to that, which it looks like they have. They're off to a great start. Is it futile for me to measure the Warriors against them on Tuesday night, though? And I know we'll talk about it on Monday, and we got a few days between now and then. But I was just thinking about the Dubs because when we saw them last on Wednesday against Houston, like they seem it seems futile to measure them against the league's best because that's not where they're at right now. I think the Warriors are a very average team. That's what they've shown themselves to be through the first 20 games. Some nights they look too old. Most nights, they look too small. Other nights, they don't look like they have enough shooting. Some nights they look like they don't have a good bench. Some nights they're injured. Some nights guys are load managing. There's no consistency right now with Golden State. And that's why I find it really hard when I watch them to know what to expect. I think the Niners, for all of their holes in their roster and some of the injuries that have hit them on the defensive side of the football, for all of their shortcomings, the 49ers are a more consistent team than the Warriors. I think, again, I can kind of measure the Niners against the Rams, who I think are the best team in the league. I don't even want to think about measuring the Warriors to the Thunder right now. I think that's a futile exercise because they're not in their class. And they showed that in Oklahoma City, the Thunder did. But now with Curry being out for a week because of a quad contusion, there's no reason to even talk about it. There might be some fans that don't even want to watch that game because they're afraid of how ugly it might get. And I don't think the Warriors will be dead against them, but that's obviously that's a game that they're not supposed to win, and that's a game where the Thunder are supposed to look like the best team in the league. The Warriors, to me, they can only measure themselves internally right now, and that's what they're really trying to figure out is what they want this season to become. Because every time they take a step forward, feels like they take a step back. Each time it looks like they've turned a corner. Even at the beginning of the year, through the first 5 games, they're 4-1. They turn the corner, and then they go 1 out of their next 5. And then they lose back-to-back games to teams they should beat. This team has been very difficult to predict, and I think it's a combination of things. And that's why measuring them against the league's best is just futile. I don't see a reason to do it. I think the biggest problem with this team is they're not connected. Last year's team, with basically this roster outside of the addition of Al Horford, who hasn't helped certainly as much as they thought, last year's team was very connected from the moment they acquired Jimmy Butler. They were connected defensively. They were connected on the offensive end. I thought they also were connected off the floor. the guys who are having fun together. Jimmy Butler. Like, I was just going through some videos that I took last year from Chase Center, and oftentimes I'm always interested to kind of see what's going on during timeouts. You know, there's times I'm taking notes or, looking at the box score and maybe checking in on some other games. But during timeouts, I like to kind of use binoculars or a camera and zoom in and see what's going on in the huddle. Are guys calm? Are guys chatty? What's the coach doing? All that stuff. I found a lot of the videos that I took last year and some of the stuff that I remember from the huddle is like Jimmy Butler was at the center of every single stoppage, right? Either he was talking to guys or he was having fun with dudes and guys were dishing it back to him. Some players looked like they were asking him for advice, right? He was injected into this team in February and they took off, but I feel like he was instantly connected to them and vice versa. I'm not saying that's how it is now, but I don't see during timeouts the conversations or the games, even during the very beginning of the year when they were winning. And this is all just stuff that I've been monitoring. So there's something off about them, and there's something off with the fun, like the joy that the team instantly got as a team who was a game below 500. They brought him in, and there was some issues in Miami, but they put those to the side, and they started winning some games, and then they took off. And this year, there's not a lot of that at all. And I don't know why. And I'm not sure the Warriors can figure out why. One thing also that's kind of caught my eye, or ear, I should say, the last few games is, when players and the coach go to the podium, first question, what happened tonight? What'd you think about this, that, and the other? And there seems to be a difference of opinion on what is going wrong. That also is a signal that they're not connected or on the same page. And what I mean by that is Steve Kerr, for example, after Houston saying, I don't think our defense is the problem right now. And he cited their top 10 or whatever in defensive rating. And then you ask the players what the problem is. And Draymond Green, along with Jimmy Butler, are saying, no, our defense is a problem. Individually, we're not doing our jobs. Individually, we are playing like bleep. And we got to light a fire on that end of the floor because guys are going past us. The moment that there is a blow-by, help defense isn't where it's supposed to be. Our rotations are a bit discombobulated. There's problems. And anytime the coach is seeing something different than the players, again, that signals to me that you're not on the same page. When you're talking about, and they've had practices during this 5-game and 12-day stretch, which began last weekend. Okay, so you have time to go through footage. You have time to practice. You have time to get on the same page. And so far, they're 1-2 during this homestand. They got 2 more games left. You would expect them to win tomorrow against the Pelicans, and you would not expect them to win against Oklahoma City. But the point is, I do expect this team to figure out what's going wrong and to be aligned in that. Like it's one thing to play poorly and be a 500 team and be like, yeah, our strength isn't this one area of the team, right? We're a bad defensive team. We don't do that well. We got to figure that out. Okay, then great. We know what to solve. We're on the same page. There's a problem. We've identified it. We can cure it. It's hard to cure something when you think the issues are two different things, especially when your coach thinks one thing and your players think another. I typically tend to lean towards what the players are saying because they're the ones out there actually doing it. If they don't think the defense is good, well then damn it, I don't think it's good either. because they're telling me they can't keep guys in front of them. And other teams are scoring at inopportune times, and they're getting to the basket and knocking down shots and playing with confidence against a team that right now doesn't have a lot. But if the coach is saying, well, the problem's our offense, I don't know what to do with that. Personally, when I watch the Warriors, I think there's issues with both. And I think that the two sides are connected. When the Warriors are making shots and when they're allowed to set up their defense, I think they're okay. I also think that when they don't get stops, when they have to take the ball out of the basket, when they have to set up their half-court offense, they tend to struggle. And so it's a little chicken and the egg thing. It's which side is more responsible for which. And again, I'm going to lean more towards the players, especially a guy like Draymond, who is the representative of that end of the floor. And his unit, he believes, is not playing well enough. I kind of agree. I think guys are getting blown by. Against Houston, it wasn't necessarily point of attack defense. It was the fact that they couldn't get a rebound, which was also the case against Portland. But defensive rebounding is a part of defense. You have to stop a possession by grabbing a rebound. And that's another thing, too, that stood out to me about that game is, and I've kind of been paying attention to, the Warriors right now struggle stopping what other teams do well. What I mean by that is Houston is a team that has the number one offensive rebounding team in the league. I think their offensive rebounding rate is like 32%. So 32% of possessions, they get an extra opportunity. That's all they did against the Warriors. I mean, they didn't shoot it particularly great. They didn't knock down a ton of threes. Yeah, they had one standout performer. Reed Shepherd was really good, had a career high, but also because he had extra chances. And I think it's a lot easier to take shots with confidence when you know that there's a pretty good chance that even if you miss, you're still going to have the ball. Meanwhile, I think one of the problems I see with the Warriors on offense is there's hesitance to try and make a play or to take a shot even sometimes because there's no guarantee that you're going to end up with a second. Like, you have to make that possession count. And same for taking care of the ball, right? I think a lot of guys on that end of the floor are hesitant. They don't want to be the ones to make the mistake. They don't want to be the ones to pop up on game film when you're going through it in practice. They don't want to be the ones to get called out by Kerr saying you got to be better at taking care of the ball, and turnovers are the reason why we're not efficient offensively. So I think that right now the Warriors are suffering from a crisis of confidence on both ends of the floor. The coach thinks it's because of what's happening offensively, and the players on the floor, especially the defensive ones, more geared towards that side, are saying it's the defense. And there is a disconnect in there somewhere that is the reason why they are 10-10. They're an inconsistent basketball team that right now, if you're looking at the next week, like it's a futile discussion to measure them against the Thunder. The Thunder are the best team in the league, and you ideally would want that game to be a measuring stick game. But without Steph, who's going to be out, with the Warriors having their problems on both sides of the floor, if we're being honest, to talk about them in the same breath as the Thunder just does you no good. And that's why I am worried about the Warriors. It's because of a lack of alignment, right? A lack of alignment in what's been going on and what's the reason why they can't seem to string together 2 or even 3 good basketball games in a row right now. Because they're going to have to dig themselves out of this hole. And if Draymond thinks one thing and Jimmy Butler thinks another and Steve Kerr thinks another, well, then how are they going to correct all of them at the same time? They need to pick something that they feel like is the biggest problem with this team and attack it internally. And that's what I would like to see them do between now and the end of this homestand, which they obviously have 2 games left to salvage because they've started 1 and 2. If you want to get in on the conversation, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Pasta's over-under Black Friday, what do you want to call it? Game, trivia, quiz.
Black Friday shopping.
Black Friday shopping. We got that coming up on the other side. Sam Gordon is going to join us at 3:15. 3 hours down, 1 hour to go all ahead here on Black Friday, and a very happy Thanksgiving, as well as hopefully shopping spree to all for those listening. Evan Giddings with you back after this on 95.7 The Game. It's a Football Friday presented by Merit America. You can visit them at meritamerica.org/super. What's coming up at the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food. From their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights, featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at ghostwood.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us, no trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over.
Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
The holiday rush starts here at your California Ford dealers. The Ford Black Friday Sell-a-thon is on. It's 4 days only of some of our best offers across the entire Ford lineup. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty. The Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. All-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And explore and escape the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These Black Friday Sell-a-thon savings are here for 4 days only. The clock's ticking, the lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the Sell-a-thon and the savings are over December 1st. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, 1 hour to go here on a Black Friday. Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. Steven Risotto in the house as well. Thanks for everybody who's tapped in with us today. Spent a little bit of your Friday with us. I was actually looking outside, and by the way, it has turned into a pretty nice day. A little chilly, a little overcast, classic Bay Area winter evening, but people are out around Union Square, out doing their shopping. Hopefully not everybody's getting too flooded. No one getting trampled, getting their stuff. By the way, that reminds me, before we get into your game, Pasta, your mother went Black Friday shopping at 4 a.m. today?
She is one of those crazy people that goes really early in the morning.
I didn't call her crazy.
No, I did. She is a self-proclaimed crazy Black Friday shopper, and she was at Kohl's in Daly City very, very, very early in the morning.
Now, if you don't mind me prying, what kind of stuff does she come home with?
I don't know. I learn on Christmas Day, I guess. But usually it's like clothes, and I don't know what you could get at Kohl's that could be like a halfway decent gift, holiday gift. But it's the thought that counts, you know?
It is. It's also the effort. She gets up at probably 3 or 3:30 to go Black Friday shopping at 4. So
yeah.
How many of these places are open that early? Does she drive to Vacaville? I know there's outlet malls up there. Does she go up to Petaluma's got outlet malls?
So her main spot is Daly City Ceremony Shopping Center.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out. She's always down there.
Ceremony Ford, a partner of ours.
Exactly, right across the street. Ceremony Ford, just mentioned Bonte. But she's always down there. And they have deals. They're probably not as prominent now that everything is kind of gone online, and you could probably find better deals on Cyber Monday. But yeah, it's one of those things where she likes it. It's a tradition with her and her sister and her mom, my grandma. They all go and they have a good time, and they get home at like before noon usually.
Oh, that's cool. We'll just get it out of the way. Just get up, get early, and if it's also a family excursion, I do appreciate that.
It's hard because I'm in my early 20s now, and there's nothing I need. There's nothing I want. Like when somebody asks me to make a list, which is what my family does, I, A, have always felt guilty making a list, and B, really don't have anything to put on it.
Well, you will soon, but a lot of the times it's peace and quiet. You would like to have a day off. You would like to have what Aaron Andrews says that you can't have if you work in sports. And that's a normal day, a normal holiday, because you're here on Black Friday, hanging out, helping people, and helping me. You want to help me right now before we talk to Sam Gordon at 3:15? Okay, so this is the Black Friday shopping game, courtesy of Steven Risotto and Pasta. Oh, we just got a caller too. See, this guy's working so hard back there. He's sprinting back and forth. Pasta, what do you got for me?
Okay, Evan. So I'm going to give you some items here, and just some holiday items that I found on eBay, online, different things that people are selling for X amount of price, and you're going to have to tell me what price you think that these are going for, and I'll tell you, I could give you an over-under number, whatever you want to do.
All right,
okay.
Give me the over-under.
Okay. The first item we got is a Draymond Green signed Golden State Warriors finals patch jersey. Okay, the over-under on this. Over or under $350.
Over. I would take the over on that.
Congratulations. You're 1 for 1, Evan. You're definitely over. It's $500 for that one.
I was going to say $450, but yeah, that to me, especially, it's not just the finals edition, but usually anytime you get an embroidery involving a signature, you're usually in the kind of the 400 to 600 range.
Correct. Yeah. So
even if it's Draymond Green.
Especially if it's Draymond Green. All right. Item number 2. This is actually a recent giveaway from one of the Golden State Warrior games. It is the Steph Curry 2025 Town Edition bobblehead, the one with his mouth guard hanging off of it. Over under $50 that somebody is selling this for on eBay.
Oh, well, those can get... These are always all over the place. I'll go over.
That is a ding.
That's a ding.
Yeah, that's a ding.
A faint ding.
A faint ding.
All right. I will say it's worth...
There we go.
$85.
No, it's actually worth $64.88 or best offer. So there's one left. There might be a bidding war on this Steph Curry bobblehead.
Well, dude, I've been getting ripped off then. Outside of Oracle Park, where the Giants play, obviously, if you walk up the Embarcadero, there's always people selling bobbleheads. And it's usually cash only, too. And I feel like I've never paid less than $50 for a bobblehead, and they are not the Curry, the Town Edition bobbleheads. They're kind of like old school, Marco Scutaro or a Russ Ortiz type deal. But, yeah, I got to look out for these eBay buys.
Yeah, people are brutal with these prices. All right, item number 3 here. NFL, San Francisco 49ers, beach towel. Okay, so you're going to the beach. Obviously not right now unless your name is Dan Devone. But he goes to the Bay. Beach towel. Over or under $25 for a 49er beach towel.
I'm going to go under.
Under.
$22?
It is $16.95. Wow. Under for the 49ers beach towel.
Wow.
All right.
Not $13 for Brock Purdy. $16.
Here's an item. We were just talking about this during the break. How about a 2026 San Francisco Giants wall calendar? Everybody's favorite gift that never comes out of the packaging. Nobody likes getting this. Over under $19.50.
For which item again?
For the 2026 Giants wall calendar.
Oh, God. I wouldn't like this, but I'm going to go over.
It's over by $1. It's $20. Somebody's selling it for $20 on eBay.
I'm not sure I would pay that much for that.
All right.
Now, eBay is one of those, you can obviously just put a bid in and kind of be on about your way.
Yeah, I would like to see you in a bidding war for that calendar, Evan.
Well, it depends on who's going to be a part of the 2026 Giants.
Exactly.
Big free agent class coming up.
If it's Tyler Fitzgerald in June, I'm not too sure about that one. All right, here's another item before we get to Sam Gordon. This one is on the Breaking Tea website. You could get some cool merch. A 95-7 The Game t-shirt. Okay, it's a blue 95-7 The Game t-shirt. I have the t-shirt. I actually have the sweatshirt that you always see me in. Over or under $25.
Please don't tell me it's the over.
It is the
Oh,
over.
no.
$32 for that shirt if you're a medium
Before
adult.
taxes?
There's shipping involved too, Evan. We don't want to go there.
Oh my God. Well, I guess it's the company. I guess it's the brand. We got to talk about that. Next producers meeting, we're going to bring in our who runs our merchandise?
Jesse, maybe?
Jesse. Could be Lucas. I don't know if it's Nahigian, but we got to talk to somebody about this.
It's a cool gift you could get someone.
Could I get 15% off at least?
Exactly. I wonder how much of the cut we get.
Okay.
Few more here. Vintage Jerry Rice jersey from the 1980s. Okay. Over, under $80.
Oh, over. 100% over.
It is $100.
Man, yeah, I would pay $100 for that. That sounds like a really nice jersey.
Yeah, no, it is a really nice one.
Come on, man. Yeah, show Jerry some respect. It's got to be at least his number.
Yeah, we'll bulldoze through these next three here. All right, Magic Johnson returns to NBA ticket stub from his first game back in 1996 when he came back to the Lakers. Over, under $2,500 for a ticket stub from that game.
I'll go under.
Under by $1.
By $1. Wow, Pasta, you really set these over-unders tight. I like it.
I did. $2,499 for that ticket stub. All right, two more here. Candlestick Park seats. Okay, 2 Candlestick Park seats. 2 of them, over under $3,000, which if you're asking me, like, that's way too much, but $3,000.
Well, judging by your answer, I'm going to go over.
I set you up to fail. $2,200.
Pasta, you sneaky little bugger.
Yep. All right, final one here before we get to Sam, who is probably listening and wants to come on and interrupt this.
Oh, yeah.
All right. This one is not... We don't know the answer of the price here, but Tatsuya Umai, the pitcher on the market right now from Japan, who the Giants are reportedly interested in, over under $150 million that he gets. This is more of a guess.
I was going to say, we don't know the answer to this. I would say under, because he says he doesn't want to play for the Dodgers.
And they're the only ones that would go over $150.
And they're the only team that would pay him $150+ million. If he plays for the Giants, which there is a legitimate chance that could happen, they're not paying him 150 M's. That's my guess. But obviously, we got all offseason to talk about it. And also, there's a big contract recently given out to Dylan Cease, who was formerly with the Padres, $210 million. And he might be a little more, I guess, of a finished product. But that would certainly be an addition for the Giants. They will take all they can get right now after another 500 season. One that right now the Warriors are sitting at 10-10. And we're going to talk to Sam Gordon about that in just a moment, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And he works for the San Francisco Chronicle. But, you know, I think right now Bay Area sports are kind of they're in limbo, right? We got a basketball team that's 500. We got a football team who no one believes in the quarterback and they want the backup. And then we got a baseball team who hasn't been to the postseason in forever. All right. We got them? All right. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests appear on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. It's time now to chat with from the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Golden State Warriors, Sam Gordon, kind enough to join us here today. Sam, first and foremost, hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. What's going on, man?
Appreciate you having me, Evan. Happy Friday. Had a great Thanksgiving. Hope you did as well. And looking forward to tomorrow night's game at Chase Center. Golden State Warriors against the New Orleans Pelicans. They're, Warriors see what they're going to be without Stephen Curry for a week at least. And looking forward to seeing how the first matchup goes tomorrow night.
Yeah, no doubt. And to kind of wrap up the homestand, before we get into all the nitty-gritty and maybe you can help calm some of the people here during the holidays with what's happened to the Warriors, but I got to ask you. So we were discussing the comments that went viral yesterday from Erin Andrews about, how much she sacrifices, not being around for holidays, having to cut Christmas short, starting at a low salary. You yourself have worked in multiple markets. You've covered multiple teams, multiple sports. I wanted to ask you, what does a Thanksgiving look like for Sam Gordon? And during the holidays, you don't really get to live the normal life. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, that's a tremendous question. You're 110% correct. Yesterday was real low key. My lady, I was in Las Vegas for 7 years before. Coming up to the Bay, I met her there. She's up here with me now. So she went home to see family in Vegas. So it was just me and our dog flying solo, hanging out. A good friend of mine, Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal, actually has family in the Bay Area. And I went out and hung out with him last night and his family in San Rafael. So it just so happened to work out great that I had, a friend in town and was able to enjoy, some, kind of a family-oriented Thanksgiving. But for most of the day, I was flying solo, and I've, done that other times in the past as well. So it's part of it, right? Like these are sacrifices that, journalists and people in media make, but everybody has, their different sacrifices in whatever, respective jobs that they have. So I try and make sure to enjoy family time and time with loved ones and people I'm close with, around the year round, right? And there's other parts of the calendar that work out better for that. But yeah, this is just pretty much the norm and the standard, and very grateful to be doing what I'm doing. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, even on Christmas Day, we're going to be at Chase Center because the Warriors play the Dallas Mavericks at 2:00, and that's just kind of the way it goes. But I'm glad you were able to enjoy some of the holidays with friends and with your dog. It sounds like too. So I'm glad you had that. Appreciate you. As for the Dubs, right now, I think that was on Wednesday a game that maybe similar to Portland. You felt like was gettable considering Houston was down a couple players, most notably Kevin Durant. What sort of taste was left in your mouth after watching that game on Wednesday? And just what are you sort of feeling like that the temperature is right now with a team that's 500 who didn't necessarily want to be, 20 games into the season? Yeah, I mean, I think it was certainly a dispiriting loss for the Warriors, right, considering the circumstances. The Rockets are status quo, like pretty tough as is. And then, without Kevin Durant and Steven Adams, like there's an opportunity there. And the Warriors were healthy, right? Relatively healthy. Of course, you don't have Jonathan Kuminga, who was really good against the Rockets in the regular season last year. So they missed him last night, and I think they've missed him the past several games, as he's been out. But they pretty clearly missed him, and it just kind of highlighted how short they are on shot creation in the half court if Stephen Curry's not having a monster night. And it highlighted, again, their deficiencies at point of attack defense. You didn't have to worry about Kevin Durant on Wednesday night, about the easy money sniper doing what he's doing, his 25 a game. It was Reed Shepherd, who, credit to Reed Shepherd, is coming into his own, but he's really the only shot creator in the half-court offense that the Rockets had. The Warriors surely knew that, and it didn't matter. I mean, he got pretty much wherever he wanted to go, 12 of 25 from the floor, 31 points, 9 rebounds. He was able to create for his teammates as well, and just kind of given the relative status of both teams, where the Warriors were at, where the Rockets were at. Like, the Rockets this wasn't their top team. This was their B team, more or less, and they closed and out-executed and clawed back and had a big second-half comeback. And it just kind of reaffirms that the Warriors have consistently struggled. They beat San Antonio a couple times. Those were great wins.
But even going back to last year, going back to the 7-game series, going back last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was against Oklahoma City, like length and size trouble the Warriors. That is not a good stylistic matchup for them, and that's what they experienced on Wednesday night. So you heard their veterans sound off. Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green in their postgame, certainly not satisfied with where the offense is. It's been a bottom 10 offense this year, a top 10 defense. Their 10th in defensive rating. But I don't think that statistic really matters much, certainly not in the eyes of their veteran players when it comes to matching up against the top teams with guards and wings that are athletic, that can get into the paint, that can pressure the rim. Those players have given the Warriors issues. They've given them problems, and if any kind of turnaround, at least in the eyes of their veteran leaders, is going to start on the defensive end of the floor. So it was not, to your point, Evan, not the start the Warriors wanted to have. That was the game that they were, favored to win. You go back to the Indiana Pacers, shorthanded loss against the Pacers, or loss to the shorthanded Pacers, a loss to the shorthanded Milwaukee Bucks, a double-figure blown lead against the Portland Trailblazers at home on Friday. Those are 4 wins right there that if the Warriors take care of business, you're 14-6. It's an entirely different conversation. Those were right there on the table for the Warriors to get. They don't have them, and as Kerr said post-game, right, as Steve Kerr said post-game, quoting the great Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are. So they profile right now. I mean, he's right. They profile like a very mediocre team. You can't count on them to beat shorthanded teams. You can't count on them to you can't pencil in any victory at this point. The Warriors are going to have to work through that. They're going to have to get back to defending at a high level, and without Stephen Curry, kind of rely on their defense, funnel offense through Jimmy Butler, through Jonathan Kuminga, if he comes back, and try and establish some kind of balance here without Stephen Curry. It's not easy, right? The margins, as we've seen, have already been very thin with Stephen Curry in the lineup. Now he's out for at least a week. The margins get even thinner, and that's coming, again, out of a dispiriting loss against the shorthanded Rockets club.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think one thing you touched on there I thought was interesting about how the type or the archetype of player doesn't necessarily, lend you to believe that this is a top 10 defense. Like the type of players that they've struggled against those are the kinds of guys that it feels like Draymond and Jimmy Butler are talking about when they were saying after the Wednesday loss that their defense is bleak and they're not doing their job individually. We're talking with Sam Gordon here on 95.7 The Game, covers the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. And I also want to touch on that too. When you hear Steve Kerr say, well, I think our defense isn't as big of an issue as the offense, and then you hear the players, specifically two of the captains really, talking about, well, we think the defense is a bigger issue than the offense. Do you sense, I don't know if it's like a disconnect there, but I think to me, Sam, it just speaks to why this team is 10-10, to which they're clearly not on the same page right now, and they're playing inconsistently, which is why we're seeing all of these up and down results.
1,000%. And the Warriors reconvened at Chase Center today for a practice, and Steve Kerr talked to us, a group of us assembled media that were there, and mentioned that it's largely the same team, right? Largely the same roster that went 23-8 and got the Warriors into the playoffs last year. That had a really good groove and had a lot of continuity, and just trying to reestablish that sense of continuity that the Warriors had during that stretch. I think it's also noteworthy, right? The Warriors did have the number one defense the last 31 games of the last season, but you got to go back and take a look at that schedule. They had some really favorable matchups that I think kind of played a role in influencing that run. Not that it wasn't, not that run doesn't stand for itself, and not that it doesn't have merit, but this is a different group that, it's the same group, but it's a different season. And clearly, again, finding a rhythm has been an issue throughout the course of the year. So I get what kind of both sides are talking about. You look at the Warriors again, it's been a bottom 10 offense, short on shot creation without Stephen Curry and Jimmy Butler. And the kind of the idea that getting back to defending at a really high level, creating live ball turnovers, activating transition, maybe creating a little bit of pace through their defense is a way to ignite an offense. The defense is a little bit more, I guess, controllable, right? Like, it's a make or miss league. I know it's a cliche or an adage or whatnot, but shots aren't always going to go in. But duplicating, an intense defensive effort is something I think the Warriors vets think that they can control, that can maybe help the offense. And as Kerr says all the time, the game is connected. So a better offense would certainly help their defense too, and a better defense would help their offense. it's kind of a catch-22. It's where the Warriors are at right now. It's one of the reasons that they're 10-10. They're not great at either end of the floor right now. They're a very average team. You know, their defense probably a little further along than their offense, but not at a championship level. Certainly not at a level that you want to see. You know, forget about championship. Not even at a high-end level right now in the Western Conference. So the Warriors got their work cut out for them. The good news for them is it's only been 20 games. It's a long season. The schedule didn't do them any favors early on. That is evening out. It's not necessarily encouraging the way that they open up their homestand per se, 1-2 at this juncture. But the schedule will lighten up. Stephen Curry will get healthy at some point, and this next week gives the Warriors an opportunity maybe to kind of recalibrate their identity. You're not going to be able to be dependent on Stephen Curry. It's going to have to be defense and teamwork and moving and sharing the ball and all those things. So maybe that can help them recalibrate, starting Saturday with the Pelicans.
Yeah, no doubt. Sam Gordon chatting with us here on 95.7 The Game, covers the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. And Sam, you talked about this team being the one that had the number one defensive rating last year. I never believed that was like the best team defensively in the league, but certainly if you're number one in something, you're probably pretty good at it. What do you think is the difference between what occurred at the end of last season and the beginning of this year? Because as much as I agree with you, on a night like Wednesday, even against Portland too, they do miss Kuminga, but they didn't have Kuminga because he was hurt for the majority of Jimmy Butler's initial tenure with Golden State, and then obviously had a tough time integrating him back, and so he wasn't as much of a factor. Like the guys that are on the floor now largely are the ones who did it last season. So what do you think is the difference?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? I think, certainly the cohesion, and it's hard to necessarily quantify that, like right now, but like the Warriors were really connected on that end of the floor, and they had a much better offense too, right? Those last 31 games, they were 8th offensively. They were a top 10 offense. So when you're scoring more, like you can set your defense. The Warriors still had issues at the point of attack last year. You go back and take a look at some of those game logs, like the big time guards, big time wings, like would light them up without a ton of resistance. But secondary scorers didn't necessarily get off as much. You had a good team defense overall. They were a better rebounding team. They were a really good defensive rebounding team last year. This year they've been pretty average in that regard. And like the way to cap a defensive, like the way to secure a stop, right, is with a defensive rebound. So they're not as good rebounding. They're not quite as cohesive on that end. And then point of attack hasn't necessarily, it hasn't improved, right? The Warriors have guys that are capable of bothering certain archetypes of ball handlers, but the top-end players, and I want to be abundantly clear here. I want to be very clear. You're not going to stop, the Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders of the world, the Anthony Edwards of the world, those guys. You're not going to stop them altogether. The goal is to make those guys work, to wear them down over the course of 48 minutes, to make it so they can't necessarily control and dominate a game like, Reed Shepherd kind of did the other night. Like, Reed Shepherd is not the kind of player, again, improving young player in this league, want to give him all his due and respect, but the Warriors were having to trap him at half court. Like, he's not necessarily the kind of player you expect to have to do that to. So, it starts with the point of attack. Their help needs to be better. Like the whole thing needs to be better. That's what Draymond Green was saying. Some of his comments post game is it starts with everybody individually, and then and then collectively we need great individual defense before the great team defense comes. That's part of it. Their team defense, it just hasn't been 5 on a string. And even though, again, they had some of those the same deficiencies last year, they were mitigated by the collective team defense down the stretch. And again, a relatively favorable schedule played into that as well. Whereas this year, the schedule has been harder and more compact. So there's time to even things out. There's time to get situated and settle here. And I think, again, Kuminga coming back, what he was able to show at point of attack, especially early in the season, there's upside there. Moses Moody, DeAnthony Melton could return on this 3-game road trip. Steve Kerr shared that with us today, and he's, I think, at this juncture, at least with smaller guards or average-sized guards, right, point guards and shooting guards, he's a proven I wouldn't necessarily say stopper per se, but a pest at the point of attack at 6'3", with a long arms and a long wingspan who can give them some resistance there. So they got to get better collectively, cohesively. It's a great question why they're not as good, but those are areas where they're not performing up to the standard they did those last 31 games last year.
No doubt. Sam Gordon with us, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He works for the San Francisco Chronicle and covers the Golden State Warriors. My last one for you, Sam, and I appreciate your time and hopping on with us today is, if the Warriors are to make a move around the deadline, I'm sort of looking around at what they have, and you're right. There's a lot of things they can do better, but it still just feels like they might be a player away. If you were to look at this team and say, all right, what do they need if they are to go outside the locker room and acquire it? How would you answer that? If they're going Black Friday shopping right now, like a lot of these people out here listening, what do you think they'd be shopping for?
A two-way wing, which is, again, like the hardest archetype to like, everybody wants two-way wings, right?
Yeah.
Like, everybody wants two-way wings, but somebody that can create some offense and also guard their position. If that kind of player is out there, then the Warriors, I would guess, would be looking around. Not to belabor the point, right? Because I know we've talked circles around, about this over and over again, but Jonathan Kuminga still, he showed during that opening stretch that kind of combination where he can be disruptive defensively and also create offense for the Warriors. He hasn't done that consistently throughout the course of his career. We know that. Can there be some consistency over the next couple weeks? We also are certainly well aware of the contract that he signed, the flexibility that is inherently built into it, and the possibility, that there were other interested suitors in Jonathan Kuminga during his restricted free agency. So, a shot creator that can also guard their position. Those aren't exactly on the market, for sale per se in the NBA. But if there is one out there that becomes available, you would imagine the Warriors would inquire about that kind of player.
Right on. Well, whether it's internal or external, we hope that they can sort of course correct. But in the meantime, Sam, thank you very much for hopping on with us. I know you'll be out there tomorrow, and look forward to seeing you at some time here in the homestand. But thank you for joining us, and I'm glad you had a good Thanksgiving.
Appreciate you, Evan. Thank you so much. See you on tomorrow, and glad you had a good Thanksgiving as well. Looking forward to catching up in person. Talk soon. Take care.
My man, Sam Gordon, the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Golden State Warriors, and kind of on that last point, I think he's right. I know a lot of people look at this team and say they need a big, right? They need a center, or they need just someone. And obviously there's a glaring hole there because Al Horford is either old or hurt, which he has already dealing with sciatica, which is a little bit scary. But Quentin Post is someone who just can't stay on the floor unless he's shooting the basketball. If he's not shooting well, and by the way, he's shooting 32% right now from three-point range, he doesn't do enough of the other things that you need. And I talked about this on Sunday Guru earlier this week, but the issue with the Warriors, to me, the biggest issue with that spot is that Draymond Green is their best center. And so either they can try and go find another big to play alongside him. I think that big has to be a shooter, and those are also hard to find. Or, to Sam's point, I think the guy that they're trying to find right now is someone along the wing. And that also has its complications because the biggest trade chip that the Warriors have is who Sam mentioned, and that's Jonathan Kuminga. But you have to find someone who's better than him, or better than him for the Warriors for certain. And I don't know. I mean, I think the team that I'm looking at is the team they play tomorrow as far as guys that will be available, that a team would be willing to come off of and potentially take back a JK. And I think Trey Murphy is the guy on my Black Friday shopping list. Like, he's the guy that I think can absolutely improve this Warriors team. I think he's a better fit than Kuminga. Well, he might not have as much potential, right? He's a 6'8", two-way guy, can shoot the basketball. I don't know how much of a creator he is as far as getting his own shot. Kuminga might have him there if he ever realizes his potential. But I think for this year and this team, if the Warriors could somehow turn Kuminga and a first-round pick, probably unprotected, into Trey Murphy, that to me would be a no-brainer. Now, I don't know if the Pelicans would want JK. I know they've been linked to him in the past. I don't know if it would only take one first-round pick. It might be one of the more valuable first-round picks because the Warriors have access to all of theirs. And I would prefer to give up a first-rounder that's nearest to the present, obviously, because you don't know what the Warriors are going to be 3 or 4 years from now. In fact, this season, to me, is evidence that they should try and keep as many of their picks as possible the further out you look, because already in one offseason, this team has looked like a group that got old in a hurry and whose young guys have not taken enough of a step to supplant some of the issues that the older players are dealing with, which is, absences, or I don't know, maybe they've lost a step in certain areas. I think the Warriors are dealing with a lot right now, but to me, also finding a guy who's in his mid-20s. I mean, as much as I would love to see them get someone with some toughness and an interior player, I don't know how many of those guys are available in their primes that are really game-changing type dudes. I think Trey Murphy could be that for the Warriors, but again, that would need the Pelicans to be willing to come off of him. We got about a half hour left between now and the end of our show, and we can open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. What would be on your Black Friday shopping list if you were Golden State? Let's go to Rob, who's in Castro Valley, wants to talk about the Dubs, and a former member of theirs, it seems. Rob, hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. What's going on, man?
Yep, happy Thanksgiving. I got these emails and all these promotions about doing like a 10-year celebration for Kevon Looney, so he's my guy that's on my list. And the only reason why is also like during the game against Houston, I feel like he's the guy that could have come in and like made the difference in that game. But anyways, and another just promotional thing, I saw this video of Kevon doing like this practice warm-up thing, and it was like 2 minutes of him just balling pretty good. So that's all I got to say.
Oh, thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, who knows? They might be able to use Kevon Looney right now, or at least the Kevon Looney from a couple of years ago. I was letting him leave a decision that I regret, not for I think the $8 million that he's making, but swapping him out for Al Horford. Yeah, but when they made the choice, you felt like you understood why, right? I mean, Al Horford can do some things that Kevon Looney can't, and he was less expensive. And by the way, they needed some of that money to go out and sign Jonathan Kuminga, a player that has been good, and then he's been not so good, and now he's been hurt. So hopefully once he comes back, he can start getting back to the way that he played the first 5 games of the season. And I'm also hoping that some of the regression that we saw, I would say really starting during that game against the Kings when the Big Three was out, and was mainly in the second half because he had a good first half in that game. Some of that regression is due to the knee tendonitis. Hopefully it's just all injury related. I think you got to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt there. Let's clean up this call. I think Burns wants to talk about something from earlier with the Niners, but we are all ears here on 95.7 The Game. Burnsy, what's up, man? Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. What's going on?
Evil E, what's up? Happy Thanksgiving to you. First of all, man, I just want to thank you for doing this today. I had to go to work too. I listened to you for pretty much all day today. Got me through. Finally getting home. Going to put up the Christmas tree here in a little bit.
Attaboy.
The fake Christmas tree, that is. Yeah. That sucker would dry out super quick. But got the family. Actually, you know what? My oldest son already pulled out the tree for me. It was nice, man. Thanksgiving was great. Mama Burns did not dry out the turkey. It was probably the best turkey I've had in the last 5 years, man. It was, I joined the Big Boy Club. I put cranberry on my turkey. It was so enjoyable. I really haven't gone for that. It was fantastic. No fights in the family.
Yes.
It was just a perfect day. Evan, I heard you earlier talking about Erin Andrews and stuff, and I heard the tape of her playing, and it was, it did not offend me in any way, and it was kind of funny because how you brought that up, because I was watching the end of the Cincinnati-Baltimore game, and it's probably I think it's 8:00 here. It has to be like 11:30 almost on the East Coast, yeah. And they start showing pictures of the cameramen, right? And I'm like, dang, man, And as a kid, of course you want to be an announcer and stuff. You're like, hey, man, I'll be a cameraman. That sounds like so much fun going to every event. And you see them in the bitter cold and stuff, and it's just like, man, you really throw up the thumbs up for those kind of guys. And even like Aaron Andrews, I'm down with those. We totally understand that. Me going to work today, it sucked. It sucks doing that. But if you really have that passion, like you do, Evan, I know you have that passion to come in and do this segment for 4 hours, 5 hours, or whatever you do. And I hear you all during the week, man. And so it is appreciative to us fans out here. And this is the one thing. I'm a kind of an old timer, and it's not that I don't like women in sports at all. I love women in sports, but it's just my preference that I like listening to men call football games. It's just a preference. It's nothing against women. I'm all for them. I have daughters. I want them to be refs and stuff. Although I'd love to look up the stats and see if the women refs call more personal fouls than the men. But hey, I digress. It is the Thanksgiving holiday season, and I'm thanks to 95.7. You guys do it up. I know I don't know any of you guys, but I feel like I do know you guys, if that makes sense. And
no doubt.
Just want to wish you a great Thanksgiving, to you and your family, and you have a great day, man. You have a great rest of the day.
Thanks, Bernsey. Appreciate it. Well, a couple things. I'm glad Mama Burns did not drought the turkey. I'm glad that you hopefully got through a work day unscathed and happy. And finally, I'm going to say I'm not going to open up that last can of worms because we're not going to start anything controversial here on a Black Friday. What I am going to do is go to break. Yeah, well, you better be careful. I'm going to go to break, come back. We got a short segment on the other side going up until 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. And I don't know, we might have some fun in the last 15 minutes. It sounds like Burns has been listening to the show today. So I appreciate the kind words. And then we're going to get up out of here for the afternoon. All right, I got to read here to do pasta, and I will hit it. That segment was sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
All right, folks. This is it. The weekend many of you have been waiting for. Black Friday. The lowest prices of the year on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony with deals up to $1,000 off. No need to buy a poorly rated unknown brand with prices like this. So what could be even better? How about video-only's better than Black Friday deals? That's right, better than Black Friday. Before you buy, check out video-only, or you'll be sorry.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area Bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision.
Jumpstart MD is your local trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus get 2 times O-Rewards points. Just add it to your tank during your next fill-up. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Black Friday weekend is here. Once a year, you get the lowest prices on the top-rated brands of TV. Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs at stupid prices. You don't have to buy a no-name doorbuster TV with poor picture when you can get a good one for a few dollars more. Where's the best place to shop for these top brands? At Video Only, the only place where you can get better than Black Friday deals on Samsung, LG, and Sony. Better than clubs, better than online. Before you buy, check out the deals at Video Only, because if you don't, you'll be sorry.
Now back to the Evan Giddings Show on 95.7 The Game.
You should do voiceover work, Pasta. That was pretty good. Now, was that one, I know we talked about earlier, Evan Giddings, Steven Risotto, here with you until 4 o'clock, a couple minutes left. Was that one that you practice in the car on the way over here?
No, that is not one that I practiced. That was one that I just improvised on the spot.
Not bad. Not bad. It's got a nice ring to it.
Thank you.
Although, is that your Fleming?
Hi.
Well, I like shows that obviously have something to do with the name, but like, I always question the strength of a name. You know, some names sound strong. You know, Steven Risotto, that's a nice, compact, simple, just elegant name. Carter Chickering, a strong name. Dan Devone, strong name. All three of those names I just mentioned have been on these airwaves today. Evan Giddings is, you know, hopefully a little more just polite, not as in your face as, boom, just drop on you.
You're selling yourself way too short.
Well, the Evan Giddings Show is, I think we've been all right today.
This has been the Evan Giddings Show, by the way. As much as you don't want to admit it, you don't like the name, you don't know how it sounds, this has been the Evan Giddings Show.
Well, I haven't had a choice today. I was, did you know I was supposed to co-host with someone today?
I did not know that.
I'm not going to say who it was because they dropped out. But I was supposed to do a show with someone today, and then, a couple weeks ago, Lucas hits me up and say, hey, do you want to do a solo show? And whenever anybody asks you if you want to do something by yourself, it's because they couldn't find someone else to do it with you. So they're hoping that you respond, yes, absolutely, I am excited to do this all by myself. When in reality, it's just because they couldn't find someone else to work. Exactly. Thank you, Francesa. Well, that guy did a solo show for years. Now, I don't know if you... some people like to hear themselves, and I don't necessarily dislike that, but to have to talk and to really force it for 4 hours it's been a little more difficult than I thought. And like I talked about at the beginning of the show, the voyage that to me has always been severely undersold, the Vostok 1 with Yuri Gagarin, the Russian, the first man to ever make it to space, his voyage around the Earth was 1 hour and 48 minutes. This show was 4 hours. In fact, I've always been surprised at how long it actually took to go around the Earth one time in the first space vessel that had the ability to do such a thing. So, this one's for you, Yuri.
You know, you're so close, by the way, to just, getting a chance to sit back and...
Oh, and believe me, I will. I won't be having a strawberry margarita, though, Pasta. No. I also have to work... Wait, today's Friday. Oh, we got Warriors this week tomorrow, don't we? I probably blew a lot of my material. I actually got to talk to Devone. So he and I usually host from 9 to noon on Sunday. Yeah. Are you going to be in tomorrow, Pasta?
I'll be here.
All right. As long as there are people that know that we have to do a show tomorrow morning, because then the Warriors also play tomorrow night, and Mark Grandy will have Warriors Live and Warriors Wrap-Up for you, all here on 95.7 The Game. And then Sunday, we got the kickoff show, where I'll be here bright and early with Lorenzo Neal at 8 a.m. Always looking forward to that. And then Pasta, if you're lucky, are you working the game or are you doing pregame with us?
I'm doing the game. I don't know if I have to do pregame. Usually I do pregame only when Cam has to do Warriors. So I guess we'll find out. I'll coordinate with our good friend Lucas Alexander on what we're going to do there.
Well, he's been out of it. That guy's been totally out of control. He called me on Wednesday and asked if we were having Joe Buck on. Joe Buck was on Monday.
He was on Monday, yeah.
Yeah. So, and all of that, of course, you can catch on the Odyssey app. But the point is, this is where we are doing our own Aaron Andrews, who we are in full support of. But Steven Risotto, myself, Dan Devone to an extent, Lorenzo Neal, everyone, Mark Grandy, everyone working the weekends, the holidays, this is what we enjoy doing, is rambling on about sports and things that we all care about, we all find interest in, and things that we appreciate sincerely, on a non-sarcastic note, appreciate everyone else who listens into this station also is invested in, whether it's at an emotional level where you just invested in the entertainment, whether you like to hear certain hosts or certain voices. This is a medium that I do feel passionate about, that I enjoy working towards. Steven does as well, otherwise he wouldn't be here. But we don't get to do this, and will not continue to do this, without people who listen, people who appreciate it, those that are calling in, those that provide their own opinions, which I very much value, because there's a lot of stuff that I feel like I miss, or because of my perspective, I don't sometimes consider. And so when we get engagement, when we get people to text in, to call in, to chat in here on YouTube, as always, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, then that's to me where there's really a sense of appreciation, and I feel like we get something out of it. Like, we get to give you our opinions, but when there's a two-way lane, a two-way street, that's where it gets interesting to me. And that's where radio, to me, is different than all of the mediums, more than television, more than play-by-play, which I also enjoy doing. But radio is where your audience, to me, like, that's the third voice, or on a day like today, a second voice. Because we can only do so much. We can only give you so much insight. And at the end of 4 hours, we also sometimes can feel spent. But this is a great week for sports. I know for the Warriors fans, might feel a little bit up and down because of the way the season's gone so far. But as our good friend Sam Gordon, who joined us earlier of the San Francisco Chronicle, mentioned, this is a very long season. For the Niners fans, I think that it's been a pretty successful year. Despite some of the ups and downs of the quarterback and questions about the future and what you're going to do here and there, I think this has largely been a pretty enjoyable year. A lot more winning than losing. Definitely a lot better than last season. And I think there's also an intriguing quarterback matchup this weekend. I, for one, have not been the biggest fan of the quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, even going back to college, but showed me something in his first game against the Raiders. Excited to see what he can do against the Niners.
and excited to see what Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and the crew can do against Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns. So we'll have that preview coming up for you again on Sunday at 8 a.m. for the 10 a.m. kick. That'll be on the kickoff show. And in the meantime, we got Warriors coming at you all day tomorrow. So 95.7 The Game does not stop, whether it's, well, technically stopped on Thanksgiving, but we also had Chiefs Cowboys for you on the radio. So that'll conclude our Black Friday programming. Big thank you to Carter Chickering, to Dan Devone, to Zach Green, who held it down this morning. Big thank you to Steven Risotto, as well as our guy Brennan, who popped in to hang out with us on a Black Friday. Did not have to do that behind the scenes. Very cool. My name is Evan Giddings, saying so long from our Laughing Monk studios. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 9 a.m. for Warriors this week, then Warriors and the Pelicans, and then a Niners game on Sunday. Hope everyone has had an enjoyable Thanksgiving and is enjoying their Black Friday, is enjoying some friends, some family, some food. And in the meantime, enjoy your time with everyone on 95.7 The Game. Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll talk to you next time on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or